बहुत बड़ा बदलाव होने जा रहा है। एक नया चार्टर आया है जो हमारी क्लासरूम्स को शायद हमेशा के लिए बदल सकता है। और देखिए, ये सिर्फ सिलेबस में एक और चैप्टर जोड़ने की बात नहीं है। ये एक पूरा रोड मैप है कि कैसे हमारी हजारों साल पुरानी ज्ञान परंपराओं को आज की मॉडर्न एजुकेशन से जोड़ा जाए। तो चलिए जरा गहराई से समझते हैं कि इसका असल में मतलब क्या है। वह अपनी समृद्धि लुटाती है, जैसे अनंत अंतरिक्ष के हर इंच को जीवन और ऊर्जा से भर देता है। श्री अरबिंदो के ये शब्द सही मायनों में इस चार्टर की आत्मा है। ये भारत की उस बेहिसाब क्रिएटिव एनर्जी की बात करते हैं जिसे ये नई शिक्षा नीति फिर से जगाना चाहती है। तो समझिए, ये सिर्फ एक सरकारी दस्तावेज नहीं, ये एक नई सोच की शुरुआत है। तो सबसे पहला और बड़ा सवाल, आखिर इस चार्टर की जरूरत ही क्यों पड़ी? ये कोई और सरकारी दस्तावेज तो है नहीं। इसके पीछे एक बहुत गहरी सोच है। तो चलिए पता करते हैं कि इस बदलाव की नींव में आखिर है क्या। आज हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था एक तरह के चौराहे पर खड़ी है। एक रास्ता हमें ग्लोबल दुनिया की तरफ ले जाता है और दूसरा रास्ता हमारी हजारों साल पुरानी सांस्कृतिक जड़ों की तरफ। अब सवाल यह है कि क्या हम दोनों पर एक साथ चल सकते हैं? ये चार्टर कहता है हाँ, बिल्कुल चल सकते हैं। और सच कहूं तो यही संतुलन बनाना सबसे बड़ी चुनौती भी है और सबसे बड़ा मौका भी। अच्छा, हम बार बार भारतीय ज्ञान या इंडियन नॉलेज की बात कर रहे हैं, पर इसका मतलब क्या है? क्या ये सिर्फ वेद पुराणों की बातें हैं या कुछ और भी है इसमें? ये समझना बहुत जरूरी है। तो चलिए देखते हैं कि ये चार्टर खुद इसे कैसे डिफाइन करता है। तो ये बात बिल्कुल साफ है। आईकेएस का मतलब सिर्फ पुराने ग्रंथ नहीं है। हम बात कर रहे हैं साइंस की, फिलॉसफी की, आर्ट की, आर्किटेक्चर की, इन सब का एक बहुत बड़ा और जीता जागता खजाना। ये भारत की इंटेलेक्चुअल विरासत है जिसे अब क्लासरूम्स तक लाने की तैयारी है। और ये कवर इमेज ये पूरी सोच को एक तस्वीर में दिखा देती है। जरा ध्यान से देखिए, कैसे साइंस, आर्ट और ट्रेडिशन के सिंबल एक ही पहिए में साथ घूम रहे हैं। ये यही बताता है कि ज्ञान को अलग अलग डिब्बों में नहीं बांटा जा सकता। ये सब एक दूसरे से जुड़ा हुआ है। लेकिन सवाल यह है कि इतने बड़े ज्ञान के भंडार को क्लासरूम में लाया कैसे जाए? क्या बस नया सिलेबस जोड़ने जैसा आसान काम नहीं है। इसे बहुत ही जिम्मेदारी से करना होगा। और इसीलिए ये चार्टर कुछ गाइडलाइंस देता है, कुछ सिद्धांत जो इस पूरे प्रोसेस की नींव है। पहला और सबसे जरूरी सिद्धांत, ये ज्ञान सबके लिए है। चार्टर बिल्कुल साफ कहता है कि जो भी पढ़ाया जाएगा वो किसी एक धर्म या विचारधारा का प्रचार नहीं करेगा। ये हर तरह के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए होगा और भारत की शानदार डाइवर्सिटी को सेलिब्रेट करेगा। इसका मकसद जोड़ना है, तोड़ना नहीं। दूसरा सिद्धांत है एकेडमिक मजबूती। इसका मतलब ये कि आईकेएस को अंधविश्वास की तरह नहीं, बल्कि एक साइंटिफिक और लॉजिकल नजरिए से पढ़ाया जाएगा। जो भी फैक्ट्स होंगे वो ऐतिहासिक रूप से सही होंगे। और इसका मकसद होगा स्टूडेंट्स को सवाल पूछने और क्रिएटिव बनने के लिए उकसाना, ना कि आंख बंद करके कुछ भी मान लेने के लिए। और हाँ, यहां एक बहुत जरूरी बात समझनी होगी। आईकेएस कोई नया अलग से सब्जेक्ट नहीं बनाया जाएगा। ऐसा करने से तो बच्चों पर सिर्फ बोझ पड़ेगा, बल्कि इसे मैथ्स, साइंस और आर्ट्स जैसे मौजूदा सब्जेक्ट्स में ही गूंथा जाएगा, ताकि स्टूडेंट्स चीजों को गहराई से समझें, सिर्फ रट्टा ना मारें। ठीक है, तो सिद्धांत तो बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं, पर सबसे बड़ा सवाल, ये सब कागज से निकलकर असली क्लासरूम तक पहुंचेगा कैसे? जमीन पर इसे लागू कैसे किया जाएगा? चलिए अब इसके कैसे वाले हिस्से पर आते हैं। तो इसके लिए चार्टर एक 4 स्टेप का रोड मैप देता है। पहला, ये एनईपी 2020 जैसी बड़ी नेशनल पॉलिसी के साथ मिलकर चलेगा। दूसरा, और ये बहुत जरूरी है, टीचर्स को सही ट्रेनिंग और रिसोर्स दिए जाएंगे। तीसरा, जैसा हमने अभी बात की, इसे सब्जेक्ट्स में इंटीग्रेट किया जाएगा। और चौथा, स्थानीय कारीगरों और एक्सपर्ट्स को सम्मान के साथ इस प्रोसेस में शामिल किया जाएगा, ताकि ज्ञान सिर्फ किताबों तक ना रह जाए। और इस पूरे प्रोसेस को जमीन पर कामयाब बनाने के लिए चार्टर एक बहुत ही प्रैक्टिकल सुझाव देता है। हर स्कूल में एक आईकेएस कोऑर्डिनेटर होगा। ये वो इंसान होगा जो इस बदलाव को लीड करेगा, टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट्स के लिए मेन पॉइंट ऑफ कांटेक्ट होगा। ये सिर्फ हवा हवाई बातें नहीं है, इसके साथ जवाबदेही भी जोड़ी गई है। चार्टर ये भी बताता है कि प्रोग्रेस को नापा कैसे जाएगा। टीचर्स, स्टूडेंट्स और स्कूल तीनों लेवल पर देखा जाएगा कि बदलाव हो भी रहा है या नहीं। इससे ये पक्का होगा कि योजना सिर्फ कागजों पर ना रह जाए, बल्कि क्लासरूम में वाकई असर डाले। तो इन सब नियमों, सिद्धांतों और योजनाओं को मिलाकर देखें तो बड़ी तस्वीर क्या बनती है? इन सब के पीछे का असली मकसद, द एंड गेम क्या है? चलिए सारे डॉट्स को कनेक्ट करते हैं। आखिर में सारी बात एक ही लक्ष्य पर आकर टिक जाती है। एक ऐसा लर्निंग माहौल बनाना जो अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ा हो, एकेडमिक तौर पर मजबूत हो, सबके लिए हो और आने वाले कल की चुनौतियों के लिए तैयार हो। बस यही इस चार्टर का सपना है। और अंत में हम एक बार फिर श्री अरबिंदो के उन्हीं शब्दों पर लौटते हैं। ये हमें याद दिलाता है कि ये सिर्फ सिलेबस बदलने की कवायद नहीं है। ये एक तरह से सांस्कृतिक पुनर्जागरण की कोशिश है, हमारे प्राचीन ज्ञान को फिर से पाना और उसे आज की दुनिया के लिए रेलेवेंट बनाना। तो आखिर में सवाल यही बचता है, क्या प्राचीन ज्ञान और मॉडर्न एजुकेशन का ये मेल वाकई कल के इनोवेटर्स तैयार कर सकता है? ये इस पूरे चार्टर का सबसे बड़ा वादा भी है और सबसे बड़ी चुनौती भी। जवाब तो खैर वक्त ही देगा, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि ये चार्टर उस भविष्य की तरफ एक बहुत ही साहसी और जरूरी कदम है।
Yesterday was an enriching day filled with interactive discussions on IKS by our distinguished panel members. Their insights give us a deeper understanding of how IKS can be applied in areas such as arts and inclusive education. We are grateful to the panelists for sharing their thoughtful perspectives. Today, we are privileged to have with us Dr. Rajesh Nathani, Principal Advisor at Sri Aurobindo Society and Secretary, Board of Directors at Appropriate Technology India, where he supports livelihood programs for over 40,000 women in the Himalayas. He also serves as Vice Chairman of Bhimcare Thailand, India, as Country Director for Maharishi Worldwide Programs, overseeing consciousness based education for more than 30,000 students. Dr. Nathani is a pharmaceutical chemist with a PhD and postdoctoral fellowship from the University of Illinois at Chicago. He has also led large-scale public initiatives, including Ashirwad, which has skilled 10,000 youth, and Samvedana, which has facilitated the collection of over 1 lakh blood units. Sir, can we please have your words of wisdom? Good morning and welcome to day two of the second International Conference on Integrating Indian Knowledge Systems, IKS, in School Education, Reviving Wisdom and Reimagining Education. Yesterday was an enriching day filled with interactive discussions on IKS by our distinguished panel members. Their insights gave us a deeper understanding of how IKS can be applied in areas such as arts and inclusive education. We are grateful to the panelists for sharing their thoughtful perspectives. Today, we are privileged to have with us Dr. Rajesh Nathani, Principal Advisor at Sri Aurobindo Society and Secretary, Board of Directors at Appropriate Technology, where he supports livelihood programs for over 40,000 women in the Himalayas. He also serves as Vice Chairman of Bhim Care Thailand, India, and as Country Director for Maharishi Worldwide Programs, overseeing consciousness based education for more than 30,000 students. Dr. Nathani is a pharmaceutical chemist with a PhD and a postdoctoral fellowship from the University of Illinois at Chicago. He has also led large scale public initiatives, including Ashirwad, which has skilled 10,000 youth, and Samvedna, which has facilitated the collection of over 1 lakh blood units. Dr. Nithani, we welcome you.
A very good morning, ma'am. Very good morning to all of you. I apologize, I'm not in a very best of my health, but still, the like this subject is so close to my heart, and since I had promised to be there, so I'm there with you. Uh, so, just talking about this Indian knowledge system, because uh, if you're some of you may know that this is in continuation of the earlier session that we had, and that was a like an offline session that was held at the society's headquarters in Delhi. And so now we since this is going to be I should say like a chain event, because there's so much of work to be done. So just to give you a brief background, like how I have been associated with this Indian knowledge system. Uh, Honestly speaking, I have been because as our moderator mentioned, that I have been engaged in my research, and I was primarily based in US. So the first time I heard of Indian knowledge system uh, with its meaning was in the year 2018-19, and that was the time when the Indian new education policy NEP 2020 was being framed. So I remember, in one of those meetings, because at times being principal advisor to the then education minister, I did have a chance to uh, like uh, participate in various meetings, and one of the ideas that many people one of the ideas that emerged was that what will make this policy very much unique, and how it's going to be different from the other policies that have been already been formulated by the government. So I still remember there was one of Swami who was representing the Ramakrishna Mission Society, and he said, "We were Vishwaguru before. Everybody of us would say that, and not only say that, we all believe that. And apart from that, uh, we all know that the our GDP share in the world was being one of the most prosperous nation. If we just uh, if we just go back into our history. So he said that it was just because of that knowledge that India had been a knowledge center for the world, and so the idea behind this new education policy of getting this new education policy, we should again try to make India a knowledge superpower. And the idea should be that we not only become a developed nation, but we become a like a most favored destination for the entire world. And all those who want to seek knowledge, they should come to India. So honestly speaking, that is what what is in the if we just go to the basis of this new education policy, if we just find what lies beneath the foundation. So this is the major if we just want to describe the aim of new education policy, so I would just put it in one line that we want to be a knowledge superpower. And on basis of this, and this is what like we want to create a nation. You may have different wordings, but at the end of the day, it all means that it was just about creating a one of the world's largest knowledge centers. And then people said that because there were suggestions that our education policy, there were education policies which had given which we said that they didn't work. But as we all know, the top CEOs of major companies in US, about 25 business schools deans, and there are many other all over the world, people from our schools, from our universities, the people graduating from here, they have ruled the world. So it wasn't that the education policy that we have been following, it was completely it was useless. But the only thing was that it was missing. There was a spirit was missing, and that spirit, I believe that the in in Hindi we call it wasn't the Bharat Kendrit, it wasn't like India centered policy. And with this new NEP, we wanted to make a India centered policy, and for that, creating an India centered policy, we just thought that the best thing to make a India centered policy would be to give nation a policy which focuses on the Indian knowledge system. And the idea is that we all everybody felt that if we really want to make India a developed state, developed country by year 2047, so we must have a very uh, powerful uh, powerful policy which can be there. So now, this was all about the history, but the thing is that how we do it, we all said that, we we have been doing, we did wonders, and we were world leaders. We were in metallurgy, we were very good in Ayurveda, we were very good in astronomy, we were very good. But the fact is that now the real question is, and that is the reason why these conferences are being arranged, that we all can, uh, talk about our great values, about great culture, about great science, our great scientist Aryabhatta doing great things, about Nagarjuna doing real wonders in field of chemistry, uh, Bodhan, doing real good calculations about even the law of gravity being given by Bhaskaracharya. So we can say all of these things, but how does that help the youth of today? We all say that we are one of the youngest nations, but when as a responsible citizen, or as a responsible policymaker, or somebody like Aurobindo Society, who really care for the nation, who really want the nation to not only to be culturally and educationally, they want India to be a world leader, but they do want that the entire world should benefit, the entire transformation should happen in the entire world, and that should be catalyzed by India. And so we really feel that how that should be done. And now this is why these conferences are being arranged, and why we are all engaging you. Because if we are not able to provide proper solutions to our kids, our youth, so this the demographic dividend that we talk about, this can be a ticking time bomb. Because if we are not able to channelize this huge energy, so they may go in different directions, and which may be destructive for the nation. So we as collectively we seek your help, and as I always talk about this open innovation, and this is one of the best things that even the Aurobindo Society has taught me. In fact, uh, just to uh, tell some of you also, you may not be knowing, they undertook like a big exercise involving more than 2.5 million teachers, where they invited suggestions for transforming education. And this was just like a trying to make these suggestions workable, and the idea was that these suggestions would not only be used in India, they would be used worldwide, and still they are doing it. And I believe, having worked in different parts of the world, in different continents, I do believe that no government or no agency, whether it's the UNESCO or any other NGO, nobody has undertaken such a mammoth task, and the way they have been doing it, the outcomes, they have been very, it has been a very encouraging experience to learn about their outcomes. So just encouraged by that experience, we feel that this is another yagya in progress. This is another yagya that they have undertaken, because as I said, we all have been talking about the great things that India did, and the India being like a world pie in Ayurveda, India doing very good in physics, India doing very good in Jyotish, India doing very good in mathematics. But now the task is that how we bring that knowledge to our kids, and not only bring that knowledge to our kids, we can do that, but how we teach them. And then again, teaching, we can just say, okay, we make it part of our syllabus, we do this, we but then how we make them interested, and not only make them interested, how we show them that this can really transform their lives. This is something which is not only uh, being said just for the sake of doing it, but this is something that has got the power to not only change India's fortune, but change the world's fortune. For example, I've just give you some of the examples, that just from that just come to my mind. For example, there's a medical condition called psoriasis, and since I am a medicinal chemist by training, so psoriasis, there is, as far as treatment is concerned, Ayurvedic treatment is considered to be the best treatment. So this is how we can tell them this is how it helps. You must all be must be aware that consuming honey, ginger, and all these, these what we consider as the homemade remedy. But then this has been connected, and there's many generals in virology that have shown that there's a huge there's a spectra of viruses that can be that can be controlled with this for the one of the ingredient is gingerol. Gingerol, that's the oil derived from ginger. So this is how we can tell them. For example, in metallurgy, we can tell them that how those our alloys were made, how our different combinations were made, which were rust free, which were strong, and which not only have been there for ages, but even we really some of these structures, we are not sure of their exact ages, and we even cannot say that how what is their real life, because it appears that they will continue till immortality. So we just we would seek your suggestions. As I said, it's very easy to formulate a policy, very easy to make a report, and very easy to give recommendations. But the worst, I should not call it a worst part, the most difficult part is implementation. And as we all know that all the policies which are made, all the different kind of we have different recommendations are there. So they're, in a sense, they are all very good, but the fact is that when it comes to implementation, uh, we do have a real issue, and majority of these all these policies, they fail. So we have been talking, it's like a after NEP 2020, it's like almost like it will be 5 is this is the 5 years have been complete. So till now we are just searching for a very like a very practical mechanism whereby we are able to employ all these ideas and have a like a very good implementation plan. And as I said, we are looking for ahutis from all of you, and we really from I express deep core of my heart, I express my sincere gratitude to all of you for being there. And this is something very important, because once we all get together, as I said, it's all about open innovation, it's all about all the like-minded people getting together, all ideas getting together, and then there will be this manthan, and this we hopefully Amrit comes out of it. And as I said, like the zero investment, the initiative that was undertaken by Aurobindo. This is again Aurobindo is doing it, because as I keep on saying that these are like mammoth tasks, and like it's even very difficult for the government, but but there are blessed organizations like Aurobindo Society, and they have the will, they have the power, and they have the capacity, and they have all the blessings of Maharshi, and they can accomplish it. So with the request to all of you that please try to have very practical suggestions, like how we can implement it. And there's a like a because I was the other day I was talking to one of the professors, and he said like well, how do we say that this will be like a practical, or this won't be practical. So I just told him that if you feel that whatever you are professing, or whatever you are telling our students to do, or whatever the suggestions are there, if they are, if you believe, and if you strongly believe that these measures can contribute to make India great again, to make India Vishwaguru again, and these are really implementable, and it's all like by implementation I mean they are like we can just scientifically we can prove them, and they whatever measures in in all these education systems are there, we are able to follow all the standards. And if we are really able to make a contribution, so that is a litmus test. Otherwise, because there's huge like a knowledge lying over there, and uh, honestly like it's like I have honestly I can admit that we haven't been able to make much use of the vast knowledge. We, for example, we talk a lot about the Vastu Shastra, and we are and we are talking a lot about green buildings now. So I was just working on projects like this. I just went through, and all these SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals that we just started in 2015, and we said we have to accomplish these goals, and there was a lot of people were shouting all around the world that we have really found the the real targets which will do wonders in the world. So these all these ideas, they have been discussed in about thousands of years back in our texts, and they have been discussed very beautifully, and they've not only been discussed, but their ways and means have been told how we can accomplish them, and how our society can benefit. So just with this request that whatever we just focus our mind, and whatever our expertise is, we just apply our all the energies, and we really make it a point that we really want to transform the world, and we really want to make a difference. And this is unlike any other project. This is like a not only this will help us, but this is going to help the uh, complete Indian education system, and this is going to help the Indian this the and through that Indian knowledge system, we can help the entire world. And again, my best wishes to all the people who are engaged in this uh, this conduct of this session. And I strongly believe that we will have a very good reports coming out of it. And uh, I would like you, all of you, to remain in touch. And uh, as I said, as I said earlier, this is going to be a slightly long process, because we are planning to have series of events. So please remain connected, and even uh, if you feel at some point of time, that this is something we can do, this is something that can really help us, or this is something that can really make a difference. So please share with us. And uh, I remember, uh, during my days in US, President Obama, he was a he was elected as a president, and he was senator from Chicago. It was just it's the place where my school was located. And I still remember his like a speech that he had in that one of the stadiums over there, where my very close to my university. And he said, "Together we can." So I still those words still echo in my mind, and I'm very much sure that together, and we have a huge like a force behind us. And at the top of it, we have blessings of Maheshi with us. So with these words, thank you very much for your participation. And again, I apologize because I'm just normally I would have excused myself, but since, as I said, this is so close to my heart that I could not say no. And this was just to express my gratitude for all of you for your participation, and encourage you to give your best, and come out with suggestions that are very practical. With these words, I thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Um, Thank you, sir, for your inspiring us with your words and experiences. They have been of great value. So, moving forward, today we look forward to continuing our discussions, and it is my honor to hand over to our moderator Deepak to begin the session. We are confident that today's sessions will provide us with further valuable insights into the integration of IKS in education. We will begin with the panel 1, and the topic for panel 1 is NEP 2020 Experiential Learning, Competency Based Learning, and Project Based Learning through IKS.
Very good morning to all the esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, and fellow participants present here. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the first panel discussion of the day. As Vidushi has already mentioned, the topic for the first panel discussion is going to be national education policy. What are the key focus areas and the aspects, and how we can align them with the Indian knowledge system, how we can use Indian knowledge system as a tool, as a powerful tool to support what national education policy is emphasizing on. For this panel discussion, I am honored to welcome our panelists. Ms. Mamta Bisha, she is working as a professor and head of the Department of Pharmacognosy and Phytochemistry at LM College of Pharmacy. Ms. Asha Rongali, she is an assistant professor at Pandit Shivram Government Postgraduate College, Dehradun. And Dr. Suparna Sanyal Mukherjee, who is the head of the PhD cell at the CCOM Skills University. Thank you for being with us here today. I welcome you all for this panel discussion. Now, when we talk about national education policy and the shift that it is promoting or emphasizing on, the shift from rote learning to learning by doing, learning by thinking, learning through experiences, one of the key focus area that NEP 2020 talks about is the experiential learning. Right? Learning from the experiences so that the education, the learning is more meaningful, more relatable, more effective for the students. So I would like to begin with Mamta ma'am. Ma'am, to a larger extent, we all understand this need of experiential learning, but do you think that the Indian knowledge system can naturally fit with this experiential learning approach that national education policy has been emphasizing on, and how it can be fit into this experiential learning approach? Mamta ma'am? Okay, I'll pass the question to Asha ma'am. Asha ma'am, would you like to answer the question, please?
Hello, good morning to all. I am Dr. Asha Rongali, Assistant Professor, Government Degree College, Dehradun. So today's we have enlightened with Sudeep Sarkar sir about the Indian knowledge system and how it is working on from since long time. So today we are experiencing here key experiential learning, competency based learning.
Am I audible?
Yes, Mamta ma'am, you are audible
Oh,
now.
sorry. Let the other lady continue. I shall be joined.
Sure,
I mean, yeah, I was not able to unmute my phone. Yeah.
No worries, ma'am. You can
Continue,
answer the
ma'am.
question. Yes,
Continue.
ma'am. Asha ma'am, please continue.
My voice is coming?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the project-based learning through IKS in the local and national context. So I think so. Indian knowledge system is always the basis of studies for any of the discipline we thought so far. We are learning so far because every basis it's come from the Indian knowledge system, which we have learned, we have inculcated so far from our backgrounds. So the only thing today is the innovation, because without innovation no knowledge can be surpassed from one generation to another generation. Because today we think that one should be politically correct. Why? Because we have to satisfy each and everybody, because everybody is right at their places. So today it is important that we should be technically correct. Why? Because if do not we have technical in our teaching, learning, or any of the discipline whatever we are working, if we are not technically correct, then the new basis cannot be possible. We cannot connect with the person what we have learned so far in the background and what we have for the future. For for the analysis and for the rejoining of all these things, we have to be in the present time so that we can correlate, and people understand, because the newer generation are so much today sophisticated, and they don't just follow the our instructions, because they want a logical reason behind that. So we cannot surpass our knowledges in that sense as we get earlier. So today is not the time to condemn or to surpass the things that technology is not good, but the need of the hour is the we should be in present system, that whatever is so much aristocratic with the student as well. So we have the newer platform, because the NEP is allowing us not only just a rote learning, but we are also focusing on that teaching learning with newer ideas, newer bases, newer application. So they have also allowed that the 40% of the teaching should be from an online basis, and other are on the offline, and other kind of what we are having the project based learning and other competency based learning. So the project based questions allows them to expose more to the real life situation. As we know, as I thought, in school education, that is the most basic thing we got, because in our conditions, the model chart, modeling, playing, playway method, and other methods are so much intrusive that the teacher have his ability or innovative ability that make the thing interesting. And why we are so, because in school learning we have taught the teacher skill, and on the basis of teachers innovative ideas and interesting ways, the children also got focused and they got a lot of from the school education. I think that is the basis of education, because we thought that ki only learning is possible in school, because school education and college education both are different. So when we are in school education, our focus is the learning new outcomes. So as you know that Uttarakhand is also known as the first to implement the NEP 2020 in the pre-primary level and higher education. Second was Karnataka, and other are also in slowly focusing. So we are here that NEP is applied to our education system, and what we got from there, that NEP aligned curricula has focused on holistic learning. Most importantly, they have a holistic learning, all round development of the student. It's focusing. It's not only giving that homework that just I have make you learn this thing and just go learn and come out and we will have an examination. That is not the way today. So we are seeing in today's education system that they are having a choice based credit system also. They, that is for improvement of the foundational skills of the student, because when we were learning in earlier times, we used to multiply and we do it, okay, it is to be multiplied like that. But today they are learning that it is a systematic addition process. We didn't know in our time ki it is a systematic addition process and divide is the systematic subtraction process. So we just, okay, multiply is this thing, divide is this thing, and we done it and we learned it. But today they are having the why we should do this, where it is to be applied. The students are so much focused, and even I earlier taught in school also. So I feel a quite difference in those two domains, that the higher education and school education. School education is much more quite important for the student well-being and for an futuristic approach. So it is also rightly mentioned by the Arvindo that IKS is not relics. It's not only relics, but living scientific, cognitive, and consciousness based methodology that can cultivate integrity, intelligence, creativity, analytical ability, and the employability as well. Because today the education is not only limited that we're learning, we're getting, because everybody want a learning approach as well as earning approach. Because everyone, even we are in college also, there we found that students are willing to earn money as early as possible, because they want key studies is not only just reading and learning and giving examination. They want better early jump to the employability skills. So at the different, what is the difference in college and school? It is the same thing, that key learning is not only a position to learn and just to give examination, but in college we have found that the students having approach and they are losing their studies interest. Why? Because they want better earning sources. So just they don't want to depend on their parents, they don't want to depend somebody so that they get into job. So in foreign countries we have seen that students are learning as well as earning. Very small things they used to do, where that cannot be tell, but they have earning process. So similar they want thing in our country also. So we have find that in college higher education, the implementation of the NEP 2020, the employability and employability skills, it is focused on most focused, because we are in NEP 2022. So we have found a great change in last 2 years, because last 3 years it is working on several problems are also coming, that credit based system not understandable by the students, how they will occupy, what how will work, so many things. But the position is that कि students are learning that it's a skill based learning, not only learning, because skill based improvement is important for the competition as well, and for that to lead in the future earning process also. As we are conducting two of the project in our colleges, we have around 119 colleges in affiliated to our university. So it is completely segregated in all of the state. So at various places, some are remote, very remote, some are rural, urban, and various things. So every Uttarakhand is quite a different kind of state where we have a topographically, geographically differences probably, and earning basis. So we have a variety of students where we have an upper class, lower class, and below lower class. Every type of student we have. So it's our challenge that how study will be focused in our college curriculum, so students have a variety of things to do. They don't have to only focus for the studies. They have to work for their livelihood also too, and they have to work with their parents also. So it is the implementation of the Uttarakhand government that we are focusing and working over two of the projects, like Project Gaurav. The Gaurav project asks for this is related with the National Stock Exchange and the mutual fund investment and other financial awareness practices. So here we have a three kind of level 1, 2, where we have a theoretical knowledge regarding the working of the stock exchange, mutual fund and investment, other opportunities. Second level, they have an advanced level of thinking, like it's a 10 days program, 12 days program. Similarly, if they qualify for this thing, they will go for the employment. It's mean there will be a resource person from outside, from SEBI and other NSC. They have a qualified person who having a great experience regarding the working experience, regarding the working style, plus the knowledge regarding the National Stock Exchange, BSC, and other sensexes. So they got a practical knowledge and experience regarding the working
Recording in
environment.
progress.
So there are the students around every year. We focus to 100 students of our college so that we could give a practical knowledge to them. And if they selected for the examination after they conducted completed the training of two levels, then they will qualify for the employment opportunities. And few of them selected, and they are quietly working well after completing their graduation. In 3 years, we have a simultaneously employment opportunity for them also, so that this NEP curriculum, what is saying that key education and plus employability both can work out, and we were working over the skill development process also. Similarly, according to this, we have another program, that is entrepreneurship development program. That is also a national program, and here Uttarakhand government is also um, giving a quite remuneration plus as well as funding to this project, where we have again a 12 days program for the students, and they will definitely have an approach of learning skills plus employability in this also, where it's a very interesting thing that newer ideas are welcomed here. How the newer ideas will welcome that, because Uttarakhand is very different state, very various opportunities are there, slow small to large. So what we do, the ideas are welcome from the student and what they can do for the employability. We are not giving any suggestion, any idea, but we are just giving the employability skills, how to be employed, how they get a self-employed thing. So they get newer ideas, like few of the students got that millet is popular these days, so they are producing and they are want to make that thing more popular of the state, and they want to segregate to the whole country, and they used to make a smaller products. And pahari haldi, there is one turmeric that is also been recognized to the country as well, that they are also selling it at their level, but they are very small to learn, but they have ideas. So we are helping them to get their ideas into employability skills around that green tea. One is known as a green tea, but that is a Assam based. But now in Uttarakhand, there is a one local plant called, that Sison is the work. So that is a green tea, and it is very beneficial to the health. It's like a thorny plant, thorny what do you say, thorny leaves plant, which is people used to be afraid of getting in touch with that. But in their scientific nature, it is very beneficial in regarding the health aspect. So they have published it to their level, and they utilize this product for their employment opportunity, and that is awesome. People mostly appreciated their tea, and these smaller things can be appreciated, and the government is also providing around 75,000 rupees to those students whose ideas are newer, and those projects are having their great value. They find it, it can be a startup, so they are funding also, government is funding also, and few of the student has established themselves as an entrepreneur after they're completing their graduation. So I think these kind of initiatives, smaller initiatives, can make benefit to these students, where learning is not only a learning process, but because of their learning we are focusing them for their employability and earning process also. So these things are, I think, very important today, that the students approach is to be understandable, because we cannot think that if we have studied in that way and you should be, why you are not learning in that way, because they we have to think about their what we say, कि उनकी जो दिक्कतें हैं आज या उनकी परेशानियां हैं उनको हमें समझने की आवश्यकता है, बिकॉज इफ यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड दोज थिंग्स वी नेवर कम टू नो व्हाई दे आर नॉट लर्निंग इन स्कूल, they are not attending the colleges. We have found a several fall in the coming of their colleges. Why? Because they are focusing towards their earning as early as possible. So governments have to start, have to learn about that, and they are focusing for their future, and they are getting more and more opportunity. Today we are focusing also some of the other employability skills, as we found that the private colleges and other colleges having that students are having a graduation degree plus there are some employability skills ability courses also in simultaneously, so that they get benefit when they go for the employment, they have some more opportunity because of that. So that's why we are also focusing swayam portals and other vadwani and some other portals we also initiated these days, so that the final students can approach for their employability skill. I think that is, these are the best things that we are focusing, because we want ki NEP would not fail in any of the way, and we have ample of opportunity to do here, because the teachers and the professors, if they are thinking in a positive manner, then definitely the this NEP process will be benefit for the student, because that is not only rote learning, but they are focusing for the futuristic approach. I believe that is all my part. I understood, maybe understand by the all people, and if any question, please you can ask.
Thank you so much, Asha ma'am. Very valuable insights that you have shared, and it's heartening to hear that the changes are already started getting implemented as well. Um, Building on the same information that you shared, that it is very important for the students to be competent at very early stage of their even higher schools or primary grades as well. You talked about employability, you talked about learning and earning all together at simultaneously at the same time. So I'll build on the same information. I'll ask the question to Mamta ma'am. Mamta ma'am, another key focus area of National Education Policy 2020 has been building competencies in the students, making them competent, right? So this competency-based learning approach, how do you think IKS will support this approach? How do you think IKS can help build the competency in the student, and what kind of competency do you think Indian knowledge system will be able to build in the students? If you can share some examples,
Yeah.
Mamta ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. If
Yeah.
possible, I request you to please switch on your camera as well.
Uh, I'll try to, but let me continue because otherwise
Sure,
time
ma'am.
would
Sure.
get
Yes, yes.
wasted.
Please, please, ma'am.
I shall be later on.
Sure.
One thing I would like to tell about the question, your question about how to make the students competent. First of all, they should be made interested in learning, right? And that comes only when the background of the entire this thing, their own family as well as the student himself or herself, at the very I mean starting of the beginning of the schooling time, they should be a teacher, and the school atmosphere should be such that they start thinking about them as a personality, right? In I mean competence will develop unless and until they think about their own or on their own at this in the beginning itself. Like when I started my schooling, we were having a very good culture of swashray. Swashrayani, I mean, you are supposed to go to the school, have a prayer there, and then part of the portion was given us for cleaning. Then we were made to play some games in groups so that we've been able to know each other. So there only you will start learning about what all are the things which are important in life. And then a culture of working in a group. And the teachers were such that, just a minute, teachers were such that they would take interest in each and every characteristic development of a particular student, or all the students rather. We were group, just a- 1 minute. 18. Oh, 18. Yeah. So it was such a culture where overall development of the student was taken care. Now, when we talk about today's NEP policy, it is always 38. 9820. Sorry for the interruption, and there is nobody at home, so I had to this thing. Uh, so when we talk about this part of schooling, it is actually very important. These days, even homeschooling is taken care of. But I don't agree with that much, because student otherwise will not be able to learn about the culture of the society, where uh, eh, school is a place and the college is the colleges are such places where I mean, from every corner of the society, a student comes there and become a personality. And IKS, I think, has got a huge potential. I mean, it should be taken very sincerely. Indian knowledge systems, like the earlier first speaker say had told about as uh, Ayurveda. He talked about space science, astrology, and many more things. I mean, these things are very important, but that this comes later on. The first the base, I will not agree with the second speaker who said that हमें पहाड़े दिए सिखाए जाते थे 1 into 1 is equal to 1, 1 into 2 is equal to 2. That is very important, because these things are tuning our brain. They are training our brain how to calculate, not only in terms of learning maths, but in terms of going for purchasing and going for to market without calculator or a mobile phone, right? So many aspects are there which are basic aspects, and they are to be there even today. Although we have the technology, and help with the help of technology we can do that, but then basic skills are very much required to be retained by in and they should be there kept in mind all the time by a teacher. And education should be such that it enhances the capability, not in terms of getting old. See, these days students are coming with the target of getting a degree and leaving the college and going in the market, but they are not having any inside potential or directions or their own this thing. They are not trying to explore their own skills. But for such things, we have in Gujarat. I'm from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, right? We have here many policies and many NGOs working at grassroots level. Many government organizations like KCG, Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, then iHub, then at every, I mean, most of the institutes they have in a, I think, innovation cell where science is being explored. And basically, I am I mean, professor of pharmacognosy and phytochemistry, which actually is a science behind the natural products, that is plant drugs. The second speaker said something about Uttarakhand's one of the important plant drug, and that is now being explored. Then she talked about black ginger, the ginger from Uttarakhand and the other regions of Himalaya. So these are new innovation. I mean, these are the scopes where one my subject goes and works and gives science behind that. But then the thing is, students are not aware about such things, and there are many policies of from the government where these things are explored at larger scale. Like government here is having many areas like SSIP, student startup innovation policy, where the grants would be given to a students. Their innovative ideas from the students will be called for twice or thrice in a year in the institute which is enrolled for the SSIP, and they will be asking to uh, uh, present their ideas in front of experts. and the experts will be choosing the right kind of innovation proposed by a student, and then up to 2 lakhs or sometimes more than that is allotted to a student directly into his account, and he has to go. He can continue. He can go for the project. The things when finished, he will have to present that project in front of the committee, and then he will be going in the with the new innovation. He can start his own business also, or he can share that thing with the he can sell the technology to the other who are there, already there in the market. So many things are there done by the government, but then uh, awareness regarding such things is less. So I think that should be more targeted, that awareness. One more thing I would like to tell you is a skill based program should be run, given more importance, because when a child comes in the family, he's been told that you will become engineer or a doctor or something like that. But everybody and anybody will, if they everybody will be like targeted towards going to medicine or engineering or pharmacy or maybe architecture, I think we will be having nobody would be actually having direct skills, practical skills, right? Like we should be giving them knowledge about, like earlier in the society there was like दर्जी का बेटा दर्जी बनेगा, सोनी का बेटा सोनार बनेगा. ऐसा नहीं, I don't say that, but then be there should be courses where this kind of skill based programs should be run. The student should be made expert into that particular field, and he can have a business, because these things are very much lacking in India. We are going towards westernized culture where everything, a person who is living in the western country must be knowing the pain of doing everything on his own, right? So I think even cooking, this kind of earlier we used to have home science colleges. Now these days those things have disappeared, and even if they are there, people are not interested, right? So then art schools, dancing schools. We here in Gujarat have a very good a big university, Gujarat University, where they have School of Performing Arts, which teaches skills in various dance forms and art forms. So this kind of thing should be there, so that the skill of a person who is interested into that particular activity is developed, and he can start exploring the field like anything. And it's very important for them to learn such things, so that there won't be vacuum in one in these areas where people are required, and only degrees are targeted, and degrees are not giving them highly paid jobs. They have to go for one basic degree, then master's degree, and then further more. And mostly we target that, yeah, this degree is important in, like say for example in our case, like pharmacy usually students take when they don't get in the medicine, and when they come first once in the pharmacy, they will target US or maybe UK or maybe Australia. Why? Because they there will go and get the highly paid jobs. And here we all the time think that, yeah, the we should be targeting the syllabus and all those things, targeting the other countries and not our country, where this uh, pharmacists who are getting the degree are very much required to contribute towards the society. Like pharmacy store is not considered as a pharmacy store, it is considered as a provisional store only. Anybody and everybody can get a drug without prescription. So these things are to be taken care of. And a person, when he comes out from an institute, should be very much confident, and for that multiple programs are to be arranged and organized by his institute, by the university, and that has been done regularly in our area. At least we are fortunate to be there here, like I'm fortunate to be there with that my institute, as well as in the area where I live in. Good, with the best part of India is Gujarat, I suppose. So I mean, that is what I think. Rest what I would like to say is, a person when he enters into a school, college, is these days when we see the self finance institutes, they are not having anything in their mind except for the name of the degree, that he has entered into the B Farm or BSc or a BA college. They are brought by the people who are running those institutes, and there are many yeah, I would appreciate one thing from the government side, and that is there are many I mean, I mean, you can say policies of the government where these students get fees also paid by the government, but because of this, students are coming to the college, but their schooling is so very, I mean, crude, that they are not able to get into the science or into the field where they have taken admission. So these things have to be taken care of very hugely. As I told you, in Gujarat we have KCG, Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, that also works in a very good direction. iHub also is working in a very good direction. That is again, uh, these agencies, they get the innovative ideas from variety of facets of science, arts, and other things, and they try to help them out. I mean, they even have the mentors also, and there are many other NGOs also which are working in this direction. And let's see what we further can do as an educator. But then I firmly believe that skill based programs should be given more important, and in the syllabus also we have the inclusion of this kind of uh, skill based training. The students are supposed to have the practice school learning, wherein they are given the projects which are based on industrial ideas, and they try to go for the training also at the industries. They try to develop some application softwares also, although they are pharmacy students or engineering students or the other students. But then the thing is, only thing which matters is they should be coming, I mean, given the targets, they should be following the timeline given, and that sometimes goes missing because of lack of facility at the that particular institute. Because the idea of this self-finance colleges and all those which are many sprouting like anything, there the students are not given that you can say mentors are lacking because of lack of available uh, you can say knowledgeable personalities of that particular area. So these things matters a lot. But one thing I would appreciate is like for this your society also, which is doing many activities for the societal benefits, that should continue, and on the ground level basis only they should be started, and something has to be done to make the generation know how to give, not how to get. How to give, when they will learn it, the society will become really very good. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Mamta ma'am. That was very insightful. The significance of the awareness of the background, and which will make the subject more interesting, the education more interesting, the learning more interesting, and hence the competencies can also be built in the students. And the focus should be on the skill-based program, as Mamta ma'am has mentioned. Now, building on the same discussion, I would like to now come to Dr. Suparna. Ma'am, Mamta ma'am touched upon the importance and the significance of the local context, the relatable context. How do you think can the teacher integrate some of the local context stories or in any other form in their projects or in their activities? How can they be aligned with the teachers' practices or methodologies which they are using in their classroom?
Yes, very good. Thank you very much for giving
You
me
can
such an
mute my video, I
opportunity.
mean, this thing.
Uh, no, it is not unmuted. I'm not mute.
No, no, I'm
Yeah,
telling
yes,
you.
Suparna ma'am, please,
I'm
please
telling
go
the
ahead.
moderator, please unmute my mic. Mute my mic.
Okay, thank you. This is Dr. Shuparna Shanal Mukherjee from CCOM Skills University. I'm the Associate Professor and HOD of Education and Social Sciences and former head PhD cell and academic coordinator of the same institution. This is today's is the 2020 policy. Before 2020 policy, there is two educational policy like 1968 and 1986, which has been encourage and the educational process, education for all. They have been explored the so many educational aspects in the especially the school curriculum, college curriculum, and university. But 2020 policy is totally different from the other two. Why? Because here it has been emphasizing on the globalization of education. In case of the globalization of education, we are also depending upon the project-based learning, then competency-based learning, then the experimental learning, work experiments, and methodology orientation, which are also emphasizing for that. On the basis of this methodology, the educational training and educational teaching learning process, which has been exploring in the curriculum system, like the competency, so they can do by themselves. The students can perform by themselves. It is not a memorizing only; it is a practical based learning. We have seen in the memorization, so they can learn, they can make it learn, and they can just get it in the examination, and they are getting the degrees and diplomas. But now it is the wisdom oriented. So you have to learn, and the teaching learning process has to inculcate and has to develop the system orientation. That means methodology based orientation. How the people can interest in their curriculum system. So one is the very good for the science. Another one is the arts, maybe the history, geography, education, whatever the subject they have been interest. But the methodology orientation also inculcate the interest among the students. So with the students, if we can counsel from the grassroots level, so they can develop their educational process from the long-term basis. And when they can learn it, that means if it is their interest, if the teacher can develop the interest, and they can automatically learn it by themselves. So that's why it is also important the project based learning. So they have to do the assignment. Those assignment they should learn the how to do the assignment, what is the field work. So they must know they should go to the field visit, and where they can interact with the people. So there is the the real life learning. That means when they are distressing, when their people are suffering from any kind of poverty orientation, or the cultural based orientation, or totem taboo, whatever is there. So they have to inculcate, and they have to face the problems, how the real life problems they are suffering from. And this method, if they can develop, and this method, if they can learn it, so they can rectify themselves for their orientation and their educational process for forming and better opportunities. So this 2020 policy emphasizing that sustainable development goal 4, but we have to reach by 2047 the sustainable development goal 17, because the sustainable development goal 17 is also emphasizing to this knowledge based orientation and globalization and universalization of the education, because all should be competent enough to face the problems, the face global orientation, the cultural heritage, the Indian knowledge system develop the cultural heritage, especially the traditional knowledge system. Because if we can go to the field visit, the tribal people, the each and every community has their own identity, own tradition. So they have to important. They have to start the know the what is the tradition of Indian, because we have seen in case of this the before the continents, the 5 continents, it was the Gondwana land, and this Gondwana land was also based on the Indian tradition, that is the Gond tribe, the name of the Gondwana land, where all the continents were amalgamated with each other after the natural calamities has been destructed, and it is the different continent has been formed. But the Gondwana land is remaining same in the Indian subcontinent, and the Gond tribe, the name of the Gond tribe, it is also naming the Gondwana land. So this is our heritage. This is the Indian traditional system. This is the Indian knowledge system where we can develop, where we can foster, because there are so many Indian traditions up there, which is very important and very rich in science and technology. Because tribal art, it is technology based. This methodology, they should learn it. This methodological orientation, this competency based orientation, if they can learn, because there is a mathematical orientation, the geometric art formation, then the our several types of masjid, that means temples, churches are there, who has been following the different type multi-religion faith. There is the interfaith system, which also giving us the knowledge orientation, knowledge based system. At the same time, we can also foster the Indian tradition, like the Himalayan region, then the Himalaya to Kanyakumari. This the all are the cultural heritage we are following up on. So in this process, there is the system like the action research in methodology, the fundamental research, then the applied research. At the same time, the action research is very important for the educational methodology. And students should learn it by themselves, and they can practice it, and they can develop their competency, they can develop their experiences, they can experienced, and they can expert on the subject, and they should know the holistic approach. Just because if we are the education students should know the society orientation, the law students should know the sociology, they should know the political science. So these all are amalgamated with each other. So there is no the single domain they are emphasizing upon. The methods will be introduced to the multiple domain of the educational pattern, because multidisciplinary approach of the education is fostered through this 2020 policy. Especially the interdisciplinary system also started for education curriculum system development orientation and critical thinking process. The approach that helps to the student build up the creativity orientation, cultural awareness, sustainability, and the problem solving skills also developed through this methodological orientation. And this modern education, we have reached this artificial intelligence era. This artificial intelligence is the human innovation. So the education should be should that aspects we have to generate, and we have to foster through our social cultural traditional approaches, by which the Indian knowledge system also developed this the artificial intelligence, because we have reached to the modernity, and this modern way is also developing our Indian culture and system. We have seen in the Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya, there is a Gurukula system. This Gurukula system, each and every students know their the tradition. Each and every students are experts on the each and every activities. But here also, depending upon this 2020 policy, also emphasize the development of the each and every curriculum process. So students are not being a single method orientation. It is a multidisciplinary based orientation and interdisciplinary based orientation. They also follow the hypothesis orientation. If they can develop the hypothesis, then only they can reach to their problem solving matter. So it is a very important part of this, the project based learning, competency based learning, and the learning of the experiential learning. So these are the very important part of us, where we are sustaining, and our educational process is getting more and more effective for this 2020 policy. And we are also emphasizing on this 2020 policy, where we can sustain and we can enrich our new generation for their betterment of life. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me such an opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suparna. That is very useful approach that you have highlighted, with multiple examples, like using appropriate examples in the classroom, aligning them with relevant methodologies, making them sustainable, and building the competencies in the student. So this can be a very useful suggestion and approach for the teachers who are going to integrate IKS into their classrooms. Now we can take one or two questions from the audience. So anyone from audience, if wants to ask any question, please keep it brief. We have limited time. So if you have any question, you can unmute yourself and ask.
My question is from for Suparna ma'am. Uh, Sometimes schools want to start new things, but they get overwhelmed or not figure out the initial steps. So, what can be some simple first step then they can take to integrate IKS with experiential learning and competency based learning?
If there is no such infrastructure, so first of all we can start to know the experiential learning. So if they know the name of the Aryabhatta, what is the contribution of Aryabhatta, and if we can foster this the national scholar that time, so what their contribution in the educational pattern, there is no infrastructure is needed, only the classroom teaching is also emphasizing, and inculcate the experiences and inculcate the orientation and the project and this competency that what Arjavatu has done on that time where there is no facilities were there. So we have to inculcate the and we have to make them understand and enter into their core of the heart to believe that. So if they can do it, we can also perform it. So that is the encouraging, and that is the system where we can introduce our new generation where there is no facilities over there. In case of the rural and remote sensing places, there is no internet connection. There is nothing. So, but there the education also exploring. We have seen in case of this the COVID-19 situation where there is no facilities, but the education process also continuing. So this is the encouragement, this is the system where we can enter into this 2020 policy, and 2020 policy also interact with the students, especially those who are the remote sensing places, and the teacher can go over there. If the students cannot come to the school, the school should go into them, and the community learning system should start from there, and we can encourage them for the development of their personality, because this is for the nation building. If we can reach to the students, the young generations, they are the tomorrow's fellow citizens of us, and they can develop the nation. So that's why education is very important for part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suparna ma'am. Any other question from the audience? We can take one more question. Anyone from audience, if we want to ask any question to our panelist? Okay. Mamta ma'am, just brief summarization of whatever discussion we have had. If you could conclude everything in a few words from your side on what could be the major takeaways from this discussion that we have had on the first
Can
panel
you
of
repeat
today's.
the question? My phone is had got for a
Yeah, yeah.
second disconnected.
Yes, yes. Mamta ma'am, can you please share one bigger major takeaway that we can take from the today's discussion, today's panel discussion,
Just
that
a minute.
teachers can use? Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Teachers should be aware about the students' I mean, whether what students are perceiving from their from whatever teacher is trying to give. Teachers should be giving them strong hold on the capability, their own capability, explore various fields of their choice, and choice should be not society driven or you can say colleague driven. It should be his own drive to go for how to go for his own life, his or her own life. They should be given more and more, I would say, exposure to the fields available for their area of choice, whether it is basic science or pharmacy or medicine or even arts. Art students are also, I mean, art is also very important for because art spreads our culture, right? Globally, there is a big, huge contribution of art of India, architecture of India, old architecture if we see, and even present architecture. The skills uh, is the skill based. I mean, the should be explored, and with the help of science. These days, AI is very important, right? So, application of AI is in every field should be given. The students should be given idea about should be deriving the ideas about all these opportunities available to them, because these days students are much more at advantage than we were, right? Because of availability of so many resources. Parenting also is very important. Parents are also very much aware about what is the need their own child, so they the children, right? So there are so many things which are there working. Not only education policy is going to work behind this development of India. Education policy framed, but I think contribution to from all the corners of a person surrounding him for overall development is very much required, and India should be the basic focus individual student, and then think about the developed world, right? Once that gets engrossed in the mind of a student or a person, he would be definitely a contributor towards the society. That's what my belief is. That's all.
Thank you so much, Mamta ma'am. Asha ma'am, a one-line takeaway or concluding statement for the panel? Asha ma'am,
Uh, yes, sir.
would you like to share?
Concluding,
Yes.
yeah, to conclude this very enlightened and very enhancing session of this day, and I believe that every teacher, every student are too much integrated today, and that will be most important thing of today's life. And I believe that the experiential learning is a quite learning process of the school education as well as the teaching in higher education classes. I believe all the best to all the teachers and the students.
Thank you so much, Asha ma'am. Well, this brings us to the end of panel one's discussion. We can conclude that IKS is not only about the heritage, it is a living tool for modern learning. It supports NEP's National Education Policy's call for experiential learning, competency based learning, and meaningful learning through project based learning as well. When children learn through a local context, as Suparna ma'am emphasized on, they understand their identity, they feel rooted, and they also feel connected to India's larger story. So, with this, I thank you all for being part of this important conversation. Just to let you know, the certificates will be shared to your mail IDs. It's time to invite the next moderator for the next panel discussion, Mr. Nagendra. The next topic will be the teachers' training in integration with the Indian knowledge system. Thank you so much. Hello.
Hello. Good morning, all. Welcome to our panel on NEP 2020 and teacher training for IKS integration, foundations, classroom practices, and reflective portfolios. I am happy to welcome our three panelists, Dr. Rajiv Jainji, Miss Mini Srivastava,
Hello. Good morning. Good
Thank you
morning.
Miss
so much,
Alka
sir.
Das,
यस 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 हाँ हाँ ज्वाइन कर लिया है वीडियो भी ऑन कर लिया है वीडियो भी ऑन कर लिया है आई एम जॉइनिंग ओके गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन एंड नमस्कार
जी। तो सबसे पहले सभी का स्वागत है हमारे इस पैनल डिस्कशन में। सो माय फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन, how significant or crucial is the role of teacher training for integrating IKS meaningfully with modern education? अ, अलका मैम आप म्यूट पे हैं.
We do any other moderate this panelist is there, or I shall enter in the discussion, sir? Shall I talk?
Yes. Okay.
With warm welcome and sincere gratitude to this Aurobindo Society. Let me share my perspective on this, why IKS integration and teachers' responsibility matters most in this venture, in this initiative. So teachers are the driver who will take this driving to its destination. So when a teacher has that attitude, teacher has that mindset towards one's own culture, towards one's own identity, towards the nation building, then only he has that determination to overcome all the challenges that may come in the path of integrating IKS in our overall education system. So mostly when there will be a proper mindset, when there will be a proper attitude among the teachers, then whatever be the challenges, what if the challenges may different, because the challenges comes from the parents, challenges comes from the society, when they do not realize that the intensity of integrating IKS into our curriculum, into our pedagogies, that the responsibility will be laid on the teachers to aware them, to make them sensitize what is the importance of introducing IKS to the guardians, who is the basically the main workforce representing their children. So the teachers has the responsibility of sensitizing the parents, sensitizing the peoples of the society, and then build the proper mindset, because it is right now this is become the most vital point, that we have to build proper mindset for welcoming IKS integration. So when proper mindset among the teachers will be there, then the challenges that is regarding curriculum construction, that is the challenges that is connected with pedagogical implications, the challenges of transacting the curriculum will be meet up, the strategies will be found out by the teachers themselves, and all the challenges that will be in this path of integrating IKS will be half done. I do believe that if the teacher's mindset is there, if the teachers are competent enough, if the teachers are resourceful, then this venture of integrating IKS in this NAP implementation will be much more effective. That's why I do believe that teachers training is most crucial in this venture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So my next question is for Srivastava ma'am. So we understand that we need to prepare our teachers for IKS integration in modern education. So what should be the structure of the training?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Very good morning to the chairperson, esteemed educators, and dear colleagues. Thank you so much to Sri Aurobindo Society for giving me the opportunity and a privilege to be a part of this international conference. Very happy to listen to this question, sir. I have been through many of the conferences. I think Indian knowledge system, there is a lot of lack of awareness among the people. लोगों को पता ही नहीं है कि इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम है क्या. जब NEP 2020 आया, हमने अपने करिकुलम के अंदर इंक्लूड किया इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को. People were running through a lot of hustle that what exactly the Indian knowledge system is all about. Even we were facing the same thing in the university, because when we were designing the curriculum, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम हमने बोला, नॉलेज सिस्टम मतलब इंडिया की रूट से बच्चों को जोड़ना है। तो जोड़ने के लिए हम लोगों को पता ही नहीं था कि हमें स्टार्ट कहाँ से करना है, बिकॉज हमारे को खुद को लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस थी। स्लोली एंड ग्रेजुअली इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम के ऊपर हमने कॉन्फ्रेंसेस अटेंड करी, वर्कशॉप्स अटेंड करी, सेमिनार्स अटेंड किए, बट स्टिल देयर इज अ लूप, देयर इज अ बिग गैप। आई थिंक वी एज टीचर्स फील कि जब तक हमारे को खुद को क्लैरिटी नहीं होगी, हाउ कैन वी डिलीवर? So, as a teacher of an higher educational institute, I feel there are a lot of changes which need to be incorporated. First of all, teachers should be given training, and that too free of cost, because when it comes to paying money and going for training, teachers are not teachers are not ready to do that. वो करना ही नहीं चाहते हैं, जस्ट बिकॉज उनको लगता है कि कुछ को लगता है कि हम प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी में हमारी इतनी सैलरी नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी में उनको लगता है कि वाई शुडंट गवर्नमेंट स्पॉन्सर। तो आई थिंक कुछ ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूट्स होने चाहिए, कुछ ऐसे गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसीज होनी चाहिए वेयर दे शुड बी गिवन फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट ट्रेनिंग। देन सेकेंडली, आई फील टीचर्स मस्ट फर्स्ट डेवलप अ स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन ऑफ IKS। उनको बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन की जरूरत है, बिकॉज जब हम पेडागॉजी की बात करते हैं, जब हम डिलीवर की बात करते हैं, सी देयर इज अ ह्यूज डिफरेंस बिटवीन डिमांडिंग एंड डिलीवरिंग। स्टूडेंट्स आर डिमांडिंग, but we are unable to deliver because there is lack of clarity among the teachers. तो हमारे को conceptual learning और experiential learning बच्चों को imbibe करनी पड़ेगी। For example, हमें बच्चे हमारे पास observations, हमारे साथ questions कैसे लेके आएंगे? Encourage inquiry। अब उस encourage inquiry को हमको कैसे inculcate करना है? Through storytelling, through observation, through problem solving, through we should connect traditional knowledge system। हमें अपने tradition के साथ बच्चों को जोड़ना चाहिए। अगर हम आज बात करें, हमारे बच्चे ट्रेडिशनली कनेक्टेड नहीं है, मॉडर्न कंसेप्ट्स की तरफ दे आर गोइंग, बट ट्रेडिशनली वी आर लैकिंग कहीं ना कहीं, वी आर स्लोली एंड ग्रेजुअली। सो आई थिंक वी एज टीचर्स वी शुड नर्चर द स्टूडेंट्स with a lot of care, because as these Gen Zs are growing up, they need nurturing। उनको बहुत ज्यादा नर्चरिंग और उनको बहुत ज्यादा पेशेंस के साथ we need to grow up। So I think Indian knowledge system is a very good initiative, and I believe that you people have taken a great initiative, and I think I'll also get to learn a lot from this session today. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much. Over to you,
थैंक
sir.
यू थैंक यू सो मच। तो जैसा अभी हम बात कर रहे थे, जैसा अभी अलका मैम ने भी बताया कि टीचर ट्रेनिंग बहुत ही क्रूशियल है और टीचर ट्रेनिंग होनी चाहिए, जैसा आप भी बोल रहे हैं मैम कि टीचर ट्रेनिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। कैसे की जा सकती है उसके लिए एक मेजर फैक्टर है कि फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट होनी चाहिए या उनके पास तक वो अपॉर्चुनिटी होनी चाहिए। कई बार पेड और अनपेड से पहले ये आता है कि टीचर्स को या जो करना चाहता है प्रोग्राम उसको पता ही नहीं है कि ऐसा कुछ होता भी है। तो लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट क्रूशियल पार्ट, आई थिंक सो। उसके साथ साथ वो जो सेकेंडरी है कि वो पेड है या अनपेड है। और मुझे जो एक पॉइंट लग रहा था इस पूरे जो आपने बताया, दोनों हमारे जो महानुभाव हैं, कि जो भी करने वाला है, चाहे वो टीचर है किसी भी प्राइमरी का, सेकेंडरी का, हायर स्टडीज का, अगर उनको लगेगा कि ये ट्रेनिंग या ये मॉड्यूल मेरे काम का है, मेरे किए हुए काम में कहीं कोई इससे अगर इजाफा होता है, तब मुझे लगता है कि हाँ मैं मोटिवेटेड हूँ भाई, मैं तब करूंगा। अदरवाइज तो अगर मेरे लिए नहीं है तो मैं मोटिवेटेड नहीं हूँ, फिर तो मेरी मजबूरी है तो करना है ना। तो अगर इन दो चीजों को देखें तो जैसा आपने बोला, मैंने कुछ चीजें देखी कि आपने जैसे स्टोरी टेलिंग वाला एक तरीका बताया, और साथ ही आपने बताया जिस तरीके से भी आपने पूरे करिकुलम को डिजाइन किया होगा या उस समय पे आपने चैलेंजेस फेस किए होंगे। एक जो ऑब्जर्वेशन हम जब यहाँ पे बैठे थे और इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम पे जब बात कर रहे होते हैं, तो अभी जो न्यू जो अभी करिकुलम डिजाइन हुआ है, एनसीईआरटी की न्यू टेक्स्ट बुक्स आई हैं और बहुत सारे जो उनके अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स आते हैं, तो हर जगह लिखा होता है भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा। और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को ध्यान में रखते हुए इस कहानी को जोड़ा गया है, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को ध्यान में रखते हुए इस एक्टिविटी को हमने जोड़ा है। इस तरीके की चीजें देखी गई हैं। लेकिन क्या जो टीचर है उस टीचर को ये पता है कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को ध्यान में रखते हुए चैप्टर अगर रखा गया है तो इस चैप्टर को कैसे मैं पढ़ाऊं या कैसे बच्चों तक मैं पहुंचाऊं कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का वो जो मूल था वो ना छूटे। कहानी कोई भी हो सकती है। कहानी अगर मैं नचिकेता, अगर किसी वेद की या पुराणों की या उपनिषद की कोई कहानी ले लूं, किसी महापुरुष की कहानी ले लूं, और एक तरफ मैं बोलता हूँ इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को ध्यान में रखते हुए ये शामिल की गई है आपके सिलेबस में, तो क्या उस टीचर को ये पता है कि किसी भी एक कहानी को किस तरह मैं उस इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम से जोड़ूं? नीम का पेड़ एक कहानी दे दी, तो नीम का ये पेड़ क्या सिर्फ मुझे एक पेड़ की जानकारी देना है, या मुझे ये भी बताना है कि कैसे मेरे यहाँ हजारों साल पहले भी नीम के औषधीय गुणों के विषय में जानकारी थी? कैसे मुझे ये सारी चीजों को समराइज करना है, या कैसे मुझे इंटीग्रेट करना है मेरे क्लासरूम में, और वो भी उस लेवल पे? हायर स्टडीज में तो हम बोलते हैं बच्चा खुद से बहुत रिसर्च कर लेता है, बट स्पेशली इन फाउंडेशनल स्टेज या ग्रेड 3, 4, 5 में, जहां बच्चे को ये भी नहीं पता कि पढ़ना है, वहां पे, क्योंकि बेस तो वहीं से बनना है, तो वो जो टीचर है, उस टीचर की ट्रेनिंग का एक हिस्सा ये हो सकता है कि पहले उसको अवेयर किया जाए, फिर उसको वो ट्रेनिंग दी जाए। आपके हिसाब से एक ट्रेनिंग का स्ट्रक्चर जो है वो कैसा होना चाहिए इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम से? टीचर को पहले मैं अवेयर कर पाऊं, क्योंकि आपने खुद से पूरा एक वो स्ट्रक्चर जाना है, समझा है। और तो मेरा सवाल है, क्योंकि इस शुरू आपने ही किया था, तो पहले मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे ही, श्रीवास्तव मैम, कि आप ही जवाब दें, और फिर अलका मैम, फिर आप इसके विषय में थोड़ा सा बताएं कि मैं टीचर के लिए किस तरीके से ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल्स डिजाइन कर सकता हूं, या कैसे इस बारे में आगे सोच सकता हूं कि टीचर को अवेयर करना है। क्योंकि आप या मैं या कोई एक इंडिविजुअल पूरे स्टूडेंट्स को तो नहीं, सबसे बड़ा स्टेक होल्डर कौन है? सबसे बड़ा स्टेक होल्डर तो टीचर है जो वहां क्लासरूम में है। तो मैं उस टीचर को कैसे अवेयर कर दूं कि इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम ये है, और अपने सिलेबस को, अपने स्टूडेंट्स को कैसे वहां तक लेके जाएं? तो कैसा एक ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल होना चाहिए? ऑल्दो ये क्योंकि क्वेश्चन डिस्कशन के लिए है, तो इसका कोई एक फिक्स आंसर ना भी हो शायद, लेकिन वी कैन डिस्कस, है ना? तो कैसे हम टीचर्स तक ये इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को पहुंचा सकते हैं? क्या चीजें उनको हेल्प कर सकती हैं इसको समझने के लिए?
Thank you
जी
so much for giving me the opportunity, sir.
जी।
हम खुद इस पे बहुत ज्यादा काम कर रहे हैं और बहुत सारी तकलीफें, एवरी डे वी आर फेसिंग चैलेंजेस, क्योंकि हम डायरेक्टली स्टूडेंट के साथ डील कर रहे हैं, आप हमारे साथ डील कर रहे हैं, बट हम स्टूडेंट के साथ डील कर रहे हैं।
ऑफ कोर्स।
आपके स्टेक होल्डर्स हम हैं और हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं।
ऑफ
तो
कोर्स।
जब हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स को देखते हैं, जब हम उनके साथ इंटरेक्ट करते हैं, हम फील करते हैं कि ये जो गैप है ना, ये गैप क्योंकि टीचर ना बच्चे के दिमाग के साथ कनेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहा। तो ये अब हमें कुछ ना कुछ ऐसे सेशंस करने पड़ेंगे जहां पे हम टीचर्स के लिए या तो कंपलसरी करें कि टीचर्स हैव टू सी, व्हेन यू मेक इट कंपलसरी, मे बी देयर विल बी फ्यू टीचर्स जो ज्वाइन करेंगे, सुनेंगे नहीं, लॉग इन करके छोड़ देंगे। तो आई बिलीव ऑफलाइन सेशंस आप हर स्कूल हर कॉलेज के अंदर जाके, जहां पे आप वन ऑन वन इंटरेक्शन करें टीचर्स के साथ, जहां पे आपका आई कांटेक्ट हो, आप उनकी फीलिंग्स को समझ पाए कि हाउ यू आर बीइंग, बिकॉज जब आपका कन्वर्सेशन होगा, जब आप अपनी टीचिंग को एक अच्छे ढंग से डिलीवर कर पाएंगे, तो वो इंटरेक्शन जो होगा उसका आउटकम हमेशा बेटर होगा। तो आप एक डेमोग्राफिक प्रोफाइल बनाइए कि हमें इतनी एज ग्रुप के टीचर्स को, या जो प्राइमरी स्कूल के टीचर्स हैं उनके लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं, कैसे वो बच्चों के दिमाग को क्लिक कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि दे आर डीलिंग विद स्मॉल किड्स। अगर हम इंटरमीडिएट एजुकेशन लेवल के लिए जाते हैं, दोस टीचर्स आर डीलिंग विद अ डिफरेंट क्राउड। तो आपको अलग अलग मॉड्यूल अलग अलग स्ट्रक्चर के हिसाब से डिजाइन करना चाहिए। और मेरे हिसाब से हर स्कूल के अंदर, हर कॉलेज के अंदर आपको जाके ऑफलाइन सेशंस डिजाइन करने चाहिए, ऑफलाइन सेशंस लेने चाहिए। बिकॉज IKS की क्लैरिटी इतने समय के बाद भी हम कहें कि हम एक्सपर्ट हो चुके हैं, तो ऐसा नहीं है सर। हम भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, हम भी अभी आज तक सीख रहे हैं और आगे भी सीखते रहेंगे। इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम इज वेरी वास्ट, वी हैव ह्यूज थिंग्स टू लर्न। तो आप ऐसा करिए कि आप टीचर्स को जाके कनेक्ट करिए पर्सनली, बिकॉज ऑनलाइन सेशंस इतने इफेक्टिव होते हैं कई बार, बिकॉज टीचर्स के साथ अगर आप डिलीवर करें 100% क्राउड को, तो आई थिंक ऑनलाइन सेशंस के अंदर 60% क्राउड को आप डिलीवर कर पाएंगे, 40% फिर भी कहीं ना कहीं लेट बैक रह जाएगा, बिकॉज टीचर्स की प्रायोरिटी, बिकॉज अभी खाली टीचर्स नॉट जस्ट टीचिंग, दे आर
Yeah, of course, they
मल्टीटास्किंग।
are
उनको
multitask.
बहुत सारे काम और भी कहे जाते हैं, उनको और भी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं आने के अलावा। ऑफलाइन सेशंस विल वर्क आउट, मतलब अवेयरनेस इज वेरी मच इम्पोर्टेंट। दिस इज व्हाट आई बिलीव। ओवर टू यू।
Okay, thank you, thank you. Alka ma'am.
Yes, yes, I am here.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So we are discussing on that how what should be the structure of a training for the teachers, how the
Yes.
teachers can integrate IKS in their daily classroom.
Okay, sir. And first of all, thank you, sir. And also thanks to Srivastava ma'am also, because ma'am has put forward some evidences that is sir from ma'am's personal experiences. And what I do believe that the inputs ma'am has forwarded, on the basis of that, what I can say, as ma'am has said, we can go as per stage: primary level, secondary level, and higher education level. Yes, in higher education level, I have personal experiences of gaining such types of training that has been provided by this Madan Mohan Malabha mission. And we have got training here in this free of cost. And we have also got the different online and offline training also that has been made free of cost here. And what I observed that in particular domain, teachers has transformed them towards integrating IKS, but at school level, I am agree with ma'am that at school levels, teachers are not much more aware or sensitized enough about the gravity of integrating IKS in our classrooms or in our lesson plans or in our content delivery system. So here in this, what I do believe that that there must be a policy that in the NISTA program that is meant for the teachers, the professional development. In NISTA training, yes, there is incorporation ICAS, incorporation of ICAS elements are there, but focus must be on stage-wise incorporation of ICAS and about its necessity of implementing and incorporating. So in primary level, the pedagogical strategies that can be adopted at pre-primary and primary level is basically the pedagogies that basically focused on storytelling or reciting or something like that. So in that case, we have to provide informations in this regard about those stories like from Panchatantra and Hitupadesh, or that can give us a very much enriched experiences of value promotion or ethical consideration. So here, the teachers must be aware about those resources that are ingrained in our culture. And at the secondary level, we have to go for this transformative approach rather than additive approach. So there are different types of approaches. One is the additive approaches that can be ingrained in the curriculum, that simply adding informations from IKS-based content. And the transformative stage, in the transformative stage, what types of information can be ingrained? Like suppose ancient science concept, ancient mathematical concept, that Vedic mathematics or something like that, that can enable the teachers to transform the contents from the ancient Indian base to the modern context. And at the higher secondary and the higher education level, we can go for action-based or project-based or problem-solving type of training. So the content must also be the content that has to be incorporated in this level of training, must be such like that the teachers are enabled for go for project type of learning and problem solving or experiential basis of learning. Yes, it is. I guess always said for emphasize for experiential learning, may it be primary level, may it be secondary level, may it be higher education level. So I do believe that as our level of education requires particular pedagogical implications, so also we have to frame our curricular content in the teacher program also, so that they become first aware, as ma'am has said. I fully support that ma'am's perspective. The teachers, most of the teachers are not that much aware. And I have inquired about, though I am not dealing with the school students, I have observed and also I have inquired in many cases that teachers in the school level has not that much updated about this IKS, about its concept and importance, and the modalities, how it should be incorporated. So therefore, what I urge that as like as the higher education level, in the higher education level, lots of training programs are going on. IKS centers has been established, research activities has been going on, and curriculum framework is also going on, and the textbook preparation is also at the first after National Curriculum Framework 2023. In higher education level, I do believe that teachers are mostly aware about the IKS concepts, though the teachers are also at a loss how to ingrain these in our classroom practices. But at school level, I also agree with ma'am that much have to be done about its awareness, much have to be done about building attitude, much have to be done in skill formation, that the competencies that we have also required, as ma'am has said. Yes, it is. Sometimes seems ourselves, we feel that it becomes irrelevant to talk to this in teaching mathematics or in teaching some topics like that is much more relevant in modern sciences. So such types of challenges are there. But what I do suggest, I do believe that as per level of study, our content that is to be incorporated in the training program and how it can be delivered, such strategies need to be developed in the training programs. So this much I can share my perspective on this, sir. Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू मैम। तो अभी जितनी हमारी बात हुई टीचर ट्रेनिंग को लेके या किस तरीके से हम प्राइमरी ग्रेड के टीचर्स को ट्रेन कर सकते हैं या उनके लिए कौन सी पेडागोजी बेहतर हो सकती है, किस तरह की मेथोडोलॉजी सेकेंडरी लेवल पे या इंटरमीडिएट लेवल पे हम यूज कर सकते हैं और हायर ग्रेड में किस तरीके से कर सकते हैं। ये डिस्कशन के दौरान एक सवाल मेरे मन में और आ रहा था कि आईकेएस को जब हम इंटीग्रेट करने की बात करते हैं तो यहाँ पे हमारे पास दो पर्सपेक्टिव हमारे सामने आते हैं, दो चीजें हमारे सामने आती हैं। पहला कि मैं सिलेबस को ध्यान में रखते हुए, क्योंकि मेरा सिलेबस जो है वो आईकेएस को फोकस करते हुए भी बनाया गया है, तो एक तरीका है कि मैं सिलेबस को अच्छे से कवर कर रहा हूँ एज ए टीचर और बच्चों को आईकेएस के बारे में, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम के बारे में मैं अच्छे से समझा पा रहा हूँ, वो चीजें इनकलकेट उसमें बच्चे में कर पा रहा हूँ। वहीं पे एक दूसरा तरीका है कि मैं सिलेबस से बाहर जाके, जब मैम ने बोला हायर ग्रेड्स में वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग हो या प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग हो, इनके थ्रू जब हम बात करते हैं तो मैं कहीं ना कहीं बियॉन्ड द टेक्स्ट की बात करता हूँ, बियॉन्ड द टेक्स्ट बुक की बात करता हूँ। तो जब मैं ये सारी चीजें देख रहा हूँ तो आपके हिसाब से एक टीचर को किस तरह की, जैसे आपने कुछ एग्जांपल दिए स्टोरी टेलिंग, कुछ एग्जांपल्स दिए आपने किसी एक्टिविटी के, तो जो आज के डेट में मेरे पास में जो सिलेबस है, जो एक टीचर के टूल हो सकते हैं स्टोरीज या किसी भी तरीके से, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि आईकेएस में मुझे मेनली बच्चों को किस चीज से अवेयर करना है, मुझे टीचर्स को सबसे पहले क्या बताना चाहिए कि आईकेएस को इंटीग्रेट करना है? टीचर को ये बात पता है। अब टीचर पूछता है आईकेएस को जब इंटीग्रेट करना है तो आईकेएस को इंटीग्रेट करने से आपका मतलब क्या है? क्या मुझे ये बताना है कि भारत की ये 1000 साल पहले की कहानी है? क्या आपको ये बताना है कि भारत में देखो ये जो परंपरा है ये बहुत पुरानी है, देखो ये हमें पहले से पता था? वो टीचर को मैं किस तरह की चीजें सजेस्ट कर सकता हूँ या एज ए टीचर मैं जब क्लासरूम में हूं तो मुझे किस चीज पे फोकस करना चाहिए, मैं किस चीज को ध्यान में रखूं?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So, as I have said earlier here, beyond additive approach, that means just mentioning the information. What as a teacher, I am sharing this experience when I am from education discipline. When particularly when the new batch comes, when simply the new classes are introduced, when the higher class in the university level, in the college level, I simply ask them, what is education? Give me some definitions of education. their outright mention about the definitions given by Plato or Aristotle, and hardly goes for definition given by, yes, it is. Mahatma Gandhi's definition is mostly accepted by the students, but rarely talked about Aurobindo, Maharishi Aurobindo, rarely talked about Swami Vivekananda or Rabindranath Tagore. And when I inquire about that, they become at a loss, and that is also at the higher studies level. So still there is need to add information. That means that vacuum that is there. When I talked about the different perspective of Indian rishis and manishis, Indian thought practitioners, then they do realize. That means there is still scope of adding information to that. And keeping it focused on the syllabus completion and keeping it relevant with the present topic of discussion. Here, I have talking that I was talking about additive approach and transforming approach. Now, at that phase, we can go for integrating approach. And integrating approach, as this much we cannot, we are not in a position to explore every component still now. IKS is still systematizing. That means the IKS components that has to be incorporated in the system, in the curriculum, must be evidence-based, must be systematized. That's why with relevance to every component of present-day context, we may not have such types of ideas, such types of content in IKS-based context. But still, we can try for integrating this indigenous wisdom with modern advancement. Suppose in that case, we can go also for, as in IKS, it says that ecological inputs from IKS is much more. And then different farming types, farming strategies are there, which are making a success story. I can refer different types of success stories that are going on right now in Northeast. I am from Northeast, I am from Assam here. And also I have this privilege here to share some good experiences from Northeast that has been there in after implementation of these strategies. What success stories can be shared with you that in Assam, lots of regional in mother tongues are there. And in Assam, mother tongues, 21 mother tongues has been used for delivering these types of, these syllabuses are prepared, curriculum, textbooks are prepared. And as a result of which, the dropout rates has been stopped. And the adoption of this is evidence-based. I am talking, though I am not mentioning the right percentage here, but it is, the findings are evidence-based, and the students' retention percentage has also been enhanced by 25%. And as like as that, in Meghalaya also, in 3 districts, such different languages are adopted in the course contents. And in Arunachal Pradesh also, such ventures has been initiated to promote the languages. That means in primary, pre-primary levels, languages are ingrained. And as you have said, how I can complete the syllabus, how I can make it relevant. In Arunachal Pradesh, there is Apatani tribe. They have one kind of cultivation where paddy fields are there and water is there, and the fish farming is also goes hand in hand. And these types of practices can make the students aware about those in these indigenous practices. And here also, in Meghalaya also, there are different guppas, lots of thousands of guppas that are considered as religious sites. And these guppas also maintain some biodiversity potentials. And if we are learning, if we are teaching about biodiversity, we can mention, we can refer to that resources also. In Assam and in entire Northeast, there are lots of species of orchid. There are orchid, this garden, orchid farming, and it is, and all these are developed following the ecological strategies. And these strategies are coming right now. Now, these are strategies that are developing, that are gaining focus right at this period only. When we become aware about the IKS, we are trying to explore all those strategies that are practiced throughout the years. In Mizoram, there are Zoom cultivation. So when we taught geography, when we can go for discussing about science or about agriculture or about farming, previously this Zoom cultivation was not that much accepted as scientific. But right now, after a study findings by IISC, it is found that Zoom cultivations develop much more species of plant than the one-time crop rearsal. So such types of practices, such types of, and in also in Arunachal, and in entire Northeast, actually entire India, there are some traditional this health cure system. These are also be ingrained in our curriculum, and I think it will not go for curricular load. We can visually, if we have that opportunity to go for field trips or field study, if not, right now we can take the help of this digital infrastructure, digital facilities. We can even tour them through digital facilities about all such aspects. These are scattered, these are spreaded all over India. So in our courses, which is related to such types of aspects, we can include definitely those aspects. It may not go, it may make the students more interested, and at the higher level, actually at the higher secondary level, we can go for action based also. We can give them activity for self-study, sadhya, that is called, so that they can reflect or they can go for problem solving, how the water management system is there, how Zoom cultivation is there, how it is water supply is maintained. So such types of activity may be connected. Yes, it is. In every subject, we may not go for such types of content, but wherever possible, the teachers must try, and it will be the teacher's competency actually, that the teachers can themselves explore what is there I can connect and what is there I can contribute. And as in says in reflective portfolio, the teacher has to do all those aspects. The teachers has to include all those aspects what the teachers can incorporate in their lesson plans. And I do think, though it will not be possible to complete the it will not be possible to incorporate every IKS content in every lesson, but wherever possible we have to search for. Thank you, sir. I think
बिल्कुल, थैंक यू सो मच। बिल्कुल, तो जो बिल्कुल आखिर में आपने बात बोली कि टीचर को इतना कॉम्पिटेंट होना चाहिए कि उसे पता हो कि कितना बच्चे को देना है, क्योंकि 100% हम आईकेएस को टीचिंग में या बच्चे तक पहुंचा दे, वो पॉसिबल नहीं है। तो जैसा अभी तक हमारा डिस्कशन चल रहा था कि स्टिल वी आर स्ट्रगलिंग कि आईकेएस क्या है, तो 100% तो अभी हम भी नहीं दे पाएंगे, लेकिन बच्चे तक कितना देना है ये टीचर की कॉम्पिटेंसी पे डिपेंडेंट है। तो इससे पहले हम आगे बढ़े, मैं चाहता हूं कि अभी तक के डिस्कशन के बेसिस पे अगर ऑडियंस में से कोई सवाल पूछना चाहता है हमारे पैनलिस्ट से। ऑडियंस में से अगर कोई सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं।
नागेंद्र जी, गुड
जी
मॉर्निंग।
जी, गुड मॉर्निंग
जी, तो मैं पैनलिस्ट से अपना एक क्वेश्चन रखना चाहूंगी। सॉरी, बेटा थोड़ा वीडियो का दिक्कत हो रहा था, इसलिए मैं कनेक्ट नहीं हो पा रही।
नहीं, चलेगा।
जी, तो क्योंकि अभी हम आईकेएस के इतने देर से बात कर रहे हैं, तो मैं ये जानना चाह रही थी कि फाउंडेशन और प्राइमरी लेवल पर अगर हम बात करें, तो आईकेएस को डेली क्लासरूम एक्टिविटीज में कैसे हम इनकॉर्पोरेट कर सकते हैं? बेसिकली अगर मैं फाउंडेशन या प्राइमरी लेवल की अगर बात करूँ, तो क्लासरूम एक्टिविटीज के थ्रू हम आईकेएस को कैसे कर सकते हैं?
ओके ओके, तो क्योंकि इसका जवाब हमारे पैनलिस्ट ही देंगे, लेकिन जितना अभी तक डिस्कशन हुआ है उसमें से कुछ जो एक दो पॉइंट मुझे याद रह गए, तो जो भी पैनलिस्ट हैं उनकी परमिशन से मैं
जी
एक दो पॉइंट बता देना चाहता हूँ। जैसा अभी
बिल्कुल।
डिस्कशन चल रहा था पलक जी कि
जी
क्लासरूम में प्राइमरी लेवल पे, सेकेंडरी लेवल पे या उससे ऊपर हायर स्टडीज में अलग अलग तरीके से हम इसको शामिल कर सकते हैं। बच्चों के लेवल पे अगर हम देखें तो स्टोरी टेलिंग एक तरीका हो सकता
जी
है। अ,
बिल्कुल।
हम किसी एक पर्टिकुलर बात को अगर हम दोहरा रहे हैं, बच्चे के सामने उसका
हम्म
अनुकरण करवा रहे हैं या रिसाइट करवा रहे हैं किसी चीज को,
हम्म
उसके थ्रू हम करवा सकते हैं।
हम्म
मैम ने एक बताया था कि हम बच्चे को किसी तरह का कोई छोटा प्रोजेक्ट अगर हम दे दें,
जी
ऑल्दो वो हायर स्टडीज के लिए उन्होंने ज्यादा मेंशन किया है, लेकिन उसको अगर हम छोटे ग्रेड में भी अप्लाई कर सकें।
जी
इसके अलावा जो साथ में है हमारे पैनलिस्ट हैं, श्रीवास्तवा
बिल्कुल
मैम है।
बिल्कुल।
इसके अलावा सीधे तौर पे मैं बोलूं, फाउंडेशनल स्टेज के टीचर को कौन सी प्रैक्टिसेस फॉलो करनी चाहिए,
हाँ
है ना?
हाँ
और
एब्सोल्युटली
जो आपका
बिल्कुल
सवाल है पलक जी, और
बिल्कुल।
अगर मैं फाउंडेशनल से थोड़ा सा ऊपर भी जाऊं,
जी
प्राइमरी या सेकेंडरी तक, कोई भी एक एक प्रैक्टिसेस जो आपको लगता है, क्योंकि आप हायर
हम्म
ग्रेड में हैं, करिकुलम बनाने का आपके पास इतना बड़ा एक्सपीरियंस है, तो हमारे लिए
जी
भी बहुत वैल्यूएबल है कि मैं सीधे तौर पे टीचर को बताऊं कि कम से कम ये प्रैक्टिस आप शुरू
हाँ
कर दीजिए, तो आईकेएस को कम से कम आप टच अप ऑन कर सकें या वो ट्रांजिशन में ला सकें।
बिल्कुल
जी।
बिल्कुल। जी
वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग पलक मैम, बहुत अच्छा
गुड
सवाल आपने
मॉर्निंग मैम।
और ये जो सवाल है ये अपने आप में बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। देखिए अभी हम क्या करते हैं जब हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे होते हैं, अब अगर आप प्राइमरी एजुकेशन की बात करें, आई एम अ पर्सन फ्रॉम हायर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट बट डीलिंग विद माय ओन किड्स लिटिल वंस। सो व्हाट वी डू इज कि हमने उनको जैसे बच्चों को कुछ ना कुछ सिखाया पूरा
हम्म
हफ्ता सिखाने के बाद आप उनसे पूछिए एंड ऑफ द वीक एवरी फ्राइडे मेक इट लास्ट लेक्चर, एक सेशन रखिए जिसके अंदर व्हाट वाज द लर्निंग, व्हाट वाज द टेक अवे, व्हाट वाज द बेस्ट थिंग डिड यू डू। एक
एब्सोल्युटली।
जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस आपने पूरे हफ्ते में करी वो क्या करी, तो उससे क्या होगा, हमारा बच्चा ना हमारी कल्चरल वैल्यूज, फॉर एग्जाम्पल उनको एक रिस्पेक्टफुल एटीट्यूड सिखाया हमने कि हमारा
हम्म
हमारा जो हिंदू धर्म ये कहता है कि हमें सबकी रिस्पेक्ट करनी चाहिए। सबसे पहले हम
हम्म
रिस्पेक्ट से सेशन से स्टार्ट करें, तो हमने उनको कुछ सिखाया, एक एक्टिविटी दी और फिर उनको एवरीडे बोला यू हैव टू मेक श्योर कुछ ना कुछ एक क्रिएटिव करना है आपको जिसके अंदर आपको ये चीज जोड़नी है। और लास्ट वीक एवरी फ्राइडे मेक श्योर कि बच्चे को कुछ इनोवेटिव कुछ दिया, कि कुछ क्रिएटिव दिया कि यू विल गेट अ चॉकलेट, जो सबसे अच्छा करेगा उसको चॉकलेट। तो बच्चे क्या करेंगे उसी चॉकलेट के लिए ना वो कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा करते चलेंगे।
बिल्कुल।
तो हम एक ये कर सकते हैं, फिर हम इनोवेटिव उनके साथ क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग हम कर सकते हैं। क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग मतलब बच्चों को बोला कि आप कुछ क्रिएटिव सोचो, व्हाट क्रिएटिव, आप उसको क्रिएटिव एक आपको एक बनानी है, मम्मी पापा या फैमिली या कुछ ऐसा कुछ इमेज बनानी है, आपको ड्राइंग करनी है और फिर उसको रिप्रेजेंट करना है। उससे क्या होगा, उनका कॉन्फिडेंस भी बढ़ेगा व्हेन दे विल कम इन फ्रंट ऑफ द सोसाइटी, बिकॉज आजकल के हमारे बच्चे जो है, बहुत सारे बच्चे फियर फैक्टर से गुजरते हैं साइकोलॉजिकली, बिकॉज पेरेंट्स, बोथ द पेरेंट्स आर वर्किंग, दे डोंट हैव टाइम टू कम्युनिकेट। तो एक दूसरे से आजकल बच्चों के पास स्क्रीन टाइम पेरेंट्स का भी बढ़ गया है, बच्चों का भी बढ़ गया है, तो वो कम्युनिकेशन गैप ऐसा हो गया है कि उनको उनको हम डीप डेप्थ ऐसे ही जान सकते हैं। उनको क्रिएटिव दिया, उनको बोला ड्रॉ समथिंग, तो वो अपनी लोनलीनेस को या अपने पैशन को या अपनी किसी ना किसी चीज को वो रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा उस पिक्चर से। तो हम उससे भी बच्चे को अपनी इंडियन नॉलेज, दिस इज जस्ट एन एग्जाम्पल, आप उसको अपने नॉलेज बेस्ड सेशन के साथ उसको वैसे भी कनेक्ट कर सकते हो। मतलब छोटे छोटे बच्चों को हम इन एक्टिविटीज के साथ जोड़ सकते हैं, उसके साथ उनकी क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग भी बढ़ेगी, ऑब्जर्वेशन स्किल्स भी बढ़ेंगी, क्योंकि बच्चा कई बार ऑब्जर्व कुछ करता है, अपना थॉट प्रोसेस कुछ बिल्डअप करता है। तो इफ वी हैव टू गेट कनेक्टेड विद दो स्टूडेंट्स वी कैन डू इट इन दिस मैनर। ओवर टू यू
ग्रेट
सर,
मैम,
थैंक यू
थैंक यू।
सो मच।
थैंक यू थैंक यू। बहुत अच्छी इसमें बात निकल के आई। जी जी, अलका मैम कुछ कह रहे हैं, प्लीज।
Yes, I do agree with this, ma'am. And what I can also add, I just want to add one more line. In classroom, there are diverse cultures in our day-to-day classrooms. So when we can have this opportunity, suppose I am observing this festival. So here there is Makar Sankranti is coming in Maharashtra, Pongal may be there. So there are lots of cultures. There are different trends of music, different dress code, different food habits. And when we can go for introducing one student, share his or her experiences, the students, the knowledge about the sensitivity about cultural diversity, the cultural enrichments of our nation. And this can also make the students much more aware about the diversity of our nation, and not to talk about the languages. The students who are in a diverse atmosphere, when they learn, they can listen lots of diverse words from different community students, from students from different community. And this may also be an informal way of introducing the students about the cultural diversity and integrity among the students, and that may also instill some national values and identity among the students. Thank you, sir. I just want to add to ma'am's point. Thank you, ma'am.
थैंक यू सो मच। तो अभी अभी हमने जिन जो पलक जी का सवाल था उस पे बात करी, और फाइनली हम इस बात पे पहुंचे कि बच्चों के पास कोई एक ऐसी एक्टिविटी होनी चाहिए या हमें एक्टिविटी करवानी चाहिए जिस पर वो रिफ्लेक्ट कर सकें, है ना। तो इससे जो सवाल निकल के आता है वो ये है कि अगर मेरे पास कोई एक एक्टिविटी होनी चाहिए जिससे बच्चा रिफ्लेक्ट कर सके, तो टीचर्स के लिए क्या रिफ्लेक्टिव एक्टिविटी हो सकती है कि वो ये टेस्ट कर पाए कि क्या वो आईकेएस को इंटीग्रेट कर पाए या नहीं। क्या इसके लिए कोई एक्टिविटी होनी चाहिए, और अगर होनी चाहिए तो वो किस पैरामीटर पे ये सोच सकते हैं कि हाँ, मेरा जो मेन मोटिव था कि मैं आईकेएस को ध्यान में रखते हुए कुछ इंटीग्रेट कर रहा हूँ। यही अगर आपका एग्जांपल ले लें कि मैंने एक स्टोरी सुनानी थी फाउंडेशनल या प्रिपरेटरी स्टेज पे, तो मैंने स्टोरी सुनाई आईकेएस को ध्यान में रख के। तो क्या आईकेएस को ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने स्टोरी सुनाई, तो टीचर उस एक्टिविटी के बाद में कैसे रिफ्लेक्ट करे कि मेरा जो मोटिव था वो पूरा हुआ। क्या इसका कोई तरीका हो सकता है?
सर साइकोमेट्रिक टेस्ट होते हैं, तो
ओके।
उसके थ्रू अभी
हाँ
बहुत सारे
हाँ,
ऑनलाइन टूल्स है
ऑफ
साइकोमेट्रिक
कोर्स।
टेस्ट के लिए।
हाँ,
तो
साइकोमेट्रिक
उससे
टेस्ट है।
उससे उससे एनालिसिस और आउटकम निकलता है। 100% नहीं निकलता, बट आप
हाँ,
बहुत सारी आउटकम्स के साथ आ जाते हैं।
ओके, ठीक है।
Shall,
और
shall I add, sir?
हाँ हाँ हाँ,
May I?
बिल्कुल मैम, आप जी,
And
आपके पास
one
ही मैं।
more point that is there. The teacher can start. Teacher can adopt one strategy to start from the easier to tougher. And if the teacher starts with easy component, that I am completing this phase in this portfolio, that I am incorporating this content, this much input, and slowly the teacher goes for the difficult or the complex concept. In that case, in complex concept, the teachers can adopt apprenticeship model. Teachers can take help of the expert from that field. Particularly, I am basically my focus is on higher level actually. The teachers can take help of those experts that is there in the locality. Suppose teacher is teaching some crafts. Suppose puppetry making. There are experts about puppetry making, puppetry sewing, or teaching through puppetry. So teachers can take the help of those experts also that is there from locality. Teachers can, so suppose teachers is discussing geometry. In that case, teachers can take help of different geometrical shapes that is used in weaving, that is there, that is suggested by different experts from that locality. So teachers can take help of this apprenticeship model also, that can enable the teachers to prepare his her portfolio in a better way, where one has to modify, when one has to what was one is strength, or what is the weaknesses, what is the limitations, what is the what is new inputs she or he can include in his her portfolio. And I think that these practices can make that activity, make the task of teaching and learning easier for the teachers. Thank you, sir. I just want to add this to ma'am's version, sir.
थैंक यू। और इस पूरे में जो एक पॉइंट मुझे ऐड करना है मेरे विचार में, मुझे लगता है कि जो साइकोमेट्रिक टेस्ट जिसकी बात आपने अभी मैम ने की है, तो साइकोमेट्रिक टेस्ट एक बड़ा प्रोसेस हो सकता है। अभी बात करते हुए मुझे ऐसे लगा कि जब टीचर क्लासरूम में होते हैं तो वो उस बच्चे के साथ इतना कनेक्टेड होते हैं कि वो उसके हर दिन का प्रोग्रेशन देख पाते हैं। मैं अगर अपने बच्चे को किसी एक कोई भी पैरामीटर, किसी भी पेड़ की विशेषता अगर मैं बता रहा हूँ, या किसी बिल्डिंग के स्ट्रक्चर या किसी मूर्ति की बनावट से लेके हमारे डांस फॉर्म से लेके कहीं तक की भी अगर मैं उसको जानकारी दे रहा हूँ, और मेरा बच्चा कल के दिन खुद से ऐसा एग्जाम्पल ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहा है या टीचर से उस बेसिस पे सवाल पूछ रहा है, तो मुझे लगता है कि वो भी एक टीचर के लिए रिफ्लेक्शन हो सकता है कि मैं
Yes,
सक्सेसफुल रहा मेरे बच्चे
definitely.
में आईकेएस को इंटीग्रेट करने में। मुझे
हाँ,
है ना?
definitely,
जी
sir.
जी जी हाँ हाँ ठीक है। तो
मॉडरेटर को एक रिक्वेस्ट है मेरी। माय फ्रेंड
जी जी
अभ्यंकर हैज जॉइंड एंड ही हैज रेज्ड हैंड। विल यू प्लीज अलाउ
विवेक
हिम?
सर, विवेक सर, श्योरली श्योरली सर, श्योरली श्योरली। विवेक सर, स्वागत है सर आपका।
विवेक अभ्यंकर,
विवेक
यू रेज
विवेक सर,
हैंड, यू हैव टू
जी
अनम्यूट,
जी जी जी
अनम्यूट करना है उसको, अनम्यूट नहीं है।
अ,
रेज्ड हैंड,
वो सर उन्हें खुद करना होगा। विवेक सर, आप सुन
इज
पा रहे
अवे।
हैं?
आई जस्ट
Am I audible? Hello.
जी जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
The question is, I got confused. I'm sorry, I am not fluent in English or Hindi, the extent you want. But the question remains, this conference seems to be on IKS rather than on education system. So there is no issue is being discussed there. It's all confusion that got into my mind.
Okay, okay. So the topic
Question
on we
is,
are discussing.
while teaching the students about IKS in the class, should it be in terms of in a subject of arts or in language or in mathematics or in science, or what subject should I deal with? Yes,
मैम आप
please.
कुछ कह रहे हैं? तो सर जिस टॉपिक पे अभी हम बात कर रहे थे, जो टॉपिक जहां से ये सारा पैनल शुरू हुआ था, दैट इज एनईपी 2020 एंड टीचर ट्रेनिंग फॉर आईकेएस इंटीग्रेशन, फाउंडेशंस,
That's true.
क्लासरूम प्रैक्टिसेस एंड रिफ्लेक्टिव पोर्टफोलियोज। जब हम इस टॉपिक पे बात कर रहे हैं तो हम क्लासरूम ट्रांजिशन की बात कर रहे हैं, फिर चाहे वो लैंग्वेज के पर्सपेक्टिव में हो, मैथ्स के पर्सपेक्टिव में हो, या किसी और सब्जेक्ट के पर्सपेक्टिव में हो। तो जो अभी तक पैनल में जितना डिस्कस हुआ है, मैं थोड़ा सा ब्रीफ में बता देना चाहता हूँ ताकि फिर हम आपके वैल्यूएबल जो इनपुट्स हैं वो ले पाएं। कि स्टोरी टेलिंग जो एग्जांपल दिया था वो लैंग्वेज के कंटेक्स्ट में हो सकता है, और इससे पहले जितने पैनल हुए थे उसमें हमें बताया गया था कि बहुत सारी हमारी जो एंशिएंट आर्ट्स होती हैं उनको हम मैथ्स के सेंस में बच्चों को समझा सकते हैं, या हमारे जो मेडिसिनल यूजेस हैं हमारे प्लांट्स के उसको हम साइंस के किसी और टॉपिक से जोड़ सकते हैं। तो जो हमारा टॉपिक है जिसपे हम अभी डिस्कस कर रहे हैं वो यही है कि हम टीचर को किस तरीके से ट्रेनिंग दें कि वो आईकेएस के किसी भी पार्ट को या आईकेएस को अपनी क्लासरूम ट्रांजिशन में शामिल कर सके। जी विवेक सर। विवेक सर आप ओके, विवेक सर, हाँ विवेक सर हैं यहाँ।
विवेक सर, विवेक प्लीज।
Am I audible again?
जी जी जी
Okay. So point is, when I deal with science, say, Can I remove Tycho Brahe and Kepler from the syllabus, or keep them parallel with our ancient rishis? I mean, existing. If I am dealing with astronomy as such subject, or mathematics for that matter, should I keep their trained of a what
विवेक सर, आपकी आवाज
वाइब्रेट हो गई?
कट गई जी।
हाँ, मेरे कहने का मतलब ये है, हेलो,
जी जी, सुन रहे हैं सर।
कि ओके, हाँ, कि आर्ट्स में अपन कुछ नहीं बोल सकते, या इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में इंडियन कंटेक्स्ट तो कुछ दे नहीं सकते। मराठी, संस्कृत और कौन सी भी भाषा, उसमें आईकेएस का कुछ चलता ही नहीं। सो ओनली एरिया दैट रिमेन्स इज मैथमेटिक्स एंड साइंस। एम आई राइट?
ओके,
एम आई राइट? हिस्ट्री में भी कुछ नहीं कर सकते। आईकेएस अगर लगाना है
ओके,
तो सिर्फ सब्जेक्ट्स, ओनली सब्जेक्ट्स आर मैथमेटिक्स एंड साइंस प्रोबेबली।
ओके,
तो उसमें भी केमिस्ट्री में कुछ ज्यादा बता नहीं सकेंगे। अल्केमिस्ट्री जो कुछ इंडियन है उसमें कुछ इतना नहीं है, उसमें फार्मूली वगैरह कुछ नहीं है, ये सब फॉरेनर्स का देन है। तो उसमें भी आईकेएस काम नहीं करेगी। सो ओनली एरिया इट रिमेन्स एस्ट्रोनॉमी और काइंड ऑफ फिजिक्स और and mathematics. Mathematics is a prime because numerical system has been developed by India and taken over by foreigners. Isn't it? All processes of adding, subtracting, multiplication, division have been given by Indian people. So वो तो अपन सीख ही रहे, मगर स्टैम्प उनका है, अपना नहीं है। समझ गए? अपने जो सिस्टम है उसमें जो न्यूमरल्स पढ़ा रहे हो वो इंग्लिश न्यूमरल्स, फॉरेन न्यूमरल्स पढ़ा रहे हो। कैन वी गेट बैक टू इंडियन न्यूमरल्स? 1 2 3 4 5 6? नहीं, इसमें अपना प्रिपेयर्ड माइंडसेट नहीं है। अनलेस एंड अनटिल वी डू दैट वी कैन नॉट प्रोग्रेस। सिमिलरली इन साइंस एज ए होल, न्यूटन का जो रूल है वो तो प्राइमरी फोकस है कि ग्रेविटी का कंसेप्ट न्यूटन ने दिया है। क्यों फल अपने यहाँ पड़ते नहीं थे? क्यों अपन पत्थर नहीं मारते थे लोगों को नहीं, पशु पक्षियों को? तो ग्रेविटी अपने को पता नहीं। अरे आई एम सॉरी, आई एम पुअर इन लैंग्वेज।
नहीं सर,
किसको मरकट बोलते हैं? उड़ के जाता है फांदी पे, चढ़ के जाता है पेड़ पे, उसको ग्रेविटी पता नहीं है। Why should we get a person like Newton for this? अर्जुन या कौन, एकलव्य ने जो बाण मारे थे कुत्ते के मुंह में, क्या उसको ग्रेविटी का पता नहीं था? द्रोणाचार्य, इनको रिमूव नहीं कर सकते। आप ही के स्टैंड में कितना भी आईकेएस प्रमोट करो, इनकी कंसेप्ट को अपन रिमूव नहीं कर सकते। साथ साथ अपने को छोटा सा बात बताना है, इतना ही अपने को फ्रीडम है सिर्फ। एंड दैट इज वेरी फीबल थिंग, वेरी फीबल। ठीक है, इतना ही बात करना चाहता था।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, थैंक यू सो मच विवेक सर। तो जो डिस्कशन चल रहा था और विवेक सर ने जो बताया उससे एक बात मुझे बोलनी है, और उसके बाद में अगर कोई पैनलिस्ट कुछ अपने विचार रखना चाहते हैं तो वो बिल्कुल रख सकते हैं। कि जो भी हमारे आज के कंटेक्स्ट में हमारे सामने, हमारे सिलेबस में, जो भी चीजें हैं, चाहे वो फॉरेन से आई हैं या कहीं से भी, तो कोई भी सब्जेक्ट किसी भी टीचर को अगर अपनी क्लास में डिलीवर करना है क्योंकि वो उसके सिलेबस का हिस्सा है, तो उनको वो करना है। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, सिलेबस में से कुछ भी रिमूव या कुछ भी ऐड हम कर रहे हैं, उसके विषय में हम फोकस में बात नहीं कर रहे, क्योंकि वो काम ऑलरेडी करिकुलम कमेटी का है, वो कर चुके हैं। उन्होंने आईकेएस को ध्यान में रखते हुए हर सब्जेक्ट में, चाहे मैं जैसे लैंग्वेज का एग्जांपल दे रहा था, तो एनसीएफ 2023 जैसा अभी दास मैम ने बताया था कि 23 जो हमारा एनसीएफ है, उसमें भी आईकेएस को ध्यान में रखते हुए कुछ चैप्टर्स को ऐड किया गया है। उन चैप्टर्स को इसीलिए किया गया है ताकि वो आईकेएस को थोड़ा सा टच अप ऑन कर सकें फाउंडेशनल स्टेज पे या सेकेंडरी स्टेज पे। तो जितना भी उस ग्रेड लेवल पे जितना बच्चों को उस नॉलेज को देना है या मैं उनको कनेक्ट कर सकूं, हम उस विषय में एक चर्चा यहाँ पे कर रहे थे। फिर भी विवेक सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जो हमारे पैनलिस्ट हैं, अगर वो कुछ इसमें ऐड करना चाहते हैं, और साथ ही साथ अगर वो ऐड करना चाहते हैं तो प्लीज आपका स्वागत है, और साथ ही साथ अगर नहीं करना चाहते हैं तो आज का जो ये पूरा सेशन था, इससे रिलेटेड वो टीचर्स को
मैं ऐड
क्या
करना
एक
चाहता हूँ, वर्णेकर, मैं ऐड
जी
करना
जी
चाहता
जी
हूँ।
चंद्रगुप्त सर
वर्णेकर
जी।
सर तो मेरा फ्रेंड है और जानते भी है, परंतु
हम्म,
उन्होंने जो बोला कि भाई साइंस में सिर्फ कुछ एक एरियाज है जिसमें इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम कंट्रीब्यूशन है, इसके लिए
बिल्कुल।
गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम ने रिसेंटली वॉल्यूम 1 इंडिया
हम्म।
कंट्रीब्यूशन टू साइंस ये अभी रिसेंटली पब्लिश किया है। घंटी मूर्ति और वेंकटरामन ये इनके एडिटर्स है, ये ऑनलाइन अवेलेबल है। इसमें केमिस्ट्री, फिजिक्स और इकोनॉमिक्स और ये सब एग्रीकल्चर साइंस, इसके ऊपर भी हमारा इंडियन नॉलेज कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या है अच्छी तरह से दिया हुआ है।
आर्किटेक्चर भी है सर,
हेलो
लॉट्स ऑफ एरियाज आर देयर सर। आई एम
हेलो
एडिंग
हेलो
टू
प्लीज प्लीज,
आई एम एडिंग टू
मेरी
दिस
बात
सर।
पूरी नहीं मेरी बात पूरी नहीं हुई है।
यस
मैं
यस सर।
ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि केवल ऐसा है कि इज नॉट रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू साइंस, वी हैव
यस
कंट्रीब्यूशन। रसायन शास्त्र है, भौतिक विज्ञान है, पदार्थ विज्ञान, पदस्य अर्थः पदार्थः। पद जो शब्द तैयार होने के बाद उसके बाद में वस्तु तैयार हुई, ये अपना कॉन्सेप्ट है। इतने बेसिक कंसेप्ट इसमें है। और ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अभी डिपार्टमेंट हुआ है, अभी आईकेएस हैज बिकम ए डिपार्टमेंट अंडर द एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट। तो उन्होंने एक फर्स्ट वॉल्यूम वॉल्यूम आई थिंक इट इज 15 डेज पहले आया हुआ है, उसमें सब कंट्रीब्यूशन वॉल्यूम 1 है ये, इसमें सिर्फ एक है। पर वी गेट अर्थशास्त्र में हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन तो एक्सलेंट है, पर उसको मॉडर्न टर्म्स में कैसा लाना और मॉडर्न एरिया ईयर में कैसा उसमें इंट्रोड्यूस करना, ये उसको थोड़ा सा हम ध्यान रखेंगे। और इट इज नॉट रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू एनी जस्ट फिजिक्स और लाइक दिस। केमिस्ट्री
एनी
में है,
स्पेसिफिक सब्जेक्ट।
सभी ब्रांचेस में है, जियोलॉजी में है, ज्योमेट्री, ये सब इसमें है। ये सब
सब
कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन
इसमें।
इतने बताऊँ। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू,
सर।
थैंक यू सर।
Yeah, yes, sir. I would also like to add to Sir's comment that it cannot be restricted to only science and mathematics, because in literature, in language, Panini's Bekarana, we do know very well. And in the thought practices, in philosophical thought practices also, as I have said earlier, education is an important process. We are not looking it as a subject, but it is a process. And how this process need to be perceived, it has strong footing in our Indian thought practices, that is orthodox and heterodox thought practices. And accordingly, and most of the students do not even know about all these things. And if we have to incorporate a bit of information in our context, in our contents, then the students must be aware about those facts, because the students as well as we teachers too do not know lots of information regarding Indian contributions to the human civilization. And if we incorporate few inputs on these contents or in the syllabuses and in the textbooks, in the medium of stories or in the medium through video clips, I think it will not be overloaded. The curriculum will not be overloaded, and the students, the next generations will be much more aware about the Indian contributions. They will be the target of NEP 2020 to make us pride about our civilizations must be fulfilled. I do believe like that way. And thank you, sir, for giving the new information that I personally had this information that IKS volumes has been published. I have not that information earlier. And thank you taking time. And thank you for everyone, all the experts here, Burma ma'am, and the moderator sir also for giving me this opportunity to share my bit of experiences. And I am enriched through these sessions, through the interaction process. Thank you once again.
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू अलका मैम, थैंक यू मिनी श्रीवास्तव मैम, चंद्रगुप्त सर आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और विवेक सर थैंक यू, पलक जी धन्यवाद आपका बहुत बहुत। तो इसी के साथ इस सेशन को यहीं विराम देते हैं। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जी जी, धन्यवाद धन्यवाद। और अभी लंच है, तो बाकी जितने भी जुड़े हुए हैं, तो लंच के बाद लगभग 1 सवा 1 बजे हम फिर से मिलते हैं। हाँ, 1 बजे हम फिर से सेशन में जुड़ेंगे, ठीक है? तो सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जो हमारे साथ अभी पैनल में जुड़े हुए थे। थैंक यू सो मच।
आगे yes. Okay. तो मेरा आवाज आ रहा है क्या? हेलो am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice. Thank you.
वो जो नितिन से भेजे नहीं थे व्हाट्सएप में ढूंढ रहा था उसमें एसएस वाले में। हाँ इसी में।
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to panelists and all the participants who joined. myself Rajiv from Sri Aurobindo Society, and today we assembled here, for the discussion of IKS in the classroom. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for the discussion of IKS in the classroom. And I would like to welcome all the panelists who is with me to discuss. Professor R.K. Pandey from IIT Delhi, Professor Kishore Nangnath Rao Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose College, Nanded, Dr. Mani Raju Naidu Velamudi, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Computer Science and Engineering, Koneru Lakshmya Education Foundation, Hyderabad, Chairperson, ACM Hyderabad, Rekin Professor Chapter. Professor Vidyadhar Vaidya, Professor Anand, Agriculture University. So, sir, I would like to welcome you all, and thanks to join this, session. And so, let me know if we can start now.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to ask, means if you can share your experiences of how you implemented IKS classroom, whether through the digital platform or through AI. Means what kind of, if you can share your experience, to start discussion with that.
Yes, sir. Shall I start?
Yeah, please, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon to the distinguished dignitaries and my dear fellow panelists, faculty members, and my dear participants. Myself, Dr. Muniraj Naidu from Koneru Lakshmi Education Foundation, Hyderabad. It is a privilege to be a part of this important discussions on innovation and technology for IKS classrooms. So, tools, safety, and responsible use of technology and AI. So, particularly we need to concentrate on technology and AI. So, according to the NEP National Education Policy 2020 envisions on education system that is rooted in India's ethos while being forward looking and multidisciplinary. IKS Indian knowledge systems are not just a reflection of our past, they are living, dynamic knowledge traditions that have contributed significantly to various fields like mathematics, science, medicine, and sustainable living. So, today, particularly while a vast improvement in the technology, especially AI, offers us powerful tools to preserve, visualize, and disseminate IKS in such a way that we are previously unimaginable. So we need some AI assisted translations and immersive learning environment that can make IKS classrooms more engaging, particularly experiential and accessible to the contemporary learners. So, as an educator, our responsibility is to ensure that technology serves knowledge, not overshadows. So, I look forward to meaningful exchange of ideas. How can we responsible integrate technology to the AI to create IKS classrooms that are innovative, ethical, and future ready? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Sir Rakesh Pandey, if you can share your innovations or implementations you have done. Sir, you are mute actually.
Unmute. Yes.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please.
I would first like to make a correction in the announcement that you made for me. I've done my MTech from IIT Delhi, but right now I'm teaching in Kirodimal College, and I teach
Oh,
physics over there.
I'm very sorry for that. Then
No, it's all right.
apologize.
I generally teach physics, but to introduce students to the IKS in physics, we have a limited kind of exposure in that. So the possibilities that we have, we generally discuss. I generally discuss in my classroom that why, how this whole education system started projecting our earlier knowledge as very rudimentary or very backward kind of a thing. So I generally involve students into this kind of a discussion in which the scientific attitude itself was sold like opposite to what we had in our traditional knowledge. Okay, we were told that our knowledge was not scientific in nature. So I generally put so much of attention on this fact that students should realize that we were scientific in our attitude. We were not only scientific in our scientific explorations, but even in religion also we were scientific in our explorations. Okay, we took all these studies in a scientific manner. Okay, and science says what? It is basically that we should be ready to make amendments. We should be ready to make changes in our thoughts, and that is what our traditional Indian thought and Indian knowledge system has in the basic values. Okay, so I generally involve students in that kind of a I generally teach quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics does give this much of scope that the science itself had a change in its attitude towards understanding the universe when quantum mechanics came. Okay, earlier it was, the scientists thought that the whole universe is deterministic in nature, but with quantum mechanics, when quantum mechanics came, the science also realized that it's not deterministic, it's probabilistic in nature. Okay, so the language of probability also started coming in the language of science after quantum mechanics came, and this was basically the main weapon that probably the Britishers or the colonial they used in order to brand our traditional knowledge as unscientific, because we generally talked of many things which was probabilistic in nature, and but it was branded like that. And since it is probabilistic, since it is not 100% reproducible, so your knowledge is very rudimentary. So that is what I like the students to realize, that initially science also started with something, but that has changed, and it has come to an area, an attitude where our traditional Indian knowledge also coincides, gets synchronized with the concept of science. And this is what I generally start with discussion. Even in quantum mechanics, I start with a discussion on scientific attitude. And I say that scientific attitude, generally it is believed that asking questions is what gives you the scientific attitude. But I argue that no, asking question is very reflexive kind of a thing for human beings, but finding solutions is what is the scientific attitude. And that I try to, because there is a tendency in many of the colleges where people are taught, that students are taught that if you have asked question, you are scientific in nature. So students think that asking questions is the responsibility, that their responsibility gets over.
But scientific attitude does not mean that only asking question is your responsibility. The responsibility lies in finding solutions. And our Indian knowledge system gives that perspective only, that finding solution is the basic motive of study, basic aim of study, basic objective study. That had got shifted, and because of this only we saw that many institutions like JNU also, the students put more attention on asking questions only, which led to anarchy rather than solution-oriented society. So I generally make students aware of these facts and ask them to put more attention on finding the solutions. And I generally give the example of there are many examples in which there are cases, just like the case of Ramanujan, who used to give theorem without the basic proof of those theorems. Okay, and this also has been put against our Indian knowledge system, because our knowledge system has given many theorems, many shlokas, in which how did they achieve that shlokas have not been documented probably, but there must be some way of coming to the solution without going through the same procedure that the modern science goes through. So I generally give this kind of an example also, that there were some ways in our Indian knowledge system where we used to, through dhyan or through meditation, that we used to come to a solution without going through the experimentation process, falsification and rejection process. And without that, we used to come to the solution. So these are the aspects that I generally discuss in my classroom, and students do appreciate that, and they start thinking in those terms also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to ask Vaidya, sir, to say something what he has done.
Good afternoon to all. It is my privilege to join this very prestigious panel to discuss about the IKS, how
Sir,
we
your
can
voice is...
integrate IKS with the classroom. Now, I have done a lot of research in ancient sciences, and I found that it is quite interesting, because though I am a student of modern mythology, that is Mausam Vigyan, but I got interested in 1994 when I met one person, and who really drove me into this field. And final culmination of my pursuit of this study in my PhD topic, which is related to ancient science. And I could do that in October 2020. So my experience is that we have to search the roots of all scientific streams into our ancient wisdom. That study we can do as a teacher. We have to understand it, and some part of this modern science need to be searched in the ancient roots. And the scientific temperament, what we learned in the modern education system, that was prevalent in our ancient tradition, because all your scriptures or all your literature, you will find it in a conversation way. Somebody asks something, and the Guru or Rishi or Bhagwan, they used to answer it. Whole Bhagavad Gita based on that. So similarly, nowadays when we go to classroom, many students didn't ask any question. Though we lecture them for 40-45 minutes, last 10-15 minutes we reserved it for interaction. But many students, they don't want to ask any question, because from childhood, our parents or the primary teachers or whatever, they may not know the answers to those questions. So they don't answer to them, and they just suppress the thing, the curiosity. For science, basic curiosity needs to be there, and why it is happened, when it is happened, how it is happened, what is the reason. See, all these W's that need to be inculcated in the minds of students, and that practice from school days. That is necessary. I will share one of my experience that recently I attended one session at IIT Bombay. The students were selected in a competitive exam that we integrate IKS with this current syllabus. So all students from all over India, they were there around 60 or 70 students. And for every whatever topic lecturer is giving in that, even IIT director also, they don't fear to ask any question. They immediately raise their hand and they used to ask the question. That kind of thing we should inculcate on the minds of students. And for that, we have to emphasize more on the our ancient wisdom, that how it progressed. And we have to show them how the ancient scriptures or principles given in that those things, that in modern terms also they are applicable. We have to give current example, not only that oh scripture में लिखा है वैसे ही हम करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं. Present day also the problem can be solved or solution can be found out. In my PhD work also, I was wondered at some 1500 years ago how the Rishi Ram here gave those principles, and still now it is true. I have studied for Gujarat. So from my experience like that, for every region, every discipline, we can say, for every discipline, we should have that kind of in-depth research, because knowledge is created only after Samshodhan. Without research, no knowledge can be created. If knowledge is not created, it cannot be come to the syllabus. That sequence we should understand, I think. And as a teacher, we have to integrate those things in a step-by-step manner, so that students will get interest and meaningful teaching can be done in the light of IKS, and also this current science also, contemporary science also, but in the light of ancient science. That's my viewpoint, initial remark. Thank you.
So, Mani Raju sir, you mentioned that AI part, correct? But as we all know that AI is useful as well as harmful as well, right? So it has no control. Means how you make sure that no, it should be used responsibly, meaningfully, So to go in a direction which we want to use, means how we can handle such situations.
Yes, sir. See, sir, particularly in the sense we need to bridge our IKS system with modern STEM education system. It means that IKS as a knowledge system, that is not just a heritage. So in the simple terms, IKS represents that systematic scientific thinking, sir, as well as the observation. So let us say if you take simple examples, concepts in mathematics, astronomy, metallurgy, medicine, whatever the thing, those are having the strong STEM foundations. So let us say a Vedic mathematics, when compared to remaining streams, a Vedic mathematics in the school days, now we can call it as a algorithmic thinking, mental computation, optimization. Whereas in the early days, we can call it as a Pingala's Chandas Shastra, early form of binary systems as well as the combinatives. So those applications are involved in various computer algorithms, coding logics, and AI problem solving approaches. So, what is the responsible use of AI in classrooms? That is, AI should be used as a support tool, not just a shortcut for the learning. So, that is with respect to my aim. So, there are n number of fields when compared to the Vedic mathematics and the astronomy, physics, and space science, right? Surya Siddhanta, Aryabhatta, Bhaskara. So, in case of engineering, also in the early days, we can call as a Vastu Shastra and ancient temple architecture. Now we can call it as a structural engineering and thermal comfort, something ancient metallurgies and life sciences, medicine, and sustainability. In every aspect, innovation with cultural sensitivity, that is very must. Sir. So this is with respect to the AI as well as the technology, we need to fill that particular gap. That is AI-based text analysis means for manuscript interpretations as well as the pattern recognitions. So those are emphasis on explainable AI to preserve the interoperability. So that is my main aim of this particular knowledge system with respect to the AI.
Okay. So, sir, we already know the digital footprint nowadays. All the data, whatever we are searching, over the internet or whatever it is, it gives me my footprint on the digital part. Actually, it's store all the data, right? So it's coming for the data security part also. Means this is a major concern. Data privacy, data security, man. So whatever we are searching, whatever we are asking through the AI, that's it's getting stored somewhere, right? And it's, suppose if I stored is ask something for our uh, coding basis, or if I shared some server credentials, if I shared my database credentials, so somewhere already get stored, and it may get compromised also, right? So means, what kind of instructions or how to handle such kind of these situations with the students in classroom, or how to protect it actually?
Yeah, that is simply we can call it as that is the ethical as well as the responsible and value based education. So this line is alignment with the NAP 2020 also, which means that each and every education must inculcate ethical reasoning, constitutional values, and responsible citizenship. So which focuses on, which means that emphasis on human values along with the technological progress. So let us say our IKC policy agreement, let us say ethics, drama, and social responsibility. These are the core to the IKS traditions. So now we need to encourage, or we can call it as we need to give some awareness to the students related to the IPR, intellectual property rights, as well as the research ethics, as well as the data protection. So minimum a data protection, because now the kids are doing some thing extra, but their parents, their grandparents may not be educated. So the kids are only mentioned that, Are Papa, this is the way to protect your mobile. This is the way to protect your laptop or system. Because nowadays, the agreement is also specifies that prevent misappropriation and commercialization of the traditional knowledge. So we need to inculcate to the students' mind how we are going to protect our data. So what is the main reason? Nowadays, you can see in recently I met CDAC director also in one meeting with union minister. So they need to mention that within the Hyderabad from the last 6 months, 130 crores are lost from the cyber crimes. Only 12 to 13% only they need to recover, because of course something is different. But whatever the normal human beings, normal middle class families, they need to lose because of they don't know about how to protect their financials applications. So we need to inculcate something to the students' mind, that is, you can grouping as the student centric as well as the critical thinking approach.
Okay. And sir, so sir, Rakesh Pandey sir, you you told that you are you're discussing the prospects with your students, like means how we can further go ahead and made some solutions, right? So looking ahead, sorry, what future innovations do you envision that could transform IKS learning through technology and AI in next 5 to 10 years?
See, I think that AI is a tool, just like other tools came into existence in our society, and it has I think my connection is. Hello.
We are able to hear you, sir. Yeah, yeah. Please, sir, go ahead.
Hello.
Sir, we can hear you.
Okay. So the thing is that any innovation that comes existence, it has both the sides. It has a positive side and it has negative sides also. And even if why to talk about AI? The WhatsApp innovation was something which had both the sides in it. I mean, you could reach to any girl and you can write anything. So what to write is something that ethics and moral values would teach you. Okay, so how to behave, how to use technological innovations or gadget would be basically governed and decided by what values you have in your bringing up. Okay, so that is important. Initially, people might have thought that these are things that should not be taught in the school or in the colleges. But now the NEP also says that you will have to, because innovations and whatever the innovations are happening, the proper use, the ethical use, the moral use will have to be taught in your schooling days itself. So this aspect is there. You cannot discard any innovation. AI would stay over here, just like other innovations stayed. When car came, then there must have been talk that what would happen to bullock cart and what would happen to horses that was used before that in order to transport from one place to other. But car came and it stayed. Similarly, AI, and it gives you, for me, it gives us a step ahead to explore things, something that we could not have explored when AI was not there. So we might not have thought about exploring in those areas. Just like when computer came, then there is many of the calculations that we could not have thought that it could be done. You can now diagonalize 100 by 100 matrix as many times as you wish. So this gives you a tool to do something that earlier it was not thinkable in mathematics or in physics also. So AI would also give you some scope of doing things which were earlier unthinkable. So how to utilize AI would always be getting explored. The exploration should be in the positive manner. That is what we should be looking upon. So even the data protection that you call, that is also one aspect, but that was there even before AI. AI would give the hackers more kind of a possibility of hacking your data, but it was there itself earlier also. So the main thing that you can take it from here is that Indian knowledge system or Indian traditional knowledge is becoming even more important over here, because earlier our knowledge system had the ethical and moral values education integrated into the education system itself, which we thought, the modern educationists, they thought that it's not very necessary. But now you'll have to think in those terms, and you'll have to introduce those ideas in your schooling itself, so that when you use the technology, when you use AI, those aspects are taken care of.
So, nowadays, if, people are running very fast. They want solution at their fingertip. They don't have time to wait. And so that's the reason they are using, AI or many tools like that. So the basic shortcuts. Can you give me some light on it? How can a school ensure responsible and value based use of these technology innovations? Or it could be WhatsApp, AI, because everything is open for them.
See, if you start discussing things in a project solution manner, that what you have, if you ask your students to identify problems that are existing around you, and try to find a solution using the technology innovations that you have now with you. So if you put them into this mode of thinking, that identify problems and then try to find solution in that way. In our earlier knowledge system, you must have seen that people were having questions in their mind, and then they used to decide that since my question or my kind of a question would be answered only on that Gurukul or in that Gurukul where music is taught, where sports is given the preference. So they used to go there only to find the solution. So once you have the problems in your mind and then you want to find a solution, then you will have to decide that how things are to be chosen, how technology can be chosen in order to solve those questions. So solution-oriented studies is the main solution of these kinds of problems. And right now we are basically moving into we are doing a problem-oriented study in which people try to identify problems. Oh, caste ki problem hai. Oh, iski problem hai. Uski problem hai. There are so many divisions. So people only go to that much and they learn that how many kinds of divisions are there, how many kinds of problems are there. And we'll have to think in those terms that what are the solutions of these problems. And once the students are put into those molds of thinking, I think all these innovations that are there will be used in order to solve those things, and that is what it should be. AI is as such. I mean, when you think that AI, using AI right now, also the discussion is more on that whether you should use AI or not. I think we should go ahead and start discussing about how to use AI in order to better your solution-oriented thinking.
True, true. Okay. So sir, I'm coming back to Vaidya sir actually. So Vaidya sir means how do you see technology enhancing the teaching of Indian knowledge system in today's classroom?
Yeah. We have to find a way. Presently, for example, I am teaching from polytechnic student to PhD student. Generally, this mark is there. When I want to teach to the polytechnic student, so the PowerPoint smart class is always there in all from school to college. So maximum we are teaching on the tools like PowerPoint presentation or some short films we want to show them. So that kind of technology we can use, no doubt. But we have to concentrate on content. So how we can get more information from the IKS field and how we are integrating with our current syllabus. Because what I have seen, unfortunately, in our college system, though we have revised the syllabus as per NEP, but still the IKS content is very less. Only the title or course number they are saying. Separately, if you want to teach IKS, that is not advisable, I think. You have to integrate it with the current subject. So that kind of integration needs to be done. I know about agriculture because I am teaching agriculture faculty here or agriculture students. So as far as technology is concerned, we can use the modern technology for research purpose. For last 4-5 years, we have used several AI and machine learning models in research. It is a fantastic thing. Large data can be analyzed and can give answers, and we can find out solutions. It was not available in the traditional way of doing analysis, though on computer. But due to invent of these techniques, we can integrate the persons from computer background or programming background to the main syllabus, main subject. So we can integrate that. But again, what I have said in my first remark that always your teaching should be backed by a very solid research findings. So it is only possible in graduate students. For school students, it is a very digested knowledge we have to give to them. जो पक्का है पूरा प्रूवन है वही उनको देना है. हाँ, but to find out the contents of IKS about every subject, we can use the AI because there are several digital libraries available. All the major scriptures or books they are available, so they can access that. And large language models like ChatGPT and other tools, Perplexity, are they conversant with our IKS? That we have to study because what we feed to the computer, then and then only we get the answers from that. So we have to see that just like that our India has now recently developed Bharat GPT. So our Indian knowledge should be there in the system so that we can get the content from that. And definitely for school students, the digested knowledge, the fine-tuned knowledge that can be served to the student with live examples. And by using all the modern technology, we can integrate that. Definitely we can do that. Thank you.
Okay. So, sir, this next question is for all of us actually. Means, can you share me an example of an innovations or digital tools you have used that made IKS concept more accessible or engaging for the students? Means, what the challenges teacher is facing, while teaching them IKS system, because you have to convince them. Means this is because, for an example, if I'm a student, if I know the value of pi, right? I know the word value pen, but it was invented a long back in our Vedas also it is mentioned. So when you're going, what the teacher is going to face, challenges when he is going to explain that is there, because they are studying in a traditional way till now. Raju sir, you are on mute actually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes, yes, yes. So, first of all, faculty or teachers, there are few challenges faced by faculty because while I roam around 117 colleges in both AP as well as the Telangana to introduce the digital platforms to various government schools. So what I observe personally, first of all, there is a limited thinking we can call as a formal training, because most of the schools nowadays we can call as a centralized schools as well as the international schools. So those are trained in Western academic frameworks only. So there is a lack of exposure faced by the faculty. Like there is no classical text, there is no traditional pedagogies. So what happens whenever we need to introduce this IKS? So automatically there is a less confidence for faculty in teaching the IKS content. Then scarcity of a structured curriculum as well as resources, because there is some lack of standardized syllabus throughout the country, as well as there is no authentic textbooks are there, right? And there is some difficulty distinguish between the various scientific as well as the various faculty. And the language barriers are very less nowadays. Many primary sources like Prakrit, Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu, whatever the other classical languages are there. But most of the faculty are willing to do some foreign languages. If someone knows that French language, some international school offers the highest package. So there are some a little bit challenges faced by the faculty, particularly timing constraints as well as the workload. See, nowadays we are all facing, when compared to the traditional teaching, existing teaching in the sense both research, funding, administrative duties, there are a number of blocks are there. So I personally observe these are the various challenges faced by the faculty, sir.
So, Rakesh sir, your point of view.
I would like to add over here that while teaching, I generally give the students a perspective that is generally missing in our teaching, the modern style of teaching. I generally cite the examples of Bodhayan Sulva Sutras, in which there are theorems that gives you that how to calculate square root 2, or how to calculate the pi, the value of pi. So all these sutras that are given, the students are generally given this feedback that since these sutras are given without any proof in those things, so these are not scientific in nature. The problem is the solution is science-like, but the way in which it has been achieved is not science-like, because it has not given that how did they come to this conclusion. Okay, so generally I give them the example of Ramanujan, who was a mathematician and who used to give, and he gave around 4,000 theorems, but he did not talk about any the proof of those theorems. Okay, so there must be a method by which we were able to, even this whatever Sulva Sutra has given, we must had some kind of a way to reach to a solution without going through the same procedure that modern science tells us to go through. So that is what I ask them to explore. I give them, I make them think on these issues, in which they must look for ways in which they reached to these solutions in their times, because they did not have that kind of a. Now we have Google with us, so whatever research we are doing, we can find out that what all research in those areas were done earlier to my attempt. So that is there now, but earlier it was not there. How they used to do these researches and how they used to refine their results, this is something that people must give thought upon. And these are some aspects of our Indian knowledge system which are not explored to the extent that it should have been. So I generally give them these examples and leave them in those state of mind
Recording stopped.
where they start thinking in those terms, and they might come up with, because I generally teach in physics, I say that since our teaching is such that we give them the problem also, and we give them the solution also. We tell them that when things fall down on earth, there is something to be explained, and then we give them the Newton's law. If we were not giving them the Newton's
Recording
law,
in progress.
they might have come to some other kind of a solution to those problems which the Newtons gave. So living with for some time with problems also gives you a scope for innovation. And intuition is something that probably in our Indian knowledge system we had some way of utilizing the intuition to ignite the intuition. That is something which is missing nowadays. And the study of intuition, study of how to think out of box, these are aspects that needs to be studied again through modern science also, and through our Indian knowledge system, which was there. So these are the aspects I generally talk in my classroom, and students do get involved in the discussion.
Vaidya sir.
Yes, very nice section is going on, and my fellow panelists is making it for me to elaborate further. That for as
आपकी
far as
आवाज काफी डिस्टर्ब आ रही है.
हाँ, for subject itself, we can have a in-depth, we can say, vision. What is the basic problem? So any subject is having its own problem. We have to find out such problem and try to find out solution to it. May not be all problem can be solved by a single person, but at least some part of it we can address. And that kind of research, when we do ourselves, and then that thing we can integrate in our teaching style, because though the syllabus is formed based on the established thing, that is not new every time. Some topics may be introduced as a new, but the syllabus is not changing much. Though we want to change it, but something will be always remain same. But some problems are still there. For example, in agriculture, we have a target or audience of farmers, end users. So we get feedback from farmers that these are some problems for them. So we try to discuss in our research group meetings, and in the problem related to our subject, can we find it? So as far as meteorology is concerned, Mausam Vigyan, I have taken rainfall forecasting as one of the problems. And then what are the different approaches to solve those problems? Presently, there is a lot of development in modern meteorology, and we are using supercomputers, satellite data, all data is coming. That modern meteorology we are teaching to them. But as far as ancient science is concerned, lot of literature is available. So that kind of thing we can start, and we can tell them that this is not the only new problem we are addressing, but our forefathers have also addressed to them. And what were their techniques? So those techniques we have to elaborate, and we want to tell them, all the students. Basically, I am addressing the agriculture students or postgraduate students. So it is easy for me to tackle to that. But for school, lot of subjects are integrated, just like science. So science contains all the subjects. So we have to find out some case studies, we can say, and those case studies can be added. For example, environmental science is there. So it is compulsory to all streams. In environmental science, what were our forefathers view, how sustainable they were, what were the technologies they are eco-friendly to them, because thousands of years we are cultivating the farm, and still we are getting good yield out of that. But in recent past 50, 60 years, we are just poisoning our soil. Water source is also we are poisoning. Atmosphere is also not good. So all kind of modern problems are there. So we have to think it in a eco-friendly manner. So that kind of case study we can teach to them in our classroom. And for example, more plant, that is planting of trees is there, use less plastic, save our water. That kind of common thing we can implement, or we can inculcate in them, so that the ancient science needs to be attached to the present curriculum, and with proper case study, we can definitely inculcate those values in our students. But one thing we should always tell them, try to encourage to ask many questions. Without question, no class should be ended. I think that kind of thing we can follow. And definitely for that, we have to prepare ourselves as a teacher, because they may ask several complicated questions. So you can tell them that next time I will answer to your question, so that you can search that. But we have to always encourage them. Without question, no class should be ended. I think this kind of scientific temperament, because in our constitution, we have to increase the scientific temperament. This is our duty. So that kind of thing we can tell to the students, so that we can integrate the IKS with the current syllabus. With the help of modern technology, we can effectively implement it, and we can broaden their vision, students. That is my take on this.
I need to add to the sir's words. So let us introduce some startup culture also to the IKS. So there are n number of examples from Indian startups like Patanjali, Ayurveda, and Ayur Central, Cropland Technology, ZIIEI and Traditional Water. Right. So there are n number of examples. Each and there is some innovation impact. What I mean, innovation impact is there. So simply, you need to convert classical Ayurvedic formulations into the scalable healthcare products, and we need to combine traditional knowledge with modern manufacturing as well as the quality control and consumer trust through knowledge positioning. So there are some innovations happening through IKS only. So whatever the knowledge we obtained from our gurus, so we need to transmit that particular one to the next generation. So simply say that Edbhavam Tadbhavati.
Great, sir. So thank you, sir. So I would like to ask audience if they have any questions for the panelists.
I would like
Anyone from
to
the audience?
comment. I would like to comment on very good suggestion made by Dr. Vaidya. He said that we should make the students ask questions. Gita says tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. The student should have these three qualities. But pranipat, one madam had said that he should first be vinayshil. Pranipatena pariprashna is what Dr. Vaidya said. He should ask the questions about the topic being discussed. And sevaya, he should also give a seva to the teacher. That quality is lacking in most of the schools which are of international standard, they call themselves. So that should be brought into the students. I don't know how, but we have to think on this point. Dr. Vaidya's point is very well taken, that if they are made to ask questions, that is what will give them a tendency to learn. So thank you very much.
Anyone from the audience? Any questions? Any suggestions?
Hello.
Yeah, please, Anamika, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, a very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and all the participants present in the session. So my question is for Rakesh Pandey sir. So here we are talking about the tech-enabled IKS classroom, which is supported by AI. But in reality, we have a diverse group of learners in our classroom, right? Because individual differences are always there. So when dealing with such classroom, what do you think? How does AI support in differentiated learning along with the integration of IKS?
See, for me, all the technological innovations that has been done earlier to AI also. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So all the technological inventions, they have been done only to bridge the gap between the haves and have-nots kinds of things. Okay, so those who were not very comfortable in mathematics uh, can do accounting using the computer software, isn't it? So there are many aspects of learning in which if I was not proficient, even then the technology gives you. The technology is basically an interface between a common person and the scientist, basically. So a scientist would require a lot of knowledge to make innovations. But once the innovation is done, it can be used using a technological gadget by any commoner also. All of us can drive a car, but we do not know, we do not need to know that how the engine works. Okay, so that way it bridges the gap between the knower and not knower. So this way, if you use any innovation in that sense, it can give you all those, even those who were not, but you'll have to actually make everyone use that. AI will have to be used by all. So the infrastructure will have to be there. Okay, you'll have to provide the internet, you'll have to provide the electronic gadget, the smartphones. So once you do that, then only you would be able to enable them to use. Now, once they all would be able to use it, then the thing comes that whether you have the knowledge of using AI or not. So that is something where the teachers would come into picture. So we will have to make them know that how can now there are ways in which even without teachers, those who actually want to learn, they can learn. So that also bridges the gap between those who have the knowledge and those who do not have the knowledge. So the technology is basically a great leveler in that sense. So it doesn't create straight jackets divisions. It actually levels them around. So the proper use, if the infrastructure is there, would actually make an even field for everyone. Even now we know that even the physically challenged people can learn, physically visually handicapped can actually read books using the computer software. So these are what? These are basically making them in the even field. So the technology, if it is used properly, it can actually empower them, those who are discriminated.
Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, is I'm audible?
Yes.
Sir, my question is, we are talking about what we will do and how we will do. My curiosity is that when it will could happen in India, as considering that only a small number of well-resourced schools have a very good infrastructure in form of AI or technology, we can say. As I was a student of Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, uh, where we have only a room of smart class, and we have only 40 minutes time in a complete week to utilize that resources. So, and how we can enable AI learning aligning with IKS in our school, where only few number of school have that capacity and capability to integrate this program.
This indeed is a challenge for the government and the policy maker. But just to tell you, I mean, even with all the handicap, the policy handicap that we have, we are the largest user of internet, isn't it?
Yes.
So almost 60 to 70 crore, I think, have the access on the smartphones. So we are progressing in that way, and the thing that government can do or the policymakers can do is to make these things available at as lesser price as possible. The data access is also very cheap in our country. So that thing is also taken care of. Smartphones, when it starts getting manufactured over here, and it is getting, so even that will have a lesser cost. So these things would actually make the change happen. It would take time, but we are going into that direction. That is what I think so.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir. In addition to that, I need to add one more point. According to my knowledge, NAP 2020 has formally integrated this IKS into the education system. So, what I am thinking, we need to establish dedicated IKS cells in various universities. And then there are a lot of Indian startups are already innovating using the Ayurveda and sustainable architecture. And the government initiatives are also, I think, started that you can call it the Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, the National Research Foundation. So, like this, how today we are going to involve different people from different states. So, likewise, each and every board, or else we can call as a what we can call as a headquarters, right, or officers, CM officers, whatever the thing, they need to inculcate this particular IKS to all the schools. Then I think it is possible.
Great, sir. Thanks to everyone. Means thank you a lot. Let me conclude this today's session. Actually, it's what we discussed, that technology is not a a replacement. It's a enabler to to make our IKS system best for the learning. For our students. Right. And it was really a good session with you all, and thanks a lot for everyone for their contributions. So I would like to invite my next moderator, Chetna Behra. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your coming.
Are we expected to leave now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ji. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello, Jitna ji. I think I'm audible.
A very good afternoon to all the panelists and all the esteemed members who are attending this conference. I welcome you all. And to start with, I quote, "To doubt the experience is to discourage it. Let it be developed, see what is in it," by Sri Aurobindo. So we are, looking forward to have a session. The topic of this particular panel is sharing your experience of implementing IKS, a real life case study. So we believe that, the experiences are important. Before that we start, I just want to welcome our guest for today. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Rana P.B. Singh. Sir, he is a retired professor, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, UP. I welcome you, sir. I also welcome K. Venkatesha Murthy. He is assistant professor, Central Sanskrit University, Rajiv Gandhi campus. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Uttam Kumar Sharma, sir. He is a professor, Gurukul Ayurvedic College. I welcome. I also welcome Joy Sen, sir, professor from IIT Kharagpur. And Komal Asrani, ma'am. She is a professor, Department of Computer Science Engineering, BBD, NIIT, Lucknow. So I welcome our esteemed panelists for today. And it is my pleasure to, because this discussion is very important for all of us, because we are not going to talk about the theory, but we are going to listen to the real life experiences. And I feel everything is lived example for us. When we start experiencing any kind of, new innovations or new technology, we believe that it is going to help us. But what about the knowledge which is coming from the ancient time? And that is why it is important कि teachers, scholars, researchers सब अपने अपने तरीके से इसको अपनी अपनी लाइफ में लाइव रखा है, तभी आज हम उस पर डिस्कशन कर पा रहे हैं. तो ये लाइफ एग्जांपल आईकेएस तो पहले से ही है, और ये लिविड एग्जांपल है हमारी लाइफ का. और इसको बस क्लासरूम में, कैंपसेस में, गुरुकुल्स में, रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स में, कम्युनिटी प्रैक्टिसेस में बहुत देखा भी गया है. ऐसा नहीं है कि ये एक चीज ऐसी थी जिसको हमने आज नहीं हमें पता, 10 साल पीछे हम जहाँ बात भी नहीं कर रहे और उसके बाद हम आज सडनली बात कर रहे हैं. बहुत लोग इसके प्रैक्टिशनर्स रहे हैं, उन्होंने अपनी लाइफ में उस चीज के लाइव एग्जाम्पल्स देखे हैं और उस चीज के लिए लाइव काम किया है. सो मैं अपने सभी पैनलिस्ट को नमस्कार करती हूँ, बहुत बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ. सो पहले मैं सभी पैनलिस्ट से बोलूंगी कि आप मुझे पहले 1 मिनट में ये बताइए कि आपके इस रियल टाइम आईकेएस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के पीछे क्या मोटिवेशन थी. सो कोमल असरानी मैम. मैम आपकी वॉइस नहीं आ रही है.
Am I not audible properly?
Yeah, you are audible now.
Okay. Basically, see, I'm from an engineering background. I have done PhD in computer science. So definitely giving a question that what brings us to this platform, to this language, to this IKS system. This is possibly the only word I can say is the passion. Okay. बिकॉज डेफिनेटली क्योंकि इंजीनियरिंग बैकग्राउंड का है तो मैं IKS से एक इट वाज समथिंग लाइक आई वाज लुकिंग फॉर ऑप्टिमाइजेशन एंड रेफरिंग सम ऑफ द कंसेप्ट्स सो स्लोली एंड स्टेडीली व्हेन आई केम अक्रॉस थ्रू ये मेरी जो जर्नी की शुरुआत थी इट वाज अ वेरी रैंडम जर्नी इट स्टार्टेड दैट आई वाज लुकिंग फॉर ऑप्टिमाइजिंग माय एल्गोरिथम and my storage space and all those aspects. And when I was exploring for like optimizing my algorithm, so I got to know some shortcuts. और जब उन शॉर्टकट्स की मैंने बात की एंड व्हेन आई वेंट ऑन फर्दर एक्सप्लोरिंग द डिटेल्स तो मुझे पता चला कि it is actually the things which were really hidden from us and in spite doing like learning so many things learning so many subjects engineering हमने की specialization kiya, HR kiya, but nowhere in the curriculum we came across about these things which were coldly quoted in the curriculum or ever heard about it. So that curiosity made me explore more and more. And yesterday I had appeared for IKS with specialization in HR. So it is like a curiosity that brings me here and that curiosity is being pushed up by my own passion for exploring more and for identifying कि ऐसी कौन सी चीजें थी जो हमारे पास थी और हम उसको आज तक अपने साथ नहीं ला सके and I think that is our prime responsibility to hand it over to the next generation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Rana PB Singh, sir, Dr. Rana, please, I would like to know what has motivated you to, keep the IKS alive in your experience.
So, two sentences. The one is that 1980, long back story. I was working in Shirakawa Go, which is my lifelong passion to do work in Japanese village society. तो वहाँ मैं पहला इंडियन था जो वहाँ गया था वहाँ गया तो जो उनके मेयर थे स्कूल में ले गए लड़कों ने जो भी जापानी में स्वागत किया जो भी है जो मेन उनके टीचर थे वो आकर मेरा पैर छुए तो मैं समझा ऐसे ही कुछ छू रहे हैं तो हमने बाद में जो हमारे फुकुनागा-सान है जो यहीं पढ़े हुए हैं जापानी है 7 ऐसे जापानी है जो हमारे बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी से डिग्री पाए हैं उनका एसोसिएशन तो हमने पूछा कि भाई हमारा वो पैर छुए या कुछ था वो रिचुअल है तो कहा नहीं उनको ये पता चला कि वो काशी से आ रहे हैं तो पैर छुए हमने कहा क्यों गए कभी काशी या तो नहीं वो जो हमारी परंपराएं हैं जड़ में नेचर वर्शिप जो हम अपने स्टूडेंट को दे रहे हैं ये वहीं से आया है और काशी के पंडित इसे बताते हैं तो आप वहां से आए इसलिए that was the idea the way they have tried to put that and the school is sponsored by Toyota the name is the ecological school वहां कोई भी गवर्नमेंट का सिलेबस नहीं चलता जो हमारे यहाँ है जिस तरह से उन्होंने बड़ा सीधा सा किया है बी पार्ट ऑफ द नेचर बच्चे वहां करीब 30-35 बच्चे हैं और वो जो है फिर सेलेक्ट किए एक पेड़ को एक स्थान को कुछ घास को एक नदी के पार्ट को तो जनरल जो बैकग्राउंड दिया जा रहा है कम क्लोज टू द नेचर एंड देन ट्राई टू लिंक ऑल दिस अवेकनिंग लर्निंग शेयरिंग ऑफ द कल्चरल थिंग So main thing is that we have to emphasize यूनेस्को में भी अभी 2 साल पहले जो स्पेशल रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ है कि एवरीथिंग शुड बी स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम द कल्चरल हेरिटेज तो हम बात तो बहुत कर रहे हैं है भी हमारे यहाँ लिंक भी है ये नहीं है कि टूटा एकदम नहीं है तो देयर इज अ नीड ऑफ समथिंग दैट टाइप ऑफ अवेकनिंग प्रोग्राम एट द ग्रास रूट लेवल हाई लेवल पर तो ठीक है हाई टेक्नोलॉजी फिलोसफी सब में आए और हमने बड़ा अच्छा हम भी 2-4 पेपर लिख दिए 2-4 लोगों ने पूछा बड़ा अच्छा है how to generate that young generation who will look after. Especially जो 5 साल से second part is just एक line. The second part हम लोग एक काम शुरू किए. This is by chance started but linked to UNESCO. That is reconnecting with your culture. Education program है ये. तो ये है कि अपने कल्चर से वो चीज आप क्या दे सकते हैं जो वर्ल्ड को सर्व करे. और हर बात ये याद रखिए जो 1939 में मैथ्यू शरण गुप्त ने एक लाइन कही थी उससे जोड़ के मैं बात शिक्षे तुम्हारा नाश हो तू नौकरी के शिक्षा क्यों पा रहे हैं तो पैकेज प्रोग्राम देना है तो यह जो एटीट्यूड बना दिया गया हम आदमी नहीं बना रहे हैं मशीन बना डालेंगे और पैसा कमाएंगे दैट इज द अनदर पर्सपेक्टिव ओके, तो 5 साल में हम लोगों ने ये क्या है कि स्कूल बाई चांस ऐसे सेलेक्ट हुआ, किसी फंक्शन में किसी वे में ऑनर कर रहे थे, गए, तो मैं देख करके मैं 3-4 घंटे रहा कि वो तो ऑलरेडी, जैसा अभी आपने बताया, मैडम ने कहा ये बात, ऑलरेडी वो लोग कर रहे हैं। ये हर सैटरडे को जो है एक साइट पर जाना है, कुछ नहीं बैकग्राउंड दिया गया है। नाउ यू हैव टू अवेकन योर माइंड, लर्न किस ऋषि से जुड़ा हुआ है, क्या इसका महत्व है, आज इसे कैसे जोड़ सकते, और फिर घर में आप दादाजी दादी जी से, मम्मी जी से कैसे इंटरेक्ट करें, एंड ऑल यू हैव टू राइट डाउन एंड देन प्रैक्टिकली डू इट। So that is a typical example, and within 5 years we got a very good result of that one. Okay, now 2 साल से इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम थ्रू टेक्निकल में ज्यादा आप भी आ ही रहे हैं, बोलेंगे बताएंगे। तो ये मेरा था कि प्रैक्टिकली कोर्स से अलग हटके इनफॉर्मल एजुकेशन, लिंकिंग विद द कल्चरल हेरिटेज, रिलीजन, रिचुअल, फंक्शंस, फेस्टिवल, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा, और उससे वो अवेकनिंग होनी चाहिए जो जो उसको लेकर यंग चले। आखिर हम लोग कब तक आशीर्वाद देते रहेंगे, यंग को ही तो करना है। दैट इज द थिंग व्हाट वी आर डूइंग। ओके, थैंक यू।
बिल्कुल सर, आपने बिल्कुल सही बोला कि अगली जनरेशन तक ये धरोहर पहुंचाने की जिम्मेवारी भी हमारी ही है, और हम उनको डेफिनेटली एक सही रास्ता दिखाते हुए जाएंगे, तभी वो आगे आने वाले समय में इसको अपनी एक हेरिटेज मानेंगे। So, K. Venkateshwara Murthy sir, I would like to know that what has motivated you to, be bringing IKS in education?
नमस्ते। मैं जब स्कूल में पढ़ रहा था तब मैं कई कार्यक्रमों में जाता था, एकेडमिक और कल्चरल धार्मिक कार्यक्रमों में। वहाँ विशिष्ट विद्वानों के उपन्यास सुनता था। तो वहाँ तब से मुझे अंदर से एक इच्छा हुई, मुझे संस्कृत पढ़ना है और प्राचीन विद्याओं में थोड़ा अध्ययन करना है। उसके बाद मैं तिरुपति गया। हेलो, हाँ, पढ़ रहा था। बाद में पीजी तक वहाँ तिरुपति में अध्ययन किया। वहाँ स्नातकोत्तर स्तर पर अध्ययन करते समय वहाँ एक पट्टाभिराम शास्त्री ग्रंथालय करके बहुत बड़ा लाइब्रेरी है। वहाँ मुझे अचानक एक प्राचीन एक ग्रंथ देखने को मिला, प्राचीन भारतीय रसशास्त्र के बारे में, एंशिएंट इंडियन केमिस्ट्री के बारे में, वो रस जल निधि करके। मैं वो उस समय में जो मुझे जो प्रति मिला है पुस्तक का कॉपी, वो बहुत पुराना, वो इश्यू के लिए भी नहीं था वहाँ। फिर भी मुझे कुतूहल से थोड़ा पेज पलट लिया। वो जब पेज टर्न करते समय ही पेपर वो चूर्ण होता था, उस अवस्था में था वो ग्रंथ। बाद में मैं किसी भी तरह स्पेशल परमिशन लेके उसको इश्यू करा के मेरे पास ले लिया। पूरा सत्र मेरा जो रेगुलर पढ़ाई के साथ वो पूरे ग्रंथ को मैंने एक बार अध्ययन किया, रसरत्न समुच्चय और रस जल निधि। उस पर एक आर्टिकल लिखा, वो एक प्रसिद्ध एक मैगजीन में पब्लिश भी हुआ और बहुत अच्छा रिस्पांस आया, क्वेरीज आए। तब मुझे और भी इच्छा हुई। मैं रेगुलर पढ़ रहा था अद्वैत वेदांत, और उसके साथ ये रसशास्त्र पर भी इच्छा हुई। उसके बाद मैं जब केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय में नई दिल्ली में ज्वाइन किया, तब मुझे सबसे पहले वो दूरस्थ शिक्षा के बारे में काम करने का अवसर मिला और अप्रकाशित पांडुलिपि ग्रंथों का प्रकाशन से संबद्ध कुछ दायित्व दिया गया। मैं उसी पर कुछ काम कर रहा था, बाकी बड़े लोगों का मार्गदर्शन भी था। और 2010 ईस्वी में केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय ने दूरस्थ शिक्षा का प्रारंभ किया। तब सिर्फ डिस्टेंस मोड में था, और उसके बाद हम कंप्लीट ऑनलाइन मोड में आ गए 2 साल पहले। उसके लिए विस्तृत योजना बनाई और हमने प्राचीन भारतीय विद्या परंपराओं में बहुत सारे पाठ्यक्रम विकसित किए। हम हमारे और भी कोलीग हैं, सबके साथ मिलकर अभी मैं उस विभाग में मुक्त स्वाध्याय पीठम करके उस विभाग का नामकरण भी हुआ, और हमारे यशस्वी कुलपति जी के मार्गदर्शन में, श्रीनिवास वरखेड़ी जी के मार्गदर्शन में बहुत सारे पाठ्यक्रमों का लॉन्च भी किया गया। अभी मोर देन 70 पाठ्यक्रम प्रोग्राम्स, स्टडी प्रोग्राम्स हमने लॉन्च किया है और 2 साल से चल रहा है ऑनलाइन। वो 28 देशों से उसमें अध्येता लोग हैं। लगभग 8,000 से ज्यादा लोग अब पढ़ रहे हैं। उसमें अलग अलग कैटेगरी के पाठ्यक्रम हैं। 10th के बाद जैसे +2 लेवल, डिग्री, पीजी करके प्राक शास्त्री, शास्त्री, आचार्य, ऐसा 3 लेवल का प्रोग्राम है उसमें। और स्पेशलाइजेशन के लिए भी ऑप्शन है, व्याकरण, साहित्य, ज्योतिष और IKS करके अलग से है, भारतीय दर्शनों पर है, और रसशास्त्र भी हमने रखा है, और तत्र कंप्यूटेशनल लिंग्विस्टिक से संबद्ध और एक पाठ्यक्रम सरणी है। इस तरह से 70 से ज्यादा पाठ्यक्रम अब ऑफर किया गया है और छात्र भी पढ़ रहे हैं। रेस्पॉन्स बहुत अच्छा है, फुल्ली ऑनलाइन मोड। इसलिए जो अभी प्रोफेशन एम्प्लॉइज हैं, इंजीनियर्स, डॉक्टर्स और कई तरह के वृत्ति में लगे हुए लोग इसमें शामिल हैं। गृहस्थ, गृहिणी भी हैं, छात्र भी है। इस तरह से हमारी यात्रा चल रही है।
बहुत बढ़िया सर, ये तो मतलब आपने प्रैक्टिकली बिल्कुल बच्चों को वहां तक एक्सपीरियंस देने की कोशिश करी है। तो जो ये कोर्स है ये सिर्फ 10th ग्रेड के बच्चों के बाद के लिए है
ना? दूसरे पाठ्यक्रम भी है। स्कूल लेवल बच्चों के लिए नैतिक शिक्षण करके वैल्यू एजुकेशन की दृष्टि से हमने 5 लेवल का कोर्स बनाए हैं। उसमें बाल विकास, बौद्ध विकास, प्रज्ञा विकास, मेधा विकास, ऐसा 3-4 स्तर है, जिसमें सबसे पहले अन्नमय कोश से रिलेटेड चीजों को जोड़कर कुछ संस्कार, व्यक्तित्व विकसन के लिए हमने प्रथम सोपान में नैतिक शिक्षण में रखा है, बाल विकास करके। उसके बाद मनोमय कोश का विकास के लिए उसी तरह का कुछ सुभाषित और उसी तरह का घटनाओं को जोड़कर द्वितीय स्तर का, मतलब संस्कृत भाषा सीखने के साथ साथ ये अन्नमय कोश, प्राणमय कोश, मनोमय कोश, इस तरह का एक एक लेयर में उनको विकसित करने के लिए योजना बनाई है, वो स्कूल लेवल के छात्रों के लिए। उसके बाद जो जनरल पब्लिक है, क्लास से कोई मतलब नहीं है, संस्कृत सीखना है और संस्कृत सीख के ओरिजिनल संस्कृत टेक्स्ट पढ़ना है, IKS रिलेटेड जो भी है। इसलिए भाषा को सबसे पहले सीखकर आगे बढ़ने के लिए संस्कृत भाषावतरणी, संस्कृत भाषा अवगाहनी, दक्षता, प्रवीण, विशारद करके 5 सोपान का एक पाठ्यक्रम सरणी, एक सीरीज बनाया है। उसमें एक तो सर्टिफिकेट प्रोग्राम, एडवांस सर्टिफिकेट प्रोग्राम, डिप्लोमा और एडवांस डिप्लोमा और PG डिप्लोमा, प्रोफिशिएंसी लेवल डिप्लोमा, इस तरह से ग्रेजुएशन, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन के अलावा स्वतंत्र रूप से भी 5 सोपान का पाठ्यक्रम संस्कृत लैंग्वेज सीखने के लिए है। इसके अलावा सब्जेक्ट सीखने के लिए, जैसे व्याकरण में भी अवतरणी, अवगाहनी, दक्षता, प्रवीण, विशारद करके 5 लेवल, और ज्योतिष में भी अवतरणी, अवगाहनी, दक्षता, प्रवीण, विशारद 5 लेवल, ऐसा साहित्य में और भारतीय दर्शनों में ऐसा हमने शुरू किया है। अब रसशास्त्र में तो रसायन शास्त्र में अब 2 लेवल का प्रोग्राम डिजाइन किया है, उसमें 1 लेवल अभी लॉन्च होकर चल रहा है।
ओके सर बट जब हम लेवल्स बनाते हैं या कोर्सेज बनाते हैं तो उसमें डेफिनेटली एक असेसमेंट का भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल हो जाता है। तो आप जैसे बच्चों की ये वैल्यू एजुकेशन पे जो आप बोल रहे हैं कि हमने नैतिकता पर काम किया है, तो उसको असेस कैसे करते हैं कि बच्चा, क्योंकि सोशल इमोशनल लर्निंग तो इतनी आसानी से असेस की नहीं जा सकती बच्चों में,
तो आप ये कैसे असेस करते हैं कि बच्चे ये कोर्स कर कर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं या उनके लिए एक नई तरह की लर्निंग हुई है?
अभी इस सीरीज में एक बैच अभी कंप्लीट हुआ है, अब सेकंड लेवल बैच चल रहा है। तो प्रथम स्तर पर जो किया हुआ है, हमने देखने को मिला है छात्रों के पेरेंट्स के माध्यम से हम उनका रेस्पॉन्स सुनकर हमें महसूस हो रहा है बहुत उपयोगी है। और उन बच्चों का घर में पहले जो आचरण था, व्यवहार था, और इस कोर्स के बाद जो आचरण और विचारधारा घर में वो एक मैनर्स वगैरह जो है उसमें कुछ बदलाव आया है, ऐसा उन अभिभावकों का
देखा गया है।
अभिप्राय आ गया है।
बहुत अच्छी बात है सर। अगर हम, क्योंकि कोई भी चीज तभी सक्सेसफुल होती है जब उसका इम्पैक्ट दिखता है बच्चों में। अब आईकेएस में अगर हम एजुकेशन में आईकेएस की लाने की बात कर रहे हैं या बच्चों को उस लेवल तक उस हेरिटेज से इंट्रोड्यूस कराने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये हमारा फर्ज बनता है कि हम उसको असेस भी कर पाए कि बच्चों पे क्या बदलाव आया है। तो डेफिनेटली आप लोगों के एक्सपीरियंस से हमें पता लग रहा है। आई थिंक हमारे साथ प्रोफेसर उत्तम कुमार शर्मा जुड़े हैं क्या? अभी नहीं है। तो कोमल मैम, मैं आपसे ही पूछना चाहूंगी दोबारा कि आपकी आईकेएस की जर्नी कैसी रही है और आप कोई ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस बता सकते हैं हमें जो स्टूडेंट के साथ आपको हुआ हो और कुछ चैलेंजेस भी आए हों, उस पे आप हमें गाइड कर सकते हैं क्या?
देखिए मैम, जनरली मैं कई बार वर्कशॉप्स लेती हूँ एंड स्टूडेंट्स को काउंसिल भी करती हूँ। इसके लिए हमने कई यूनिवर्सिटीज के साथ अटैच होकर इनके करिकुलम भी डिजाइन किए हैं। ओके, तो एक्सपीरियंस इज गुड इनफ, बट व्हाट इज द मोस्ट रिपेंटिंग थिंग इज दैट कि जब तक हम उन स्टूडेंट्स के टच में रहते हैं, जब तक हम उनका वर्कशॉप लेते रहते हैं, जब तक हम उनके सेशंस लेते हैं, काउंसलिंग करते रहते हैं, till until the things are very perfect, we find a lot of interest, a lot of curiosity, lot of questions, lot of queries. बट जैसे ही हम उस जोन से बाहर जाते हैं, उसका इम्पैक्ट स्लोली एंड स्टेडीली वो कम होते जाता है एंड देन इट फाइनली वैनिशेस आउट। ओके, टिल द टाइम वी आर अगेन एबल टू कनेक्ट विद देम अगेन। सो दिस इज द वर्स्ट पार्ट, वी फील दैट कि एक मोमेंट ऐसा आता है कि जहां हमें लगता है कि यस, द स्टूडेंट इज able to grasp everything, and but the only drawback which I find is that the lack of continuity. That lack of continuity causes the student to get back to his curriculum, क्योंकि बहुत जगह ऐसा है कि अभी करिकुलम में नहीं आया है। ओके, और वो गैप के कारण होता क्या है कि बच्चा वो एक वेवफॉर्म की तरह फॉलो करता है, वो सीखता है, इट गोज अप, अगेन देयर इज अ गैप, ही गोज बैक टू हिज करिकुलम, फिर वो चीजें भूल जाता है। ओके, सो इसलिए अभी हमने क्या किया, जैसे हमने ग्रेजुएशन कोर्सेज के लिए एंड पीजी कोर्सेज के लिए एंड इंजीनियरिंग कोर्सेज में अब काफी चीजें ऐसी हो गई हैं कि उसको एज अ पार्ट ऑफ सब्जेक्ट डाल दिया गया है। ओके, 3 इलेक्टिव्स का 4 क्रेडिट का जो है सब्जेक्ट डाल दिया गया है। बट अगेन व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, बिकॉज हमारे ही यूनिवर्सिटी में आईकेएस के कोर्सेज पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं, बट व्हाट इज द मेजर ड्रॉबैक? द मेजर ड्रॉबैक इज हम जितने भी सब्जेक्ट्स पढ़ा रहे हैं, चाहे फिजिक्स हो, केमिस्ट्री हो, कंप्यूटर हो, सिविल हो, एंड वॉट एवर डोमेन, जिस भी डोमेन, क्योंकि हम कॉलेजेस में हम पढ़ा रहे हैं, तो द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज कि उस सब्जेक्ट का रेलेवेंस, आईकेएस का रेलेवेंस उस पर्टिकुलर डोमेन से हमें कनेक्ट करना चाहिए, चाहे कंप्यूटर्स के लिए हो, चाहे सिविल के हो, माइनिंग के, इंजीनियरिंग के उस ग्रेजुएशन के कोर्स के सब्जेक्ट्स के साथ हम नहीं करेंगे, टिल एंड टिल इट विल बी अगेन लाइक अ 3 क्रेडिट सब्जेक्ट। वो 3 क्रेडिट सब्जेक्ट बच्चे ने पढ़ा और उसके बाद वो भूल गए। बट अगर वही उसके सब्जेक्ट का पार्ट हो गया, चाहे सिविल इंजीनियरिंग का ही बात करें, हम कंप्यूटर की ही बात कर लें कि कंप्यूटर में हाउ डज आईकेएस फिट इनटू, तो हमने बोला नंबर सिस्टम में आ सकता है, पाणिनि का अष्टाध्यायी के फॉर्म में आ सकता है, सिक्योरिटी के फॉर्म में आ सकता है, इमेज प्रोसेसिंग में आ सकता है। तो अगर हम ये सब डोमेन्स बोल रहे हैं, तो उस सब्जेक्ट का एक क्रेडिट पोर्शन या एक यूनिट जो है एटलीस्ट हम आईकेएस से रिलेट करें, तब ही जो है ये चीज एक्चुअली वो बच्चा उसको पढ़ेगा, नॉट एज अ सब्जेक्ट बट एज एन एप्लीकेशन। और जब वो उसको एज एन एप्लीकेशन पढ़ेगा कि यहाँ पर इसको अप्लाई किया जाएगा, यहाँ पर इसको इस पोजीशन में हम इसको ऐसे अचीव कर सकते हैं, then only the thing will be more heartedly accepted. Okay, so
थैंक
the
यू
good
सो
thing
मच
is
मैम।
that, हाँ हाँ, क्योंकि देखिए
मैम मैं
अच्छी
आपकी
चीज।
एक बात, सॉरी मैम मैं बीच में आपको रोक रही हूँ, बट मैं ये
जी
जानना चाहती हूँ, आपने ये बात बहुत अच्छी बोली कि आईकेएस एक सब्जेक्ट नहीं बन सकता। जितना भी हम उसको सब्जेक्ट बना लें वो एक नॉलेज बेस्ड इंफॉर्मेशन ही रहने वाली है बच्चों के साथ।
हाँ
तो जब एप्लीकेशन बेस्ड की बात करते हैं तो एप्लीकेशन बेस्ड के लिए तो सभी रिसर्चर्स को, प्रैक्टिशनर्स को इकट्ठे आना ही पड़ेगा। तो क्योंकि उनके एक्सपीरियंस से ही हम ये जनरेट कर सकते हैं कि आईकेएस एक लिविड एग्जाम्पल है, इट्स नॉट समथिंग एज अ इंफॉर्मेशन। तो उसके लिए आप थोड़ा बताएंगे आगे प्लीज।
हाँ, इसके लिए जैसे मैं इंजीनियरिंग के स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाती हूँ, सपोज मैं इमेज प्रोसेसिंग की क्लास ले लूँ, तो इमेज प्रोसेसिंग में क्या होगा, आई जस्ट टेल दैट कि इमेज प्रोसेसिंग के ऐसे कौन से कैलकुलेशंस हैं जहां पर हम एंशियंट मैथमेटिक्स को कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। नंबर सिस्टम की बात हो रही है, हम नंबर सिस्टम का बेसिक बताएंगे कि पाणिनि के थ्रू यहाँ से स्टार्ट हुआ था, तो एटलीस्ट द स्टूडेंट्स विल नो। बाइनोमियल एक्सप्रेशन की बात करेंगे तो हम मेरू प्रस्तार की बात करेंगे, क्रिप्टोग्राफी की बात करेंगे तो हम कटपयदी की बात करेंगे। तो इससे क्या होगा कि हम सिर्फ वो चीज नहीं पढ़ रहे हैं जो कि इनके करिकुलम में है, बट उस करिकुलम के अलावा देयर शुड डेफिनेटली बी अ सिंगल यूनिट which should show the application of IKS in that particular subject. And definitely देखिए मैंने अभी यहाँ 3-4 सब्जेक्ट्स की बात कही है, ओके, बट बिसाइड्स दैट क्योंकि कंप्यूटर साइंस है, सिविल है, मैकेनिकल है, इलेक्ट्रिकल है, हर डोमेन में उसका एप्लीकेशन है। तो द बेस्ट थिंग इज दैट जितने भी, और क्यों देखिए एक बात होती है स्कूल लेवल की और एक बात होती है ग्रेजुएशन एंड कॉलेज लेवल एंड फर्दर रिसर्च लेवल की। तो स्कूल लेवल में हम बेसिक चीजें, है ना, कि जब दिशा की बात होने लगी, डायरेक्शन की बात होने लगी, तो हमने थोड़ा वास्तु को कनेक्ट कर दिया, हमने उसके एसोसिएटेड एस्पेक्ट्स को कंसीडर कर लिया, ओके। तो वहां से हम अपने चीजों को स्प्रिंकलिंग फॉर्म में थोड़ा थोड़ा डालते जाए, सो दैट क्यूरोसिटी शुड ऑलवेज बी देयर। जब बच्चे ग्रेजुएशन कोर्स में आता है तो ही इज मैच्योर इनफ टू अंडरस्टैंड द थिंग्स। अगर उसको फाउंडेशन कहीं ना कहीं वो छोटी छोटी चीजें दे चुके हैं उनके फिजिक्स में, केमिस्ट्री में, बायोलॉजी में, आयुर्वेद में, जिस जिस सब्जेक्ट्स में है, तो उसको अगर थोड़ा सा भी वहां पर 1 or 2% मिलेगा तो हम उसको धीरे से एस्केलेट कर सकते हैं वेन एवर ही इज कमिंग फॉर द ग्रेजुएशन एंड द रिसर्च लेवल एंड द पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन।
थैंक यू मैम। और आपने ये बात बहुत अच्छी बोली, मैं सीरियसली इस बात को बहुत आपके साथ एग्री कर रही हूँ कि ये हमें अपने लाइफस्टाइल में ही लाना पड़ेगा। इट्स नॉट ओनली अबाउट कि हम सिर्फ ग्रेजुएशन या इंजीनियरिंग के टाइम पे आईकेएस के बच्चों को शास्त्र जोड़कर या वेदास को जोड़कर हम बात करें। ये तो एक ऐसी चीज है जो बाल वाटिका से ही शुरू हो जानी चाहिए और बच्चों को उन छोटे छोटे एग्जाम्पल से उनके जो इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम है या भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा है वो उनके अपने आचार में और भाव में जुड़ जाएगी। तभी आई थिंक ये चेंज ज्यादा बेटर वे में दिखेगा। डॉक्टर राणा, मैं आपके एक्सपीरियंस से पूछना चाहती हूँ कि जैसे आप बोल रहे हैं कि यंग जनरेशन के लिए आप क्या अपने एक्सपीरियंस से बताएंगे। सर आप म्यूट पर हैं, म्यूट पर है सर। राणा सर आप म्यूट पर हैं। हाँ
ओके
जी सर,
ओके।
आप अपने एक्सपीरियंस से बताइए सर कि आप क्या रोड मैप
छोटा
देना
सा
चाहेंगे।
एग्जांपल देखिए, मैं छोटे
हम्म
बच्चों की बात कर रहा हूँ और जिस संस्था से जो यूनेस्को से स्पॉन्सर्ड है, रिकनेक्टिंग विद कल्चर, ओके, आई एम वर्किंग इन इंडिया, 45 कंट्रीज में प्रोग्राम 5 साल में चल रहा है। एनीवे, छोटा सा एग्जांपल देखिए, ऐसे हम लोग धार्मिक नगरी से आते हैं, काफी लोग यहाँ पूजा पाठ भी करते हैं और माला फेरते हैं। तो माला फेरते हैं, काउंट कीजिए जो कितनी संख्या है, तो 108 है। क्यों कह रहे हैं, तो पंडित जी कहे हैं, महात्मा जी कहें या पिताजी कहें। अब यही बड़ी भारी मिस्टेक हो गई। आपको ये बताना, जैसे अभी इंजीनियरिंग के बैकग्राउंड की बात की, तो हमें बताना चाहिए कि भाई स्पेस टाइम का इंटीग्रेशन है, 1 साल में आपको ये पुण्य मिलेगा। 12 × 9 है, तो 12 जो है ये वर्ष का हो गया, 9 जो है ये स्पेस का हो गया। इस पर कई लेख बाहर से आए हुए हैं, फ्रिजो कापरा के कई प्रोग्राम है इस पर, फेमस साइंटिस्ट। तो ये बात ये उठती है कि इनफॉर्मल एजुकेशन के लेवल पर एक ही मात्र शब्द है जिसको हम कहेंगे अवेकनिंग होनी चाहिए। दूसरी जो सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन होनी चाहिए। ये नहीं है जैसे हमने वेद की कोई ऋचा की या पतंजलि की बात की, सम्राट सूत्र की बात की, आर्किटेक्चर में हम लोग करते हैं, तो वही पैरेलल जोड़िए ना कि जो है एसोसिएशन ऑफ स्पिरिचुअल आर्किटेक्चर अमेरिका का ये कह रहा है और हमारा ऋषि ये कह रहा है, दोनों में ये लिंक है। तो हम ये भी जानेंगे केवल हम अपनी शास्त्र विधि को कहेंगे तो नहीं होगा, आगे नहीं चलेगा। और जो बात कही गई सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट, आगे जाके वो ब्रेक हो जा रहा है, जो अभी कोमल जी ने बताया कि जब तक है, अब बाहर आने के बाद टूट जा रहा है। लेकिन हम लोगों ने जो 3-4 देशों में पाया कि ऐसे लोगों से मिला जो 20 साल पहले कभी मिले थे, मिल के कैसे कह रहे हैं नमस्कार, हमने कहा अरे तो आप ऐसे बताए थे, हमने किया, हमारे स्कूल में किया गया, तो हम क्यों नहीं ये कर सकते हैं? जरूर कर सकते हैं। तो एक तो ये है कि कोर्स के आधार पर हर चीज फिक्स कर देना, ये अवेकनिंग नहीं कराएगा। साइकोलॉजिस्ट को बुला लीजिए, चाइल्ड साइकोलॉजी देख लीजिए, ऐसे नहीं हो। तो इनफॉर्मल रूप में वो भी होना चाहिए, वो खुद करके देखे, उसको पता होना चाहिए कि तुलसी जो है माता क्यों है, नीम का इतना महत्व क्यों है, तो करे ना प्रैक्टिकली, उदाहरण करे नीम का, जो हम लोग अभी हैं जो प्रैक्टिकली करा रहे हैं। तो कोई भी पर्व त्योहार हो रहा है तो केवल जो है रिक्रिएशन नहीं हुआ, उसके पीछे जो शामिल है, जो ऋषियों की परंपरा में शामिल है। जैसे हम लोगों ने कहा, एक छोटी सी बात है, हमारे यहाँ पंच तत्व की बात है, तिथि जल पावक गगन समीर। चलो भाई 5 का ये ले लिया, 5 तत्व को लेकर के इस हफ्ते में ये करना है। और जो भी हम कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं 10th स्कूल के बिलो कर रहे हैं, ऊपर नहीं जा रहे हैं। ऊपर तो हायर जाएगा और ठीक है रिपोर्ट होगी, दैट इज ए डिफरेंट मैटर। तो ये अब इसको इनफॉर्मल रूप में कैसे जोड़ा जाए? तो एक जो मैं फील किया हूँ टेक्निकली, हमारे यहाँ एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, आप कोर्स कुछ बदल ही नहीं सकते, कुछ ऐड कर ही नहीं सकते। कहने को डेमोक्रेसी है, लेकिन इस माने में तो डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है। हम बड़े भारी स्कॉलर हैं, 10 किताब लिखे हैं, एक बच्चे को प्यार कैसे करते हैं बता ही नहीं सकते। आइंस्टाइन का मैं कथन कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है। तो जो कुछ लोगों ने, जैसे उनकी पूरी फैमिली उसमें इन्वॉल्व हुई इस स्कूल को, और उसमें उन्होंने ये किया, अब उसका रिकॉग्निशन लास्ट ईयर में मिला। कुछ जो बच्चों ने पेंटिंग बना के विश्व को संदेश दिया, तो अपने से करे, कोई गाइडेंस नहीं है, जो उन्होंने सीखा उसको विश्व को देने की कोशिश की। यदि वैसी अवेकनिंग होगी तो ये तो हम नहीं कर सकते सदा चलेगी, कम से कम लॉन्ग टर्म तो चलेगी। दे कैन मेक द वर्ल्ड मोर प्रैक्टिकल, मोर सस्टेनेबल, जो भी कहे आप। तो कुछ चीजें ऐसी है जो लकीर से हट के हमें जोड़ना पड़ेगा। लास्ट एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ, कल भी मैंने साइट किया था। जो वेदांत सोसाइटी विवेकानंद के नाम पर शिकागो से अबाउट 60 किलोमीटर अवे बहुत बड़ा मंदिर है, हमें मौका मिला है वहाँ जाने का। तो वहाँ देखकर मैं ताज्जुब था, जिन लोगों के साथ गया तो वो थे तो विदेशी, लेकिन संस्कृत इत्यादि में ट्रेंड और योग के ट्रेंड थे, सुंदर जी थे, रिंपोचे जी थे। तो हम लोग गए, आपस में हम लोग थोड़ा हिंदी भी बोल लेते थे। तो नीचे ग्राउंड में दिखाया गया कि स्पेशल एग्जीबिशन लगा है। तो हमने कहा एक नमूना कोई दिखाई जो मैं समझ सकूं। तो पहला तो है साइलेंस। भीतर देखा 10 बच्चे हैं, सभी अमेरिकन हैं, टीचर भी कोई इंडियन नहीं है, सब अमेरिकन थे। एकदम कंप्लीट साइलेंस। और जो घुसे हम लोग, तो एक जो दिखाना था बटन दबाया तो उसे एटम की थियरी पूरी चालू हो गई। सभी बच्चे गौर से, सभी साइंस के थे, 10th ग्रेड के, 7th 8th ग्रेड के रहे हो। तो हुआ, तो वहां जो है तुरंत जो बताया डाल्टन की थियरी आई, पैसे रिलेटिव, वो तो मॉडल बना हुआ, आइंस्टाइन बोल रहे हैं, फिर डाल्टन बोलने लगे। तब बगल में कणाद ऋषि निकले, और ऋषि जो है बताए कि नहीं, मैं ये बता चुका हूं अपने बच्चों को, तुम प्रैक्टिकली ऐसे जोड़ रहे हो। और फिर थर्ड लेवल पर तीनों को जोड़ते हुए आया, ऋषि आशीर्वाद दे रहे हैं। ताज्जुब था जनाब, सभी बच्चे नतमस्तक होके। बाद में टीचर से पूछा मैंने, तो ये क्या है, कैसे है, क्या आप लोग तो क्रिश्चियन है? तो कहा हाँ। तो हमने कहा ये, तो ये हम लोग को पता चला कि इस तरह से वो जो नॉलेज उसको गेन होगा, दैट इज द विजडम बेस्ड, नथिंग लाइक प्रेशर बेस्ड, और वो सदा रहेगा। तो जब इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की बात करें तो थियोरेटिकल कंस्ट्रक्शन तो बहुत अच्छा है, हर फील्ड में हो रहा है। 42 IITs हैं, सब में सेंटर बना है, विजय सिंह जी आ गए होंगे, अगर अपना डिटेल बताएंगे, हर जगह है। तो हायर लेवल पर ठीक है, लेकिन लोअर लेवल की जब बात होगी, हायर कब तक चलेगा भाई? 10-20 बरस खत्म भाई। हम लोग जैसे हैं 5-7 साल और चले या ना चले, तो जाना जाना तो उस ग्राउंड पर है। तो उसका एक एक तरीका जो समझ में आता है, जैसे जिस स्कूल में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, ओके, दैट इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ सिलेबस, इनफॉर्मल रूप में कर रहे हैं, और पूरी वो फैमिली इन्वॉल्व है, ट्रस्ट की फैमिली इन्वॉल्व है, और सब तरह के ताज्जुब। आज ईद है तो हिंदू लड़के भी जाके, वो बच्चे जाके वो कर रहे हैं, फिर उस पर लेख भी लिख रहे हैं। फिर जैसे आपने दूसरा एग्जाम्पल आपने दिया कि फैमिली में जाके, जो कोमल जी ने कहा कि संस्कार जुड़े रहे, या वेंकटेश जी ने जो कहा, तो उसका भी फिर रिजल्ट दिया। जैसे साल में 2 बार बड़ी गैदरिंग करते हैं, पेरेंट्स मीटिंग, तो वो जो जैसे मॉडर्न स्कूल क्रिश्चियन स्कूल में होता है वैसा नहीं है, वो खुद पेरेंट्स भी उसके पार्ट हैं। लेट अस सी दैट। मैं अटेंड किया हूँ कई बार, चूंकि मैं इसमें इन्वॉल्व हूँ। तो ये कुछ ऐसी बातें हैं, देखने में लग रही कि अरे ये तो कहानी है, लेकिन ये वर्क तो कर रही है भैया। तो छोटे बच्चों में वो प्रोग्राम कैसे हम डालें? हायर लेवल पर बहुत अच्छा है, जो भी आपकी ट्रेनिंग है, किताब लिखने, वेद वेदांत लिखने, जो मन है सो करने। फुल साइंस हमारे यहाँ ही थी तो गिर क्यों गई? दीज आर ऑल हाई लेवल थिंग्स, नॉट लोअर लेवल थिंग्स। तो लोअर में केवल 2 चीज, हाउ टू स्टार्ट विथ अवेकनिंग, इनफॉर्मल प्रोग्राम टू बी लिंक टू द स्कूल, और वो टीचर ही करेगा। टीचर भी तो नहीं चाहता है एक्स्ट्रा करना कुछ। तो अभी जो बात हो रही, सब हम लोग स्टूडेंट को बता रहे हैं, हम क्या करेंगे ये बता रहे हैं। और लोअर स्कूलों में जो टीचर्स हैं, वही ना पढ़ाएंगे, वही ना करेंगे, उनको कैसे बदलें? तो अब ये मुझे नहीं पता, मैं ये आप सबके सामने एक सजेशन के रूप में, आइडिया के रूप में कर रहा हूँ।
वेंकटेश्वरा सर, आप कुछ इस पे कुछ कहना चाहेंगे क्या? आप बताएंगे कि छोटे बच्चों के उसमें हम कैसे, क्योंकि सर ने बिल्कुल सही बोला है, स्पिरिचुअल अवेकनिंग और सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को इसमें अपनी जिम्मेवारी लेना, चाहे वो पेरेंट हो, चाहे वो फैमिली हो, हर किसी को अपनी जिम्मेवारी लेनी पड़ेगी। और ये कोई सब्जेक्ट की तरह इसको बहुत ज्यादा ना देखकर, बल्कि इसको हमको अपने पूरे लाइफ में उतारना ही पड़ेगा, तभी हम इसको सीखेंगे। तो आपके हिसाब से कोई छोटे बच्चों के लिए, अगर आपकी कोई एक्सपीरियंस रहा हो, या आपने कभी कोई इस तरह की लर्निंग कराई हो?
जी, जैसे पहले बताया, जब हमने शुरू में सोचा पाठ्यक्रम का नाम क्या रखें, हमारा थोड़ा ऐसा चिंतन शुरू हो गया। क्योंकि जैसे हम बोलेंगे कुछ ज्ञान परंपरा या संस्कृत और धर्म, ऐसा जब बोलेंगे, तब तुरंत विरोध करने वाला एक समूह खड़ा होता है समाज में। मतलब तो स्कूल हो या समाज हो या राजनीति का पक्ष हो, जब कभी नया चीज लाते हैं तुरंत एक विरोध स्वर उठता है। तो उसको कैसे टैकल किया जाए सोच के हमने नैतिक शिक्षणम करके नाम रखा है। क्योंकि नैतिक शिक्षण और वैल्यू एजुकेशन सबको चाहिए, कोई भी विरोध नहीं करेगा। इसलिए हमने शुरू में जब बच्चों का ये शुरू किया, हमने बहुत सारे विद्यालयों को पत्र भेजा है, और चाहते हैं तो आपके बच्चों को हमारे कोर्स में शामिल करा दीजिए, प्रचार कीजिए। तब उन्होंने कई स्कूलों में क्या किया, पेरेंट्स मीटिंग में ये चीज बताई। ऐसा एक कोर्स ऑफर है, जो चाहते हैं संपर्क कीजिए करके। मतलब हर कोई पेरेंट चाहता है मेरा बच्चा नीतिमान हो या वेल कल्चर्ड हो, कुछ वैल्यूज हो, अच्छा बने, ऐसा ही चाहता है। कोई नहीं चाहेगा मेरा पुत्र ये न पढ़े। इसलिए कहीं से विरोध नहीं आया, तो हमने वहां से शुरुआत किया है। तो रेस्पॉन्स बहुत अच्छा था, किंतु हमारे सामने एक चैलेंज था। ऑनलाइन शिक्षण में बच्चों के हाथ में मोबाइल नहीं होता है, ग्रामीण इलाकों में कंप्यूटर लैपटॉप नहीं होता है, मोबाइल घर में होता तो भी वो बड़ों के हाथ में होता है। वो अपने वृत्ति में जब लग जाते हैं, मोबाइल लेके इधर उधर जाते हैं। तो क्लास का टाइम पर बच्चों इनके हाथ में मोबाइल या इस तरह का इलेक्ट्रॉनिक साधन नहीं होता है। फिर हमने क्या किया, शुरू में ही ये सब सोच के टाइम स्लॉट अलग अलग बना दिया। वो खुद अपना अनुकूल समय चुन सकेगा। जैसे जब पेरेंट घर में होते हैं या फ्री होते हैं तभी उनको मोबाइल या इस तरह से साधन या इंटरनेट वगैरह मिलेगा। तो वैसा करके अनुकूल टाइम स्लॉट उन्होंने चुन लिया और उस हिसाब से हमने अलग अलग ग्रुप बना के अध्यापकों को जोड़ा है। वीकली वंस ऐसा शुरू में किया था, बाद में कहीं से डिमांड आ गया, कहीं क्लास बढ़ा दिया और एक दिन से ज्यादा बच्चों को मिलना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। इस तरह से करके शुरू किया, रेस्पॉन्स बहुत अच्छा है और स्कूल में से भी डिमांड है हमारे बच्चों को जोड़ दीजिए, वो कीजिए, ये कीजिए करके। अब इसको बड़े पैमाने में हम लॉन्च करना चाहते हैं। अगर करेंगे तो 1 लाख से ज्यादा छात्र जुड़ेंगे इसमें, किंतु हमें उस हिसाब से मैन पावर भी बढ़ानी पड़ेगी। इसलिए हमने अभी उस टेक्नोलॉजिकली व्यवस्था, उनका एडमिशन, डाटा मैनेजमेंट, ये सब करना है। इसलिए हमने अभी ज्यादा विस्तृत नहीं किया है। अगले सत्र से हम इसको बहुत विस्तार रूप से करने वाले हैं। मतलब 1 लाख हो या 10 लाख छात्र हो, फिर भी हम मैनेज कर सके उस तरह से स्टाफ को भी ट्रेनिंग किया जाए। मतलब टीचरों को जोड़ने के लिए भी कोशिश करेंगे। टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग भी होना है साथ साथ। इसलिए सिर्फ अध्येताओं की संख्या बढ़ाने से काम नहीं बनेगा, तो उनको हैंडल करने के लिए वही बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। मतलब चाहने वाले लोग हैं पढ़ने के लिए, किंतु व्यवस्था के लिए हमारी तैयारी चाहिए। यही एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
थैंक यू सर। मैं समझ रही हूँ कि रिसोर्सेज होना और टाइम मैनेजमेंट करना, स्टूडेंट को एंगेज करना, टीचर की ट्रेनिंग करना, ये सब भी एक अपने आप में चैलेंजिंग है। बट आपका इनिशिएटिव सुनकर मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि आपने कुछ इनिशिएटिव लिया है और जो आपने जिस तरह से इंट्रोड्यूस किया है पेरेंट्स को नैतिकता की शिक्षा के बारे में, उससे मुझे लगता है कि सभी पेरेंट आपके साथ जुड़ना चाहेंगे। मैं थोड़ी सी एक्साइटेड हूँ ये जानने के लिए कि क्या ये आप किताब के माध्यम से पढ़ा रहे हैं, इंटरैक्टिव सेशन के माध्यम से पढ़ा रहे हैं, प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग के मेथड से पढ़ा रहे हैं, कौन सी पेडागोजी यूज कर रहे हैं आप इस करिकुलम के जो आपके सत्र है उसको पूर्ण करने के लिए?
हमारा ऐसा है, हम जो सिखाते हैं वो जैसे मातृभाषा सीखते हैं सहज गति से, उसी शैली में संस्कृत भाषा सिखाते हैं। एक तो स्टडी मटेरियल तो देते हैं उनको, वो इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली भी और कुछ प्रिंट भी। फर्स्ट सेशन में प्रिंट नहीं दिया, सिर्फ इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली ही किया है, किंतु उसका हमने एक टेक्स्ट बनाया है। अब फिलहाल ई टेक्स्ट के रूप में डालते हैं वहाँ। और टेक्स्ट से ज्यादा ओरली संभाषण माध्यम से ही ज्यादा सिखाते हैं। उसमें सिर्फ भाषा नहीं, उसके साथ संस्कार के से बिंदु जो भी है, संस्कार पीयूष करके वो सब जोड़ रहे हैं। मतलब उसमें श्लोकों का चयन या घटनावली या कथा उस हिसाब से जोड़ते हैं। जिस लेवल में, फर्स्ट लेवल में है तो वो भौतिक आचार विचार से रिलेटेड श्लोकों का संग्रहण और उसका उच्चारण, अर्थबोधन, उससे रिलेटेड कोई भी ऐतिहासिक घटनाएं या काल्पनिक घटनाएं या काल्पनिक कथाएं जोड़कर हम आगे ले जाते हैं। और सेकंड लेवल में तो थोड़ा मनोविकास के लिए उस तरह का विचार पूर्ण श्लोकों का चयन करके हम देते हैं। वैसा सिर्फ वो धार्मिक श्लोक ही नहीं है, थोड़ा सामाजिक व्यवहार से रिलेटेड, एथिक्स। अब थोड़ा बड़े हैं तो फिर प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स भी पढ़ानी पड़ेगी बड़ों के। इसमें छात्रों के तो कुछ दूसरे ढंग का विषय लेना पड़ेगा।
कोमल मैम, आप इंजीनियरिंग में बच्चों को पढ़ा रहे हैं, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन लेवल पर पढ़ा रहे हैं, तो वहां पर कौन सी पेडागोजी सबसे ज्यादा आपके हिसाब से कंफर्टेबली बच्चों के साथ चलती है और बच्चे उसको ग्रहण भी इजीली कर पाते हैं?
आई थिंक मेरा कंसर्न ये रहता है कि अगर मैं कोई भी सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा रही हूँ तो उस सब्जेक्ट से रिलेटेड अगर मैं उनको वो चीज़ बता रही हूँ, जैसे सपोज मैंने नंबर सिस्टम की बात की, मैं इसलिए आपको बता रही हूँ ना क्योंकि कई बार जब मैं जैसे बहुत सी चीज़ें रेफर कर रही हूँ भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में, जैसे कोर मेरा मैथमेटिक्स है, अभी मैं मैनेजमेंट को भी टच कर रही हूँ। तो जब मैं अच्छा ये जितनी भी चीजें हम पढ़ रहे हैं, चाहे कोई भी कंसेप्ट है, कोई भी सूत्र हम पढ़ रहे हैं, तो वहां पर उसका इम्प्लीकेशंस अलग रहते हैं, बट करेंट डोमेन में उसका इम्प्लीकेशन डेफिनेटली अलग होगा। सपोज मैं आपको एक सिंपल एग्जांपल देती हूँ कि सपोज हम क्रिप्टोग्राफी की बात कर रहे हैं। क्रिप्टोग्राफी क्या होता है? दैट इज अबाउट हाइडिंग द डेटा। ओके, आजकल हम जितने भी बैंक के ट्रांजैक्शंस करते हैं, उन ट्रांजैक्शंस में क्या होता है, हम अपना ओटीपी हो गया, ट्रांजैक्शन पासवर्ड हो गया, लॉगिन पासवर्ड हो गया, उस डेटा को हाइड करते हैं। तो हाइड करते हैं तो डेफिनेटली उसके लिए हमारे पास कई एल्गोरिथम्स यूज होते हैं। ठीक है ना, अगर हम एल्गोरिथम्स यूज करते हैं डेटा हाइडिंग के लिए, तो अब जो इंजीनियरिंग में है हम वो पढ़ाते हैं आरएसए एल्गोरिथम, आरएसए वर्जन 2, आरजेडडब्ल्यू एंड ऐसे कई 100 एल्गोरिथम्स हम पढ़ाते हैं। तो एट दैट मोमेंट जैसे ही हम सब्जेक्ट हमारा पेसअप हो जाता है, तो व्हेन वी आर इनटू द पीक ऑफ द सब्जेक्ट, जब बच्चे को एक प्रॉपर अंडरस्टैंडिंग हो जाती है कि सब्जेक्ट क्या है, किसके बारे में है, एट दैट पॉइंट आई इंट्रोड्यूस देम द कंसेप्ट ऑफ आईकेएस इन रिगार्ड टू क्रिप्टोग्राफी। कि अगर हम डेटा हाइडिंग की बात करें तो डेटा हाइडिंग ऐसा नहीं है कि अभी होता है, डेटा हाइडिंग पहले भी होता था। कट्टपयति की बात करते, आर्यभट्ट के अप्रोच की बात करते, कामसूत्र में अगर हम बात कर दें, तो ये सभी में हमें डेटा हाइडिंग के अप्रोचेस मिलते हैं। ओके, या सिंपल अगर पाइथागोरस थ्योरम की बात कर रहे हैं, तो पाइथागोरस हम बताते हैं कि पाइथागोरस नहीं था तो किस फॉर्म में था, क्यों आया था, एंड तो इसका मतलब क्योंकि सी वी आर डीलिंग विथ मैच्योर्ड माइंड्स। हमने दोनों लेवल पर ही एक्चुअली वर्कशॉप्स लिए हैं, एक स्कूल लेवल पर और एक कॉलेज लेवल पर। हमारा जो ज्यादा कंसर्न है वो कॉलेज लेवल प्लस रिसर्च लेवल के लिए है, क्योंकि हम भी जो कुछ इंस्टीट्यूट्स के साथ टाइड अप हैं, तो दैट इज लाइक गवर्निंग देम कि रिसर्च में हम आईकेएस को कैसे अप्लाई कर सकते हैं। और अगर हम रिसर्च की बात करते हैं तो डेफिनेटली द फर्स्ट थिंग इज दैट वी शुड नो वेयर आईकेएस इज स्टैंडिंग इन रिगार्ड टू दैट पर्टिकुलर डोमेन, पहला। सेकेंड थिंग, what are the existing techniques, and third thing, how they can be collaborated so that जो भी gap आ रहा है, how that gap can be bridged up. Okay, so basically my pedagogy is good. I first cross question the students ki whether they are aware of these things. So definitely 99.99% the response is no. Okay, and because the response is no, then I ask them then that okay, I make them curious about the thing, क्योंकि मुझे एक चीज लगता है, देखिए मैंने अगर पढ़ा तो it was the only thing, that is curiosity. Curiosity turns into passion. I think so. Definitely every person has a different thought process, but for my case, it was like it, because my journey started with curiosity, and slowly and steadily, when that curiosity turned into passion, I never knew. So the only thing is that कि हम उस सब्जेक्ट के कंसर्न में हम एज अ टीचर, क्योंकि देखिए मेरे जैसे कई 10 टीचर्स होंगे, बट क्या वो 10 को इस सब्जेक्ट के आईकेएस अप्रोच के बारे में पता है? तो आई नो दे आर नॉट अवेयर ऑफ इट, और इफ दे आर नॉट अवेयर ऑफ इट दे कैन नॉट गिव द थिंग्स टू द स्टूडेंट। तो जो सबसे पहला जो निक पॉइंट है, दैट इज क्रिएटिंग एन अवेयरनेस अमंग द टीचर्स। क्योंकि जब अगर हम एक्सपेक्ट करें कि स्टूडेंट्स कोई भी चीज लर्न करें, तो दैट विल कम व्हेन द टीचर इज अवेयर ऑफ इट। अगर एज अ टीचर, एज अ मेंटर, अगर मेरे को ही अवेयरनेस नहीं है, तो डेफिनेटली वो सीड मैं अपने स्टूडेंट पर में नहीं सो कर सकती हूँ, और अगर वो सीड वहां नहीं जाएगा तो वो पॉलिनेट नहीं होगा और ना ही वो बढ़ेगा। तो आई थिंक द फर्स्ट एंड द इनिशियल स्टेप स्टार्ट्स विद ट्रेनिंग द टीचर्स and making them a part of their journey, क्योंकि जब तक ये जर्नी का पार्ट नहीं होगा, इट विल बी अगेन वी आर कैरिंग अ पैकेज एंड वी आर लीविंग इट एट एनी पॉइंट. So I think the first thing, let the teachers take them as a part of themselves, understand as per their particular subject. और जब वो सब्जेक्ट के डोमेन से समझेंगे, तब जहां पर भी वो सब्जेक्ट के बारे में कोई भी कंटेंट की डिलीवरी कर रहे हैं, तो डेफिनेटली दे विल बी एबल टू कनेक्ट देयर सब्जेक्ट विद द IKS कंसेप्ट.
बिल्कुल, आई ट्रूली एग्री विद यू मैम. विवेक जगदीश सर आई थिंक हैंड रेज कर रहे हैं. सर आप कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं? आई कैन सी योर हैंड इज रेज्ड. विवेक जगदीश जी सर. ओके, लेट्स मूव फर्दर. डॉक्टर राणा, अभी जो बच्चे बिल्कुल फ्रेशली ग्रेजुएट हो रहे हैं, साथ में बीएड कर रहे हैं, टीचर बनने का सपना देख रहे हैं और बिल्कुल IKS से खुद भी परे हैं. मैम ने ये बोला तो सही कि टीचर्स को ट्रेन करना पड़ेगा हमें, लेकिन IKS खुद इतना डीप नॉलेज में है अभी, उसमें से एक रेलिवेंट इंफॉर्मेशन टीचर तक भी पहुंचाना एक अपने आप में कार्य है. तो आप उसके लिए कुछ गाइडेंस देना चाहेंगे यंग टीचर्स को कि वो कहाँ से शुरू करें अपने एक्सपीरियंस से?
सीधे नहीं, मैं मेटाफोरिकली मैं एक लाइन आपको अरविंदो की भी है और लीने व्हाइट की है, प्रोफेसर फ्रॉम हार्वर्ड, इसके जर्नल में 67 में छपा था. बड़ी कंट्रोवर्शियल है कि हिस्टोरियन का पेपर प्योर साइंस के जर्नल में टॉप पर छपा. शायद एक ही ऐसा एग्जाम्पल. उसका कंक्लूजन लाइन जो है, अभी जो जी ने बात की, आपने जो प्रश्न किया, all the ecological crisis and religious context, something heading like that paper. कहा कि all the problems generate from the mind, solution will come from the mind. That is the basic thing. अब जरा इसी को जो बातें वेंकट जी ने कही या कोमल जी ने, जरा सा इसे हट के मैं खुद आपके सामने सबमिट कर रहा हूँ विद ऑल ड्यू अपॉलॉजी. जो भी बातें आप लोग कर रहे हैं या हम लोग अधिकांश कर रहे हैं, वो अर्बन बेस पर कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, जरा इंटीरियर गांव में जाइए. मैं झारखंड घूमने का मौका मिला है, बिहार का बॉर्डर का हम तो नहीं, जरा आप सोच ही नहीं सकते आप कि कैसे वहां चल रहा है. पेड़ के नीचे बैठे हैं, उनको पता नहीं है पेड़ क्या है. टीचर जो वहीं चना खाए जा रहा है, चले जा रहे हैं. मेजॉरिटी लाइक दिस. तो यह जो एक बहुत बड़ा खड़ा है बोझ, तो वो भी तो एक समस्या कहीं आएगी जब हम बात कर रहे हैं कि ग्रास रूट से शुरू करेंगे. नॉलेज इतना हमारा डीप है, वाइड है, यूनिवर्सल है, कॉस्मिक है. तो एक वर्ड में तो नहीं है. ये वर्ड में जैसे हम ब्रह्मोस्म वाला, इसी में सब ब्रह्म समाया हुआ है. तो यह एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है कि जैसे एग्जाम्पल हमारी ओर से जो हमने आपको साइड किया, स्मिथ स्कूल की स्टडी अभी हमारा पेपर आ भी रहा है और वर्क हम लोग कर रहे हैं. हमें अभी तक ये नहीं समझ कि उन लोगों में कहाँ से आया कि मुझे अपने जड़ को जानना है. तो इससे एक अर्थ जो निकला, जो दोनों ही ओर आप लोगों ने ये किया, कि जब टीचर में यह संस्कार हो, इस तरह की अवेकनिंग हो कि हमें ये बनाना है देश के लिए, राष्ट्र के लिए, हमारे पूरे कल्चर के लिए कुछ करना है, न कि टीचिंग केवल टीचिंग के लिए सेक के लिए करना है, नॉलेज सेक के लिए करना है. नहीं, ये उसके लिए है कि पूरी संस्कृति को हमें बताना है दुनिया को. यह जो भावना कैसे लाई जाए, वो तो आप सब लोग तय कीजिए कैसे किया जाए. तो कुछ एग्जाम्पल जरूर हैं जो कर रहे हैं लोग, लेकिन ऊंचे एक दर्जे पर, खासतर जैसे एक एग्जाम्पल में उसका नाम साइट करना उचित नहीं होगा. एक स्कूल की रिपोर्ट देखने को मुझे मौका मिला अभी 3 दिन पहले. यूनेस्को की एजुकेशन वाली मीटिंग थी, मैं ऑनलाइन, तो उसमें मैं था. उसमें बहुत हाई, बहुत कुछ मॉडल और सारा प्रैक्टिकल और डेटा और सभी जो चीजें आप करें खूब दिखाया गया. ठीक है, लास्ट में हमसे पूछा गया आपको कुछ कहना है. हमने कहा केवल ये बता दीजिए कि उनकी फीस क्या है, बस, और मुझे कुछ नहीं पूछना. और उसमें किसके बच्चे पढ़ते हैं. अब सब लोग चुप हो गए क्योंकि जवाब नहीं दे सकते सीधे. भाई आपका तो एडमिशन फीस 1 लाख रुपया है, 30,000 मंथली है, तो मेजॉरिटी कहाँ आपके यहाँ पढ़ता है. और हर हफ्ते कुछ ना कुछ मॉडल बनवा के आप रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड या क्लाइमेक्स पर यूनेस्को के रिपोर्ट में तो खड़ा कर दिए. तो कहाँ वो कल्चर गया? वेयर इज इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम? वेयर इज द कल्चरल अवेकनिंग? तो यह एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है, इसका सीधे जवाब मैं नहीं दे रहा हूँ, इसलिए मैंने कहा अपॉलॉजी आई से दिस दैट विजिटिंग दैट। वही जो हम लोग की स्टडी कोरिया में है, चाइना में है, इटली में, 3-4 जगह मैं जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। इधर 4 साल से आफ्टर कोविड आई एम नॉट गोइंग। तो वहां जो है उनको ये छूट है कि इस तरह करना है, और करने में सभी लोग अवेकन है। वो बताया आपको एग्जाम्पल जो टोयोटा का एग्जाम्पल, इकोलॉजिकल स्कूल, माय गुडनेस, उन्होंने ट्री सेलेक्ट कर रखा। वो बच्चा पढ़ के बाहर चला गया है, इंजीनियर है, पैसा कहाँ से सीखा? वो पैसा बेचते हैं कि हमने वहां ये सीखा था, कोई और उस पेड़ को आगे ले जाए, उस पांड को ले जाए, उस हिल के एरिया को ऐसे बचाए रहे। कैन यू इमेजिन 11th सेंचुरी से वो दुनिया के यूनिक एरिया है सिराकावागो, जो पूरे पेड़ और एक एक चीजों को केवल 120 घर है, तो लोग वहां जा रहे हैं और फिर उसको मेंटेन कर रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट इज ट्राइंग टू से टूरिज्म का बहुत बड़ा सेंटर बना। नो, नॉट अलाउड दैट एनीबॉडी कैन गो इजीली। नो, दिस मच पहले आप देख लीजिए आप योग्य हैं कि नहीं, तभी घुसेंगे, उसको आगे रोक दिए जाएंगे। तो यह जो ऐसे डेवलप है, और उन्होंने कहा कि सब भारत से है, और भारत वाले जो है नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो ये मैं कुछ अपनी जो दर्द है आपसे मैं शेयर करना चाह रहा हूँ कि इसको भी आप लोग इस इंजीनियरिंग के एक उदाहरण और देखिए, अमृता विश्वविद्यालय करके है जिसकी कई जगह शाखाएं हैं, बैंगलोर में भी शाखा है। बैंगलोर में इंजीनियरिंग और स्पिरिचुअलिटी का एक सेंटर है, सेंटर ऑफ सम इंजीनियरिंग एंड देन स्पिरिचुअल। 2 बार मुझे जाने का मौका मिला। संस्कार का एग्जाम्पल मैं बता रहा हूँ। जो मैं गेट पर पहुंचा, ठीक है, वो टैक्सी फिक्स थी, वो पहुंच के वहां उतरा, काउंटर पर मैं पूछा तो कहा आपका नाम? मैंने कहा मेरा नाम राणा पीवी सिंह, मैं यहाँ ऐसा क्या, बस पहले कहा पहले बैठ जाइए, कुर्सी देकर बैठाया, रिसेप्शन पर 1 गिलास पानी दिया। उसके बाद जो भी फोन में वहां अपना तेलुगु में उसने कुछ कहा, तो जो कोई उधर से आ रहा है हमको नमस्कार कर रहा है। हमने पूछा बाद में कि क्या है भाई? यही तो पढ़ा रहे हैं, यही संस्कार हमने दिया है। कोई भी हमारा आया है बाहर का, मेरे लिए अतिथि देवो भव का भाव आप खुद फील किए? हमने कहा हाँ भाई, 2-3 घंटे में तो मुझे लगा मैं अपने देश में हूँ। फिर मेरा था गॉडेसेस पर वर्क, मेरा कॉस्मोलॉजी पर कुछ काम है, उस पर था। उसमें जितने स्टूडेंट है सब इंजीनियरिंग के, और सभी माँ को देवी स्त्रोत से जोड़ करके, और जो पंचभूत और माँ कैसे बनी उस पर प्रश्न डायलॉग ज्यादा हुआ। आधे घंटा लेक्चर, 1.5 घंटा डायलॉग चल रहा है। तो दिस इज वन ऑफ द एग्जाम्पल्स आई एम साइटिंग व्हाट आई हैव एक्सपीरियंस, दैट ये और जगह कितनी जगह पर है। बनारस यूनिवर्सिटी सबसे बड़ी है, एरिया में बड़ी है, संख्या में बड़ी है, बिल्डिंग में बड़ी है, लेकिन इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में क्या है हमें तो नहीं लगता। 2-3 मीटिंग अटेंड किया, उठ के निकल गया, भाई केवल थियरी बता रहे हैं। तो कुछ ऐसी चीजें जो मैंने आपसे शेयर करने की कोशिश की। मैं कोई उपाय और सजेशन नहीं दे रहा हूँ, जस्ट माई
थैंक यू
ओन
सर, थैंक
फीलिंग्स।
यू।
मेरे
नहीं सर, आपके जो कंसर्न्स हैं
हाँ,
वो बिल्कुल लॉजिकल है और
तो उसमें
बिल्कुल
देखा कैसे
अवेकनिंग है हम सबके लिए, क्योंकि अगर हम अवेकनिंग क्वेश्चंस के साथ नहीं चलेंगे तो इसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना उतना
कैसे
ही
करें
हमारे लिए
कैसे।
डिफिकल्ट भी हो जाएगा। हमारे साथ प्रोफेसर जॉय सेन जुड़े हैं अभी।
हाँ, दादा
नमस्कार
को
सर।
नमस्कार।
हाँ
नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार सर।
दादा नमस्कार, नमस्कार। मैं अभी
सर हाउ
आपका
आर
नाम
यू,
लिया
हाउ
था,
आर यू?
भाई टेक दादा बताएंगे।
सर आपका आपका दर्शन मिल जाए तो तीर्थ का दर्शन हो गया।
नहीं, तभी तो जॉय मिलेगा सबको।
नहीं नहीं सर, आई सो सॉरी, आई एम लेट बिकॉज
नो नो, इट इज ओके।
कलकत्ता है और अभी तो पूरा सब क्राइसिस है। कोई फुटबॉल मैच है, मेसी
हाँ,
और बॉलीवुड स्टार्स देयर हियर, पूरा शहर एकदम इस पार उस पार एकदम। सो थोड़ा देर हो गया। सो
कोई बात नहीं सर, आप बस आपसे ही हम बस लास्ट आपका एक्सपीरियंस सुनना चाहेंगे जरूर। मेरे पास कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है आपके लिए, मैं आपके एक्सपीरियंस से जरूर डेफिनेटली ऑडियंस को आप गाइड करिए कि आईकेएस को एजुकेशन में कैसे आप लेकर आए, क्या मोटिवेट किया आपको।
बात तो ऐसे है मैडम जी, जो आईकेएस का जो तरीका है, आईकेएस का जो फीचर्स है, उसका जो मैसेज है, ये तो कोई नई कोई चीज नहीं है, तो पहले से ही था। ये हम लोग का ऋषियों का, परम ऋषियों का परंपरा है। एकदम आदि युग से ये परंपरा सस्टेनेबल है, पेरिनियल है, एकदम कॉन्टिन्यूअस है। सो अभी क्या है, बीच में तो हमारा भारतवर्ष में युग में तो काफी डिसरप्शन हुआ था, काफी डाउनग्रेडेशन हुआ था, बिकॉज इंडिया का हिस्ट्री क्या है, इट्स एन इन्वोल्यूशनरी हिस्ट्री, अनलाइक द डार्विनियन फॉर्म ऑफ हिस्ट्री। डार्विनियन पैटर्न से हम लोग को इससे मालूम हो जाता है कि एनिमल स्टेज से धीरे 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 प्रिमिटिव से हम लोग सभ्यता का एक उन्नत स्तर में हम लोग आ रहे हैं, उसका बाद में थोड़ा आईकेएस का संदर्शन मिल गया, ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है। लेकिन भारत का परंपरा का जो धारणा है वो प्राचीन ग्रीस में भी थे लेकिन वो खो गए, इजिप्ट में भी थे वो खो गए। भारतवर्ष एकमात्र देश है जिसमें ये ऋषियों का परंपरा सत्य त्रेता दापर कली, ये जो डिसेंडिंग वेव्स, एंड दिस डिसेंडिंग वेव इज एक्चुअली द फाउंडेशन ऑफ श्री औरोबिंदो स्वामी विवेकानंद सब मुनि ऋषियों का। ये एक्सेप्ट करने में काफी प्रॉब्लम है। क्यों प्रॉब्लम है? हम लोग का जो एजुकेशनल पैराडाइम अभी तक चल रहा है लास्ट 150 इयर्स 200 इयर्स 250 इयर्स में, वी हैव बीन ट्रेन्ड इन द कार्टेशियन रिडक्शनिस्ट न्यूटोनियन पैराडाइम, सो विच इज नॉट रॉन्ग बट इट इज अ लीनियर पैराडाइम। हम यही सोचते हैं कि हम ये करें तो वो होगा, वो करे तो ये होगा, ये नहीं करे तो वो नहीं होगा। सो दिस इज अ लीनियर पैराडाइम। हम लोग का भारत का ऋषियों का संदर्शन ऐसे है, ये ठीक है, लेकिन जो लीनियर एक पैराडाइम है वो एक नॉन लीनियर चक्रवत जो साइक्लिक पैराडाइम है उसका ही प्रोजेक्शन है। ये फिजिक्स में है लेकिन इतना दिन हम लोग का दिशा में नहीं आया। आप सोचिए एक पेंडुलम ऊपर नीचे ऊपर नीचे ऊपर नीचे आ रहा है, सो ये क्या है, एक साइक्लिक बॉल का जो एक पॉइंट वो जो घूम रहा है उसका एक प्रोजेक्शन है। सो हम लोग जो देखते हैं स्थूल दृष्टि में वो लीनियर ऊपर नीचे आ रहे हैं, लेकिन सूक्ष्म और अतीव सूक्ष्म जो कारण हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो कारण और कारण का जो कारण महाकारण अंतर्गत जो स्थिति है वो है नॉन लीनियर साइक्लिक चक्रवर्त परिवर्तनते अखंड मंडलाकारम व्याप्तन येन चराचरम। सो ये है भारत का परंपरा, ये अंतर्विज्ञान का चर्चा है। बात ये है, ये मेरा थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस है, बात ये है अभी विज्ञान पश्चिम का विज्ञान और मॉडर्न साइंस का जो लेटेस्ट जय यात्रा है उसका जो आगे चलना का जो दिशा है उसमें अभी एक महाजागरण हो रहे हैं। वो शुरू हुआ, आप सोचिए वार्नर हाइजेनबर्ग, अरविंद श्रोडिंगर और पॉल डायरक, नील्स बोर, आपको तो सबको ये रहेगा। दिस इज अ शिफ्ट फ्रॉम द न्यूटोनियन साइंस टू द क्वांटम साइंसेस। सो ये क्वांटम साइंस में क्या हो रहा है, ये क्वांटम साइंस में क्या हो रहा है, ये लीनियर ट्रूथ है लेकिन ये नॉन लीनियर साइक्लिक डायनामिक्स का एक अंतर्गत अंतस्थित एक छोटा सा सत्य है। आप सोचिए, आप हाथ में आप हाथ में एक बीज, आप सोचिए इफ यू कैन सी आई हैव अ कप इन माय हैंड। सो एक कप में जो हम चाय लेते हैं, कॉफी लेते हैं, दूध लेते हैं, ये मेरा एक पात्र में छोटा सा एक चाय का और कॉफी का एक संदर्शन है, लेकिन जो कॉफी का फिल्टर है, चाय का फिल्टर है और दूध का जो मशीन है उधर में एक दूध समुद्र है, खीर समुद्र है। सो दैट इज द वास्ट, दैट इज अ मैक्रोकॉस्म, ब्रह्मांड का ज्ञान वो। और हमारा एक कप में जो नॉलेज होता है वो पिंड, छोटा सा ज्ञान। सो ये लीनियर जो रिडक्शनिस्ट व्यू पॉइंट है, अभी तक जो लास्ट 150-200 years का जो विज्ञान का जो चर्चा हुआ था, that has led to all this crisis, exploitation of nature, exploitation of the financial market, exploitation of the human society, lifestyle disease. So ये सब में क्राइसिस पूरा विश्व में देखिए ना, हर वक्त चारों पांचों का क्राइसिस का डायमेंशन इधर उधर चल रहा है। पूरा the whole world is shivering with crisis, financial crisis, ecological crisis, economic crisis, political crisis, cultural crisis, all crisis. Q, because we are always throwing a one-way arrow, एक one-way linear arrow. हम नहीं जानते हैं जो इधर से उधर जाता है वो फिर लौट के आ जाएगा, non-linear. That is the law of causation. चक्रवर्त परिवर्तन थे। गौतम बुद्ध ने जो बताया प्रतीत समुत्पाद, the same cycling, Chakravat Parivartante. So this is the foundation of India. So I'm closing what I'm trying to close. ये जो पश्चिम में अभी विज्ञान का पोस्ट मॉडर्न साइंस, मॉडर्न साइंस नहीं, पोस्ट मॉडर्न साइंस में जो अभी जय यात्रा हो रहा है, क्वांटम फिजिक्स, क्वांटम बायोलॉजी, क्वांटम इलेक्ट्रोडायनेमिक्स, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग और क्वांटम एआई, इसमें अभी ये संदर्शन हो रहा है, ये नॉन लीनियर डायनेमिक्स का पुनर्जागरण, पुनस्थिति, आई मीन रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ द ट्रूथ, परम ऋषियों का जो अंतर्विज्ञान का जो चर्चा है, विच इज द फंक्शन ऑफ माइंड एंड मेडिटेशन, M1 M2, माइंड एंड मेडिटेशन, वो अभी बहिर्विज्ञान का जो चर्चा चल रहा है लेटेस्ट पोस्ट मॉडर्न साइंस में, विच इज मशीन्स एंड मैथमेटिक्स, मशीन लर्निंग, M3 एंड M4, ये दोनों जगत इसी तक अलग अलग था, अभी धीरे 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 ये दो जगत, बहिर्विज्ञान का जो जगत वेस्टर्न साइंसेस और अंतर्विज्ञान का जो जगत इंटरनल साइंसेस, इसी में एक संबंध धीरे धीरे, जल्दी कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, धीरे 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 एक कॉम्प्लीमेंट्रिटी आ रहा है. यही महर्षि श्री औरबिंदो का सुप्रीमेंटल थीसिस है. And this is what he meant by the descent of the macrocosmic. Through the macrocosm, the supreme is descending into the microcosm, and the change and the transformation is happening. So अभी जो पृथ्वी चेतना में एक तरफ क्राइसिस अब देख रहा है, एक तरफ ये नहीं हो रहा है, वो नहीं हो रहा है, लाइफस्टाइल डिजीज, ये सब लोग 30 साल 35 साल में ब्लड शुगर, ब्लड प्रॉब्लम, लिवर डिजीजेस, इमोशनल कोलैप्स, साइकोलॉजिकल कोलैप्स, इसी का जो पुनर्जागरण, returns to scale of the civilization, this is only possible by the recovery of the प्रज्ञा of हम लोग का परम ऋषियों का. वो आप इंडोलॉजी बताइए, क्या इंडिक स्टडीज बताइए, और इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम्स बताइए, वो तो नाम का नेम सेक है, वो तो कुछ नहीं है. बात ये है, ये ऋषि का जो परंपरा है, दिस इज द ओनली वे possibly through which the civilization, the global civilization, can restore its balance, can restore its harmony, and can restore its normalcy. So इसी से ये कलयुग क्या है? A machine age civilization, one way linear machine age का जो crisis चल रहा है, धीरे 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 इसका अंत हो जाएगा, और again Satyayug, Krita Yug, the light of the sun, the supramental light will be revealed to the universal consciousness. So in brief, I can just tell you this. This is my experience with Sir. But more than what I said, I'm so happy that I'm sharing this platform with Professor Singh, because he's like I can tell you, he's like my guru, he's like my elder brother, he's like my mentor. और हम लोग जो कोविड का पहले 5 साल साथ मोदी जी भी आए थे, we did the Varanasi project. So we could not do all those projects if Sir's guidance was not there. So finally, it is the Guru Shishya Parampara, the Sambandh through Shraddha, through Namrata. So before we talk about IKS, we have to bring back Shraddha and Namrata back to our civilization. वो नहीं हुआ तो खाली theoretical चर्चा से कुछ नहीं होगा. ऋषियों का सभ्यता का पुनर्संबंध means श्रद्धा लभते ज्ञानम. So without the recovery of respect, without the recovery of normalcy in human life, then all life won't be yoga, in the words of Mother. Then only all life, the whole circadian rhythm, the whole breathing cycle, day, night, months, year, months, hundreds of years, thousands of years, या धीरे धीरे एक दिव्य जीवन पे रूपांतरित, धीरे धीरे, अटक से तो कुछ नहीं होता है, धीरे 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 रूपांतरित हो जाएगा. थैंक यू. नमस्कार.
Thank you so much, sir. You have rightly said, mind shifting is the most important thing we need to do. I think जब लोगों का माइंड शिफ्ट होगा, नम्रता अपने आप, नम्रता बढ़ेगी लोगों में, करुणा बढ़ेगी, दया का भाव बढ़ेगा. इस अपने प्रति भी और अपने आसपास लोगों के प्रति भी, तभी ये IKS हमें फिर लागू नहीं करना पड़ेगा या हमें इसको
वो अपना
इंफॉर्मेशन
अपना
की
ही
तरह
हो
नहीं लाना,
जाएगा,
वो
अपना
अपने
अपना
आप ही हो जाएगा।
आप ही है। और
तो
दया
आपने
क्या हो गया,
बिल्कुल
आप जो जरूर बताए, दया भी रूपांतरित हो जाएगा सेवा में, बिकॉज इन
बिल्कुल
दया वी स्टिल हैव सिंपैथी, बट इन सेवा वी हैव एम्पैथी, we have empathy. सेवा में क्या जो होता है, why do I say do a seva? Who has given me the right to show daya to others? Because it is only seva, because the self in me is the self in you. So if you are helping me, and if I am helping you, you are not helping me,
I'm
or
helping
neither.
myself.
You're helping yourself, because the self in you, the Bhagavan, the Jyoti, the Atma Jyoti in you is helping the Atma Jyoti. He is helping himself. This is the beauty of the cosmos. Isa Vashamidam Sarvam. He is everywhere. That is life divine. So the self. So this knowledge of the self, Akhand, is the foundation of Indian knowledge systems. Otherwise, just talking about in ancient Indian mathematics, in ancient Indian geography, ऐसे ज्यादा कुछ progress नहीं होगा. This the foundation of Indian knowledge systems needs to be clarified, which is the refinement of morality, ethics, ecological ethics, humanitarian ethics, and the collective ethics. Then only you can become spiritual. You cannot jump from the material level to the spiritual level. It has to go through the moral, ethical foundation. This is the path of the Ashtangi Yogama. Thank you. I'm so happy by Annapurna
Thank you,
Mataji
sir. Thank you.
that I could finally come and be a part of it. I was helpless. I left it to the mother, and mother finally cleared the last part of the road, and the car reached home on time. And that's why I'm with you. So it is by the mother, for the mother, and of the mother.
Yes. And the mother says that, the main aim of the education is to know yourself.
Absolutely.
If you know yourself, you know
When
your
you know the
humanness,
self, yeah.
you know the nature.
Yeah, you know the
So-
self of the universe. Mamatma sarva bhutatma. Mamatma sarva bhutatma. So that is.
So इसी के साथ हम क्लोज करेंगे सेशन सर. सर कुछ कह रहे हैं आप, प्लीज बोलिए. नहीं बोलिए सर, अगर आप कुछ
No,
कहना
sir.
चाहते
I
हैं.
mean, yeah. So I'm sure I missed the discussion before. So अभी आगे बढ़ने में जो दिशा है, अब जो AI का चर्चा चल रहा है, this I want to share with everyone. You will see that the foundation of artificial intelligence, which is machine learning and big data analytics, is actually not based on linear variable. It is based on non-linear randomized variable. So it is not a left brain thinking, it is a right brain thinking. So left brain thinking is like doing this and that, jaldi, 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 jaldi. But right brain thinking is anudhyan, continuous. It's like tailabat, it's like the oil, the continuous thought circles are going on. That is japam, which leads to dharana leads to dhyan, and then dhyan leads to mahadhyan, and then mahadhyan, if one day becomes the samadhi. So this is the power. So what is samadhi? Samadhi means, if I have a self, then all of you here in this portal, you all have selves. My self will be one with yourselves. So that is samadhi. That is, so I know what you want, and you will know what I want. So your good things will be my good things, and your pain will be my pain. So that is prema. Yeah, sarvam khalu idam brahma. Unconditional love, platonic love. So the highest summit, in the words of Lord Chaitanya or Shankaracharya or Swami Vivekananda, is that to reach that undifferentiated love. This is what the humanity needs today. So long before the United Nations, the highest United Nations were the Rishi Shang, India, Rishi Shang. They were the United Nations of entire humanity. So we have to realize that धीरे धीरे हो रहा है. Sri Aurobindo says the light is descending and the transformation is happening. So jaldi jaldi aap देखेंगे और कुछ more and more things will be visible. No one can stop it, because in the words of the mother, it is coming straight from the Supreme, straight. It is not coming through anybody. It's coming straight.
Yes, it's a divine intervention.
Yeah,
I can
direct,
say.
straight from the Supreme, straight.
Yes.
Directly it's happening.
विवेक जी, आप कुछ पूछना चाह रहे हैं क्या, विवेक जगदीश जी?
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir,
The
please.
question is basically teaching students of, say, computer science and all. engineering. If I'm teaching subject like people subject like graphics, I used to teach that to the computer science students. I wonder where I can use this IKS in teaching this subject, or for that matter, if I am teaching physics to the first year students, then can I question the existence of the present proposal of their physics and cross question them in otherwise? For example, there is a concept called free electrons and scattering of light from free electrons. So what they haven't defined what is free electron, and the background, I mean, it is taken from carbon. Why not copper or gold for that matter? Was my question. And secondly, neutrino, when it gets scattered, they say that there exists an emission of neutrino, the mass of which is unknown, but it carries energy. Unless and until you don't have freedom to cross-question foreign science, whether this is true or not, there is no point in proposing IKS in modern system. Thank you.
Any panelists would like to say anything on it?
Yeah, I can just try. I wish we are in a classroom with a blackboard and a chalk. Yeah. So because so Vivek ji का जो प्रश्न है ये एकदम सही है. This is a basic question. This is a basic question. I gave you the simple example of physics, a linear pendulum going up and down, and a cyclic rotational dynamics. So there are hundreds of examples through which you can teach the philosophy of the transition from linear dynamics to nonlinear dynamics, and from non-linear dynamics to rotational dynamics, and from rotational dynamics to dynamic equilibrium dynamics, which is like the Carnot cycle in the thermodynamics, which is like the conductance-inductance cycle in the electrical sciences, which is like the iteration of the potential energy and the kinetic energy in the mechanical sciences, and so on and so on. So these are simple things through which you can start teaching your physics, very simple. And it should not happen in one class. I know you have to build up.
That is true.
Yeah. And you have to take your students like Gurudev Rabindranath or Mahamana Madan Mohan Malviya ji, under the tree and show them the sun is rising, the sun is coming down. You have to do a morning class and evening class. So this is like a class within and without. This is point number one. So I gave a short answer. The other thing is that in computer science and information science, the foundation of information science is actually applied statistics, which is informatics. And in statistics, it is actually a distribution of data. So data is actually distributed abruptly in this universe. The moment you find some relationship between one data and another data, you call it a system of data. Like 2-3 data से और 3-4 data का एक संबंध है. So the moment that happens, it becomes an information. So a system of data becomes an information. Like आप इधर में बैठ रहे हैं दिल्ली में या हम कलकत्ता में है, ये कोई कुछ नहीं संबंध है. But लेकिन now we are connected with some discussions. So that means there's an information that Sri Aurobindo Society is doing a workshop on IKS, in which your data and my data is connected. So systems of data becomes an information. So ऐसे हजार information भी है. So if you can connect the various information together, then it becomes a system of information. Yeah, you go up the pyramid, system of information, and the system of information becomes knowledge. Like it becomes physics, chemistry. I'll finish very quickly. So if you go even up the pyramid, then different knowledge can be connected as one system. So it becomes a knowledge systems. So that's why you call Indian knowledge system. So data, information, knowledge system, which is pragya, wisdom. So this is called the DIKW pyramid. अब मान लीजिए ये भारत से नहीं आया. This is the computational informatics of modern science. So you can Google DIKW pyramid. You will get hundreds of websites on this. This is a foundation of hierarchical clustering and data. So the whole onus of data science is to transform the hierarchy of data into a holarchy of data, akhand, from discrete data analysis to an integral data analysis. If you can do that in a class, then you are a great teacher. Like Richard Feynman, like Albert Einstein. Feynman's lectures. Don't mind, I'm giving you an odd example. Feynman is to show the relationship between force and matter, between prana and akasha. Force and matter, prana and akasha, like the love between a young boy and a young girl, young boy and a young. So what is force? That moves matter. What is matter? That which is moved by force. So Feynman went to he spotted one girl and one boy in the class and talked about their life and showed because he was like a great teacher. He could find out because last 3 classes he was seeing that this boy and this girl were sitting together. So he made a story out of it, and everybody understood the relationship between Prakriti and Purush, between Shiva and Shakti, between a boy and a girl, between the force and the matter, between the prana and Akash. So prana and Akash are the foundations of Indian knowledge systems. This is a dialogue between Swami Vivekananda and scientist Nicholas Tesla in 1893. So in IIT Kharagpur, we have done some work on it. So you see that you have to organize your class into drama, interest, and explain very complex things in a very simple way, and students will get interested. Once you catch their attention, then physics is Indian knowledge systems. Indian knowledge systems is physics. Computational science is Indian knowledge systems. इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम कोई अलग अलग कुछ नहीं है. हम लोग की खाली कंपार्टमेंट कर लिया, like the compartments here on this Zoom channel, like as if we are all separate people. But हम लोग का तो संबंध है ना. We are all networked for one concern, that is Sri Aurobindo's vision of the universe. That is the highest imperative. Na? Why we are here today? Because to show what Sri Aurobindo wanted to say in this universe. Swamiji and others, Ramana Maharshi, Paramahansa Yogananda, what they know, Lahiri Moshai, all the great rishis of India, they have said the same thing. Ekam sad vipra bahuda vadanti. It is the one seed, the one seed becomes the one cup of water becomes the whole pond or the lake of water on the water. And then everything all finally comes back to one. So the journey from one to many is tantra, and the journey from many to one is yoga. So that's why in manifestation you call Ganatantra, Rajatantra, Prajatantra, Tantuja. So these are all tantras. Look at Indian knowledge system, and when you are returning back to scale, to unity, you call it yoga. So the whole foundation of the DIKU pyramid, the upward triangle, is based on the upward and the downward triangle. That is Sri Aurobindo's symbol. The Unmana and the Samana. That is the Sri Chakra. So why Sri Aurobindo came to this world? He came to this world to explain it, just not through theory, but by yogic action, direct, straight from the Supreme. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Joy, sir. And I think we can sum up this session that all life is yoga, as
Yes,
Sri Aurobindo says. And on behalf of, to end up with this panel, we are also ending up our conference, which is happened for 12th and 13th December for 2 days. And on these 2 days, we have discussed many topics, and all the topics have given us a lot of privilege to understand IKS into a deeper manner. So, on behalf of Sri Aurobindo Society, it is my privilege to express my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you who contributed to the success of this meaningful and insightful conference. This conference has been far more than an academic gathering. It has served as a platform for us to reflect, to dialogue, and to have a collective rethinking on the relevance of the IKS. The deliberations have been demonstrated that IKS is not merely a legacy of the past, but a living, dynamic framework capable of addressing present day educational, social, and global challenges. We also understood through this conference that Indian knowledge system is a holistic vision of knowledge, integrating mind, body, spirit, society, and nature. Their integration into modern education must go beyond content and become a way of thinking and learning. Research, innovation, and policy frameworks can greatly benefit from this indigenous perspective rooted in Indian wisdom. And if we talk about the roadmap from here, as a Sri Aurobindo Society, we will definitely be working on the integration of the IKS into the education, promoting our research and documentation on this IKS. We will be helping the teachers in building their capacity on the IKS, on training the youth for the IKS. Technology will be the main part of the, making the IKS accessible to the teachers, to all the stakeholders. We will be collaborating and doing the partnership with all academic institutions to, and we are open to, have this collaboration with all the esteemed dignitaries who are involved and as a practitioner of the IKS with us. So I just want to say in the end, let us view this conference not a conclusion, but a beginning of collective journey, a journey to reimagine education and society through a wisdom of Indian knowledge system and the future for humanity. Thank you so much, and a big namaskar to all of you for giving your contribution into the IKS conference. Thank you so much. So we are closing the session, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. धन्यवाद धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद, sir.
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद